Chapter 1252. Ding. The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained the godly modified Holy Set X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 1000,010,0000. After looking at the product introduction, Jun Changshao directly bought it without the slightest bit of heartache. So straightforward? The system was surprised. Host, aren't you afraid that you will buy a set of cosplay clothes that have no effect at all? When Go Xing was not spending, he was desperately promoting it. When Go Xing was spending generously, he was desperately attacking it. Everyone be reasonable, wasn't this cheap? There was no other way. If one followed him for too long, they would be subtly influenced. You don't understand. Jun Changshao said seriously. This is my childhood dream. He rarely read the original Journey to the West, but he watched a lot of television dramas when he was a child. Especially when he often fantasized about wearing the holy equipment to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, so even if it was expensive, even if it had no effect, if the 100,000 contribution points were useless, he would pull out his sword and commit suicide on the spot. Moreover, it was still godly modified. Magical modification had an enhancement mode, while godly modified had special skills. Jun Changshao really didn't believe that spending 100,000 contribution points to buy equipment in the high-level store was just for the sake of cosplaying. There was a more important reason why he didn't hesitate to buy the Great Holy Set, and that was, the bragging that he had once bragged about could finally be fulfilled. Back then, when he went to Qingyang City to recruit disciples, Jun Changshao boasted in front of many warriors that the sect had been passed down from ancient times, and that the first sect leader's immortal title was the Great Sage equal to heaven. Now that he had obtained equipment that he had once worn, although it was only an imitation, he could at least openly say to his disciples, "This is the inheritance of the first sect leader, this is the treasure of my sect of all times." The system was speechless. Spending almost all his savings just to fulfill his childhood dream, just to fulfill his past lie, this guy's brain circuit was indeed extraordinary. Host, don't be happy too early. The system said, although the Great Holy Set looks very strong, if the 3 measurements are not up to par, it will be smashed to pieces. That's right, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, are my 3 measurements okay? In the world of martial arts, the so-called 3 measurements referred to the soul, the body, and the body. Of course, some places would refer to the spiritual power, the defensive power, and the mobility. Although the names were different, the meaning was similar. The function of the godly modified Great Sage set was to greatly increase the 3 body measurements. However, if one didn't reach the minimum required measurements, it would be extremely difficult to wear it. If one tried to wear it forcefully, they would be smashed to pieces. The system said, such an expensive god-modified product, I'm afraid the requirements won't be low. Jun Changshao was a little depressed. If they spent so much money to buy something that couldn't be worn, they could only keep it as a sect treasure. Perhaps in the future, when the sect encountered a crisis, a certain disciple with the fate of a main character would fit the criteria and put on the Great Sage set to save the sect. The system said, this might be a matter for the next book. Host, you don't have to worry so much for the author. Who? Jun Changshao exhaled and encouraged himself. I have the Tianjun soul refining technique. My soul is improving day by day. My body and movement skills have been refined since the establishment of the sect. My 3 measurements should not be a problem. How about, he said, give it a try? The system said, I'm afraid you'll die if you give it a try. Jun Changshao was originally quite worried, but after seeing it repeatedly attack him, he became a little more confident. After all, this guy was a reverse poison healer. Shwa! Jun Changshao waved his hand and brought out 3 pieces of equipment shrouded in colorful light. Because this was a high-quality imitation of the Great Sage equipment, there was no need to describe its form. If you really didn't understand, please read Journey to the West. This golden chainmail doesn't look as good as the Xianyuan divine armor. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. Could it be that he really bought cosplay clothes? Forget it. Since he had already bought it and there was no refund function, he could only try it on. Jun Changshao carefully put on the golden chainmail. Sure enough, as he had guessed, because he had been refining his body with the items in the shop all year round, he could completely support the equipment. Schwa! He also put on the lotus silk cloud walking shoes. The two pieces of equipment fit him very well. However, what made Jun Changshao a little dissatisfied was that there was only a slight improvement in all aspects of his body, and it was completely not as effective as the other pieces of equipment alone. A set has to be worn to be effective. The system said in a bad mood. If one or two pieces of equipment can make you go to heaven, then what kind of set is it? That's true. Jun Changshao raised the phoenix-winged purple gold crown. The system said, although the host can wear two pieces of equipment, the set effect has not been completed yet. So once this purple gold crown is worn, if the three measurements are not up to par, I'm afraid you will be smashed to pieces. Pa! Before it finished speaking, Jun Changshao directly put it on his head. Because this guy was working, he had to take advantage of it. Thousands of prisoners curled up in the darkness. They still remembered what happened after they were controlled, so they blamed themselves for their stupid actions. Of course, that was nothing. What left the deepest impression on them was the song that sounded like thousands of ferocious beasts frantically beating their bodies and souls. Every time they recalled it, their hair would stand on end. It's too scary. That song is even scarier than high-level martial arts. Suddenly, an extremely high-pitched musical instrument came from the magically modified speaker. The prisoners had never heard of it, but the audience instantly determined that it was definitely a swona. The majestic melody rose all the way. Pipa, eru, and other musical instruments joined in one after another, and the effect instantly reached a shocking level. Swoosh! Under the background music of the classic Journey to the West, Jun Changshao, wearing a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, flew over on a rainbow cloud. Damn! Thousands of prisoners widened their eyes. The combination of sound effects, lighting, costumes, and environment was simply shocking. It was dozens of times more impressive than Qin Linran's. Swoosh! 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 After Jun Changshao landed on the ground, he somersaulted forward at high speed. His speed was so fast that everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They watched as he crashed into the prison's wall with their own eyes. It hurts. Qin Linran, who was lying nearby, woke up from his coma and then stood up shakily. Wah! The unbearable song from before sounded in his mind, and he could not help but spit out blood again. Damn it! Qin Linran tried to suppress the boiling blood in his body, and his eyes flashed with intense anger. Huff huff! Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Jun Changshao, who was supposed to crash into the wall, suddenly leapt into the air. He gripped the Sky Tyrant's spear with both hands and prepared to chop down. He angrily roared, "I want your life!" The system roared, "Brother, you're playing a double role!" Boom! Jun Changshao, who was supported by the great sage Set, was extremely powerful. Qin Linran, who had just woken up, had no chance to resist at all. In the end, he was hit on the head by the rod, and directly fell to the ground and fainted again. Chapter 1253. Jun Changshao put on the great sage Set, and with the support of the three pieces of equipment, his soul, defense, and movement skills were all improved. It could be said that his entire person had been sublimated. The most obvious thing was that although Qin Linran was injured, he still had the strength of a commander. In the end, he was caught off guard and knocked out by a stick to the head. When he woke up for the second time and saw Lord Changshao wearing a set of glittering equipment, His eyes were filled with fear. "Brother!" Qin Linran struggled to stand up, then knelt again and said, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Jun Changshao pulled him over and said with a cold face, "Tell me loudly, who's the most handsome in the mortal universe?" "Yes, brother. Brother is the most handsome," Qin Linran said loudly. Jun Changshao loosened his collar, then gently tidied him up and said with a smile, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. Come, hand over your soul origin. If you don't hand it over, I'm going to sing." "Yes, yes, yes." Thinking of that terrifying song just now, Qin Linran finally chose to compromise and obediently took out his soul origin. Whoosh! Jun Changshao turned around, looked at the thousands of prisoners huddled in the corner, and shouted in a deep voice, "Which one of you is from the Falling Star Continent?" Falling Star Continent? That seems to be a very low-level plane. Everyone whispered. The two prisoners squatting in the corner looked surprised. This scene was caught by Jun Changshao, and he said, "You two are from the Falling Star Continent? Master is asking you too." Qin Linran said angrily, "Hurry up and come out." The two prisoners looked at each other, then walked out helplessly, their hearts full of uneasiness. To be able to get rid of the main culprit of the 6th floor of hell, and be willing to give up his soul origin, this was definitely a fierce person, and they could not afford to provoke him. "You too." Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. "I'm Jun Changshao, the patriarch of a first-rate sect in the Falling Star Continent. This time, I came to the 9th floor of hell to rescue the imprisoned 9 great marshals. Have you seen them?" Bah! The system spat on the ground. It was undeniable that the sect of all times was already very strong in the Starfall continent. However, their certification was still only a second-rate sect. How could they have the nerve to call themselves a first-rate sect? When the two prisoners heard this, their bodies suddenly shook. Jun Changshao had been paying attention to their every move the whole time. Seeing the subtle changes in their faces and eyes, he was certain in his heart. Thus, he cupped his fists and said, "Seniors, you've suffered." That was right. The two prisoners who walked out from the corner were the 9 great martial emperors that Jun Changshao was looking for. One of them was Emperor Li Yanfeiyu and the other was Emperor Tong Renxing. The two brothers were locked in the 6th level of hell together. They were brainwashed by Qin Linran's music and turned into fanatical fans for thousands of years. If not for Jun Changshao's question, these two martial emperors would be even more invisible than Du Yinqing. He was regarded as a supreme existence on the continent, but now, he had fallen to such a miserable state. Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Please pay attention to the annual blockbuster, Entering the Starry Sky Fortress. Sigh. In the empty dark area, Yan Feiyu sighed. The decadence that emerged from his body was even stronger, and he no longer had the vigorous momentum of the past. In an environment without light, living a life worse than death, no matter who it was, they would gradually have their edges and sharpness erased. The two martial emperors who were once supreme were now nothing more than down-and-out old men, in sharp contrast to Jun Changshao, who was wearing the great sage suit. As the saying goes, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. You too. Jun Changshao broke the sad atmosphere and asked, "What crime did you commit to be imprisoned in hell?" Du Yinqing did not answer this question, which made him full of curiosity. An unforgivable crime. Ren Xing has said. Yan Feiyu said, "Don't mention it." Jun Changshao collapsed. "The more you don't say, the more curious I am." You too. Jun Changshao said solemnly, "I need to know the truth before I can save you. Otherwise, you can only be imprisoned here forever and become puppets controlled by others at will." This sentence stimulated Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu. The two looked at each other and seemed to have reached a certain tacit understanding. Ren Xinghe, who was eloquent, said, "Since you are from the Falling Star continent, have you ever heard of the old man of Taixien?" I have. Jun Changshao said. The system once mentioned that this was a top powerhouse who appeared in ancient times tens of thousands of years ago. He claimed to be the old man of Taishan and was known as a legend of his generation. Taishan seniors have created two kinds of mental cultivation methods. One is Taishan Ice Heart Secret Art, and the other is Taishan Bible. Ren Xing has said. I have heard a little about it. Jun Changshao not only heard of it, but also knew that the first kind of mental cultivation method was obtained by others and created the enduring Taishan Xingzong. The world only knows that these two kinds of mental cultivation methods are regarded as above the divine grade, and they don't know that there is a big secret hidden in them. Ren Xing has said. What secret? Jun Changshao said eagerly. Ren Xing has said, the mental cultivation method itself can break the void and ascend to the upper world when cultivated to the extreme, but in fact there is also a kind of formation called the seizing heaven and earth creation array. As long as it is successfully activated, it can ignore the realm and cultivation and forcibly ascend. And Yen Feiyu added solemnly, it will never fail. My dear mother. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Reaching the middle void-piercing realm can ascend, but the success rate is extremely low. Even the upper void-piercing realm can't be said to have a 100% success rate. Now the two martial emperors told him that as long as the seizing heaven and earth creation array is activated, he can ascend without failure. This was simply too shocking. The most terrifying thing was that it could ignore the realm and cultivation. In an instant, Jun Changshao thought of something and said, you activated this seizing heaven and earth creation array, and then you were discovered by the Starry Sky Fortress, so you were locked in the 9th floor of hell? Yes. Ren Xinghe and Yen Feiyu said in unison. Fortunately, the three of them had been communicating with the sound transmission technique. Otherwise, if what they said was heard by Qin Linran and others, it would definitely be shocking. I see. Jun Changshao completely understood. Ancestor Shang Yuhen used special means to forcibly ascend to the middle void-piercing realm and was imprisoned because of suspected violations. The 9 great martial emperors relied on the array to forcibly ascend to the upper world, so it was normal for them to end up like this. Have you found the Taishan Bible? Jun Changshao asked. Ren Xinghe shook her head and said, we didn't find it, but Night Emperor found it. Night Emperor? Jun Changshao said, the martial emperor who was plotted against by his own woman thousands of years ago and was crowned with the title of the most miserable in history. Yes. Ren Xinghe and Yen Feiyu said with a look of contempt, it's that guy with bad drinking behavior. Thinking of the time when they kindly invited him to drink, he would either flip the table or kick the chair when he drank too much, and the two were angry. Continue. Jun Changshao said. Ren Xinghe clenched her fists and said angrily, the Taishan Bible was obtained by Lingyao, and she invited us to join forces to arrange the seizing heaven and earth creation array, saying that we can ascend to the upper world together, and the result? The anger in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth and said, the array was activated, and she left first, puff. Anger attacked his heart and blood spurted out. Jun Changshao said, you were left behind? Chapter 1254. Jun Changshao finally found out why the 9 great martial emperors were imprisoned in the Starry Sky Fortress, but he didn't expect it to be so shocking and unbelievable. There was actually a formation in the mortal universe that could ignore one's cultivation level and forcibly ascend to the higher realm. If he could obtain it and set it up, what was the point of cultivating? He could just move his entire sect. Of course, Jun Changshao found out from the 2 emperors that Ling Yao, who had plotted against the Night Emperor, had not only obtained the Taishan Bible, but also set up the Great Fortune Array and successfully ascended to the higher realm. As for the 9 great martial emperors, just as they were about to happily go up, the formation suddenly closed. The most tragic thing was that the formation had caused a strong spatial vibration, which had already alerted the Starry Sky Fortress. They were still wondering if Ling Yao had done something to the formation when the 12 patrol envoys had already flown over in a warship and taken them away. Jun Changshao sympathized with the 9 great martial emperors. Everyone had worked together to open the Great Fortune Array, but in the end, Ling Yao was sent up while they fell behind. They were even imprisoned in the Starry Sky Fortress for thousands of years because they had violated the rules. Yan Feiyu said angrily, "That woman definitely didn't plan for everyone to ascend together. She took the initiative to ask for our help just to use us." "That's possible," Jun Changshao agreed. Actually, when he found out that one of the 10 great martial emperors, the Night Emperor, had been plotted against, he had already guessed that the number 1 great martial emperor was definitely not a kind person. "Amazing, amazing!" Jun Changshao said in admiration. She played the 10 great martial emperors of the Starfall continent and then ascended to the higher realm herself. "This woman is really not simple. If we meet her in the future, we have to be careful." Indeed, from the information he had obtained so far. First, she had plotted against the Night Emperor, then the 9 great martial emperors. The number 1 great martial emperor was definitely a woman who was both scheming and scheming. The system immediately complained, as if the host can ascend. Jun Changshao ignored this bastard and asked, "Do you remember how to set up the Great Fortune Array now?" He was tempted. He had a plan. If he wanted to ascend to the higher realm one day, he could use this heaven-defying array to do it instead of foolishly relying on luck. Why did he have a sudden impulse? That was because Jun Changshao was not interested in the upper realm at the moment. His main priority was to complete the main mission and get rid of the soul bomb. Then, he would take his true love and wander around the mountains and rivers, living a life where one could only envy the couple and not the immortals. With true love? The system retorted, "The host is dreaming." As a great toxic healer, he was careful with every word he said, but this was the only thing he firmly believed in. "The Taishan Bible has been obtained by Empress Ling Yao. We're only here to help, so we won't set up the creation array," Ren Xinghe said. Jun Changshao said helplessly, "That's troublesome. Without an array formation diagram to set it up, it would be useless even if he had a sudden impulse." "Right." Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "Isn't there Taishan Ice Heart technique in the Falling Star continent? Since it was also created by the Taishan elders, it must have recorded the creation array." Yan Feiyu said, "As far as we know, the Taishan Ice Heart technique obtained by Taishan Shengzong is only the incomplete first half. If the array is really recorded, it may be hidden in the second half that is still lost in the continent." "Find it," Jun Changshao said. "Find it even if you have to dig 3,000 feet into the ground." Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu both showed a touch of bitterness on their faces and said, "Relying on the creation array to ascend to the higher realm is not allowed by the Starry Sky Fortress. Once they find out, the Starry Sky Fortress is nothing." Jun Changshao interrupted forcefully. The expressions on their faces were a bit interesting. This young man who slowly rose after they were imprisoned seemed to be very powerful. If the brothers knew that Go Xing's rise was less than 10 years ago, they would probably remove the word slowly, and then their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Whether people can change their own fate, I don't know. I only know that it is Nez's fate not to accept his fate. The lines are from The Birth of Nez's Demon Child, from the author's demonized Amway. Not to accept his fate. It is also Jun Changshao's fate. If one day the idea of ascending to the upper realm is born, he will never bow to anyone. He will rely on the array to sneak in and even bring the entire sect with him. If he had to give a reason, that was, Jun Changshao was now wearing the outfit of the great sage, heaven's equal, and he would not be afraid even if he went to the Lingshao palace. Of course, his mind was still on the main mission and the epic mission. So after talking with Ren Xinghe for a while and not getting any news from the other emperors, he strode to the teleportation array leading to the lower level. Schwa! The Sky Tyrant's spear was placed on his shoulder, and his hands were placed on both sides. Call me Buddha, there is no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death have nothing to do with it. The out-of-tune and boundless singing once again resounded throughout the 6 layers of hell. Qin Linran, who had just recovered, couldn't suppress it again and spurted out blood on the spot. Swoosh! The array flickered and Jun Changshao disappeared. Plop! Qin Linran directly slumped to the ground, and after a while, he said from the bottom of his heart, "This is really a devil." Inside the 7 layers of hell, Jun Changshao, who was wearing the great sage suit, walked over with his head lowered. The Overlord's spear was still placed on his shoulder, giving off a very chic feeling. Especially with every step he took, the dust and stones under his feet floated lightly. The camera cut away. Within 100 feet there were thousands of prisoners. These people's strength was higher than the 6 layers of hell, and they were also wearing equipment and weapons of extraordinary quality. Their cold eyes were locked on Jun Changshao. Kid. A prisoner who seemed to have a little energy blocked the only way and said coldly, "Are you deaf?" Ta. Jun Changshao stopped, his hands still on the Sky Tyrant spear, and smiled with a sloppy look. "What did you just say?" "The Sky Tyrant spear. Please call me Rui Jingu Bang, thank you." Go Sheng was a little naughty, and now that he was wearing the great sage suit, he really looked like the great sage equal to heaven who dared to fight against everything. If one had to find fault with him, it would be that he looked a little funny with his bald head and the phoenix-winged purple gold crown. The prisoner blocking the way angrily said, "Who are you? Why did you come down?" Bang! The Sky Tyrant's spear was directly placed on the ground, and spiritual energy rippled, instantly shocking him and the surrounding prisoners a few steps back. "Listen carefully." Jun Changshao looked up and said, "I am the great sage equal to heaven of the mountain curtain cave of Huagua Mountain in Ao Lai Nation, Jun Changshao." What an arrogant guy. I can't stand it, just do it. Everyone was angry. Jun Changshao tilted his head and said, "As for the reason why I came down," after a slight pause, he grinned and said, "From now on, I will be the ruler of the 7 layers of hell, and I will be your only boss." Arrogant. The prisoner angrily said, "Go, go, go. Chop this guy up." Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of prisoners couldn't bear it anymore, and they poured spiritual energy into their weapons and equipment, and then pressed on from all directions. For a time, the dark hell was dyed in colorful streams of light. Jun Changshao yawned, and the moment all kinds of energy were about to press down, his eyes suddenly became abnormally cold, and he said, "You're courting death." Chapter 1255. Thud. In the 7th floor of hell, the prisoner who blocked Meng Chao's way fell to his knees. His face was hideous, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the area around him, his fellow prisoners were lying on the ground. Pieces of equipment and weapons were scattered all over the place, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. It had only been 10 minutes since they started fighting, but they had all lost their ability to fight in the end. Sigh. Jun Changshao held his spear in front of him and shook his head helplessly. With the support of the great sage Sect, his measurements had been greatly increased. Even if the prisoners in the 7th floor of hell were strong as a whole, they were still just ants in front of him. This was invincibility. Crack. 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 Suddenly, the sound of chains dragging on the ground came from the darkness of the prison. "He's out." Jun Changshao tilted his head and looked over. His gaze was locked on the main culprit who walked out of the darkness with chains on his legs and bracelet. He had caught him the moment he arrived in the 7th floor of hell. However, he did not expect that he would only walk out of the darkness slowly after Meng Chao had taken care of thousands of prisoners. Hum. The space trembled and air waves roared. Boom. In the area where Jun Changshao was, the main culprit with messy hair appeared out of nowhere. His right fist, which was bound by a bracelet, was ready to strike. So fast, the camera did not see how he approached Meng Chao at all. However, Jun Changshao stood where he was proudly. A defensive air wall materialized in front of him, and it caught the enemy's fist. A hint of shock flashed in the main culprit's eyes. Meng Chao had not only seen his attack, but also set up a defensive barrier in time to block it. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to come down from the 6th floor of hell. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Whoosh. As Jun Changshao spoke, he had already poured his spirit energy into the Sky Tyrant spear. Then, he swung it fiercely, stirring up powerful energy ripples. He had to praise the defense system of the 9th floor of hell, because ever since Go Xing entered and fought many times, no matter how he unleashed his power, he had not shaken the space. If it had been a normal continent, it would have been unable to withstand the powerful force and would have collapsed a long time ago. Boom. The Sky Tyrant's spear smashed over. The silent main culprit blocked the attack with his arm that was wrapped in chains. His entire body instantly slid out and stopped in the distance with his legs crossed. He raised his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Not bad. Jun Goxing also smiled. With the support of the great sage Set, that fellow was able to easily resist the spear attack. Most likely, he had the strength of at least 3 commanders. The system said, this person should be infinitely close to the middle void-piercing realm. No wonder. Jun Changshao was enlightened. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. After spending 100,000 contribution points to buy the Great Saint Set, now that he had met an expert close to the middle level of the void-piercing realm, he could test how strong he really was. Come. Jun Changshao rushed over, the Sky Tyrant's spear in his hand flickering with radiance as he said, let's fight to our heart's content. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the 7 hells were dyed as bright as day by the violent energy. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Energy ripples spread out wildly, sweeping away all the prisoners lying on the ground. Under the support of the Great Saint Set, Jun Changshao's battle prowess could be said to be bursting. He was actually evenly matched with the elite who was close to the middle level of the void-piercing realm, so much so that his opponent could only choose to dodge. Boom! The Sky Tyrant spear, which seemed to have transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, swept over fiercely. The main culprit crossed his hands to block it, and his whole body instantly crashed into the wall in the distance. Ta! Ta! Under the cover of the violent airwaves, Jun Changshao, who was shining in gold and holding a spear, walked out, giving people a feeling of the arrival of a great saint. Ka ka ka! The main culprit dragged the chains and stood up from the ground. His eyes flashed, and then he put his palms together. Powerful energy spread out from his body, and then turned into several roaring dragons that pressed over. Roar! Roar! The angry roar rippled in the prison, shaking the blood of the prisoners in the distance. Jun Changshao rushed over with his spear, and the spiritual energy in his body gathered at the tip of the spear. Instantly, he used the 7 mysterious rays break, gathering a colorful stream of light and shooting it out. Boom! 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 The 2 violent energies collided fiercely, and ripples visible to the naked eye surged in all directions like monstrous waves, sweeping all the prisoners against the wall. When the gods fought, the little devils suffered. Whoosh! In the area where the energy was strong, Jun Changshao rushed out like a shadow and light. The sky-dominating spear gathered powerful energy, and suddenly he started a more violent hand-to-hand fight with the main culprit. In the first few levels of hell, there was a competition of literature, wine, and song. Only here could be considered a real martial arts battle, and judging from the intensity, it had obviously reached the peak of the lower void-piercing realm. Boom! Not long after, the main culprit with disheveled hair was sent flying again until he fell to the ground, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. Ah! He raised his head and roared, and strange attributes emerged in his body. First, he gathered a Dharma idol more than 30 meters tall, and then a huge golden Shang character appeared in the void. The bloodline of the Shang dynasty. That lunatic used his trump card. Quick, quick, quick! Hide! The prisoners of the 7 levels of hell were shocked, and completely ignored their serious injuries at the moment. They all ran to the dark area behind them, and secretly prayed that they would not be affected, or they would be killed. Roar! At this moment, the Dharma idol that gathered above the main culprit beat its chest like an ape beast, and then raised its huge fist and smashed towards Jun Changshao. Huff, huff, huff! An even more violent force tore through the air, and the space was suddenly distorted. Obviously, this force was strong enough to shake the defense system of the astral hell. However, facing such a terrifying force, Jun Changshao did not dodge and stood in the attack range. Was this a test of the defense of the great sage Set? Huff, huff, huff! The 2 fists that seemed to carry the strength of countless mountains pressed down, and they were getting closer and closer to Jun Changshao, but the other party was still unmoved. Huff, 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 huff! The wind blew and the space cracked. However, just as it was about to smash down, it suddenly froze in mid-air. Jun Changshao made his move. But he did not take the initiative to attack, and instead took out a gold-rimmed token with the word Shang engraved on it. The main culprit who controlled the Dharma idol pushed away his messy hair, and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Kid, how did you get the token of the Shang dynasty?" Jun Changshao said, "I gave it to you. Give it to me." The main culprit said in a low voice, "Xiao." Jun Changshao casually threw the token over. The main culprit caught it in the palm of his hand, and his spiritual thoughts entered it. Immediately, images and words appeared in his mind. Bam! The Dharma idol that gathered on it collapsed, and the huge Shang word gradually disappeared. Ka ka ka! The main culprit held up the chain and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for resolving the crisis of the Tianyuan continent. I have offended you just now, please forgive me." The token given by Shang Yuhen was similar to a storage device for images and data. As long as one had the blood of the Shang dynasty, they could activate it and obtain the information stored inside. Therefore, he knew the whole story in a short time. Chapter 1256. When Jun Changshao saw the huge Shang word, he thought, could this guy be the ancestor of the great Shang Empire? Later, when he heard the prisoner mention the bloodline of the Shang Empire, he was sure, so when the enemy attacked, he took out the token that Shang Yuhen gave him. As expected, the main culprit of the 7th floor was the founder of the Shang Empire, the ancestor that his disciple wanted to spend money to kill the Dark Demon King. Not to mention, it was indeed a little strong. The top of the lower void-piercing realm. But asking him to kill an evil spirit comparable to the middle void-piercing realm was a little unrealistic. Shang Yuhen had no choice but to take a gamble. The gamble paid off. Under the protection of the guards, he escaped from the Tianyuan continent. Although he didn't redeem his ancestor, he met the greatest benefactor in his life. His name was Go Xing. Jun Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestor said gratefully, "Thank you for getting rid of the scourge for my continent, we didn't suffer a disaster." The token recorded in detail the destruction of the Tianyuan continent by the Dark Demon King. At this moment, he already knew the truth. Jun Changshao said, "Shang Yuhen is my disciple, helping is a matter of course." This sanctimonious words attracted the system's disdain. Yes, to kill the Dark Demon King, the host didn't ask for money, but to let him join the sect, he asked for 10 million spirit stones, and he had the nerve to say that? Jun Patriarch has such strength at such a young age, my useless grandson is lucky to be able to become your disciple. The Shang clan ancestor said. This wasn't polite words because from the battle just now, he had already acknowledged it. Senior, Jun Changshao said seriously, I came to the infernal realm to save you. The Shang clan ancestor was stunned, then said seriously, Jun Patriarch, the 9 levels of hell have the strongest defense system in the mortal universe. Once you enter, you can't leave. He had been imprisoned for a long time, and had a deep understanding of the fortress defense system. Unless he spent money to redeem himself, he could obtain a short period of freedom, but the chance of escaping was 0. Trust me. Jun Changshao said seriously, I can do it. The Shang clan's ancestor fell into a brief moment of silence before transmitting his voice. What does Jun Patriarch need me to do? Jun Changshao said with a solemn expression, I want to unite all the prisoners and main culprits of the 9 hells. When the time comes, I hope that Senior Shang will cooperate with me. Not only did he want to save the 9 great martial emperors, but he also wanted to destroy the prison that had plagiarized his idea, making it disappear completely. Since he was here, if he wanted to play, he would play big. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Fortress did not have the authorization from the upper realm. Who would dare to convict the living beings of the mortal universe? Jun Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestor seemed to understand his thoughts and hurriedly said, The defense system of the 9th layer of hell is extremely strong. Even if all the prisoners of all levels work together, they still won't be able to break through. It wasn't that he wanted to boost the morale of others and diminish his own morale. The main reason was that he understood the fortress too well. Furthermore, if he failed to break out of the prison, he would only be charged with an even greater crime. You don't have to worry about that, Senior Shang. Jun Changshao said seriously. You only need to mobilize the prisoners of the 7 levels of hell. Leave the rest to me. The Shang clan ancestor fell into silence. The risk of breaking out of prison was too great. It would be difficult to make a decision without careful consideration. Senior Shang, Jun Changshao said, cultivators like us, our lives are not determined by the heavens. What right does the Starry Sky Fortress have to convict us, and what right does it have to imprison us? How could the Shang clan ancestor not understand this logic? However, in a world where martial arts were respected, having absolute power was equivalent to having control over the truth. This was an extremely cruel reality. My life is in my own hands, not the heavens. Jun Changshao stood up and said angrily, Whether I'm guilty or not, it's not up to them to decide. Whoosh whoosh. His unyielding aura was unprecedentedly strong. The Shang clan ancestor was stunned. Vaguely, he seemed to see himself in Jun Changshao when he was young. He walked out of a small town at the border and relied on his own strength and the help of his brothers in the turbulent times to finally create a great Shang empire. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. The blood in the Shang clan ancestor's body seemed to be burning instantly. Just because of that sentence, my life is in my own hands, not the heavens. A young man who was not delusional. In the past, didn't he rely on his passion to create the Shang clan dynasty? After that, he became engrossed in cultivation and gradually calmed down. However, today, Jun Changshao awakened the delusional aura that had been sealed in his blood for a long time. The Shang clan ancestor clenched his fists as if he had returned to his youthful self. He said, Jun Patriarch, if you want to cause a ruckus, these old bones of mine are willing to accompany you. He was locked up in a dark prison without daylight. I've had enough. Since this young man had destroyed the Dark Demon King, why couldn't he gamble with his life with him? Alright. Jun Changshao looked up and said, Cause a ruckus in hell. System. After my host wore the great sage suit, he became even more arrogant than before. I'm afraid he won't stop until he pokes a hole in the sky. In the depths of the 7 layers of hell, there were a few wooden stakes with 3 battered and exhausted prisoners tied on them. That's right. They were the 3 martial emperors of the falling star continent. One was called Emperor Jing, One was called Emperor Luan, and one was called Emperor Shin. The three martial emperors' titles came from their surnames. Because their appearances were too tragic, the author didn't even bother to mention their names. Sigh. The supreme powerhouses of the falling star continent were reduced to such a state, it really made one sigh. Senior Shang. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, I still have to go to the 8 layers of hell, I'll leave them in your care. The Shang clan ancestor nodded, but before he entered the teleportation array, he said, Jun Patriarch, the main culprit in the 8 and 9 layers of hell, has reached the middle level of void-piercing realm, you must be careful. Middle level? Jun Changshao shrugged and said, looks like I'll have to be serious. Xiao. He stepped into the array and disappeared. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. The Shang clan ancestor said in his heart, a smile appeared on his old face and said, It's been a long time since I've been so excited. Tianyuan continent. The Starry Sky Fortress's warship hung in the sky. The patrolling envoy who blocked the way was surprised. The Dark Demon King was destroyed. The purpose of his trip this time was to get rid of the evil spirit that harmed the world, but the latter was already dead. It was really unexpected. Who? The patrolling envoy stood at the bow of the ship. A majestic aura appeared around his body, locking onto a martial artist who was building the city wall in the ruined city, using a tyrannical method to forcibly extract the memories in the sea of consciousness. A moment later, frowning, he said, It's that guy. The patrolling envoy used a martial art that could steal other people's memories, from which he saw Jun Changshao that he had met in the outer region of the Starry Sky Fortress. Getting rid of the Dark Demon King that was comparable to the middle level of void-piercing realm, this kid's strength is not small. The patrolling envoy was a little confused. But why did he go to the Starry Sky Fortress? Forget it. Let's first inform the fortress about the news here. The patrolling envoy drove the warship to leave the Tianyuan continent, and on the way back, he sent back the news of the Dark Demon King's destruction using some special technique. Moreover, he also drew out Jun Changshao's portrait and sent it back. Chapter 1257. Starry Sky Fortress. Above the 9th floor of Hell, there was a hall called the Patrol Hall. Inside, there were 12 seats that corresponded to the 12 earthly branches, namely Zi, Chou, Yin, and Mao. That's right. This was where the 12 patrol envoys usually gathered. As the leader of the fortress, these 12 powerhouses were not only responsible for capturing prisoners, but also for managing the 9th floor of Hell. There were many projection arrays in the patrol hall, providing real-time information to the prison. At this moment, several powerhouses with strong auras were either sitting on the chairs with their legs crossed or resting their chins on the back of their hands. Their eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. What were they looking at? The 8th floor of Hell. Jun Changshao, who had just entered. It turned out that Go Xing had already attracted their attention when he broke into the 2nd and 3rd floors from the 1st. The patrol envoys would not deliberately stop him, because since there was a teleportation array connected to the lower floors, it meant that this kind of behavior was allowed. However, they did not expect the bald man to fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor, and he was good at everything. Especially when he fought with Qin Linran, his singing was out of tune. If they had not turned off the projection array in time, they might have exploded on the spot. Boss. The patrol envoy called Yin said, Should we report to Master? The 9th floor of Hell allowed people to break through, but to fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor was really amazing. The shifty-eyed, wretched-looking man sitting at the front crossed his arms and said, Master is recuperating. He is not allowed to be disturbed. He was called Z, the boss of the 12 patrol envoys. Envoy Yin was silent. Master had never left the Starry Sky Fortress. How could he be injured? And after recuperating for so long, his injuries were probably not light. Boss. The ugly envoy said, Who hurt Master? Envoy Yin and the others also wanted to ask this question. Z shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, but to be able to hurt Master, he must be stronger than us. Everyone was surprised. The murderer who hurt Master was stronger than them. He must have reached the upper level of the void-piercing realm. Why would such a top powerhouse who could ascend to the upper realms stay in the mortal world? Could it be that he was indifferent to fame and wealth and had no desires? Boss. At this moment, a patrol envoy walked into the main hall and said, "Old Seven just sent a message. The Dark Demon King who wreaked havoc on the Tianyuan continent has been killed." The ugly emissary and the others were astonished. The envoy Z asked, "Who did it?" The person pointed at the light screen and said, "Old Seven has sent a portrait of the other party." The image of a black-robed young man in his early 20s gradually appeared in the image formation in front of him. That was right. It was Jun Changshao. The great dark demon king is an evil spirit born in the mortal universe. Its strength is comparable to the top level of the middle level of the void-piercing state. How could it be defeated by a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair yet? The envoy was doubtful. The messenger said, "The picture was given by the seventh brother, so it can't be wrong. Maybe he looks young, but he's actually an old monster who likes to pretend to be young." Everyone agreed with this statement. In the mortal universe, there were always some martial artists who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years who insisted on showing themselves as youth. It was understandable that they wanted to make themselves look younger, but it was intolerable that some people with different personalities liked to change their gender. For example, everyone subconsciously looked at Mao Shi. She was the only female among the 12 patrol envoys. She was an outstanding beauty that could not be described too much. "What are you looking at me for?" Mao Shi frowned. F***ck. The envoy could not help but roar, "Can't you change your voice into a woman's too? I like it. What can you do about it?" The envoy clenched his fists. If it were not for the boss, he would have already made his move and tortured this pervert who was originally a man but ended up being a woman back to his original form. "Everyone," the envoy asked, "have you seen this person before?" No. Everyone shook their heads. They had been enforcing the law in the mortal universe for many years and had seen many strong people, but this young man was strange. That's strange. The envoy was puzzled. If he can kill the great dark demon king, it means that this person is not an ordinary person. Why haven't we seen him before? "Boss!" The envoy, who had been silent all this while, said with a sharp gaze, "This guy looks familiar. You know him?" The envoy asked. The envoy thought for a moment, then looked up at the light screen of the 8 levels of hell and said, "Don't you think that the person in the picture looks very similar to that guy in terms of body shape and size?" The envoy and the others looked up. After repeated comparisons, they came to the conclusion that they were indeed similar. When Jun Changshao met the patrol envoy outside the Starry Fortress, he used his original appearance. Although he changed his appearance in time, it was only his appearance that changed. Could it be the envoy touched his chin and said, "This guy is the one who killed the great dark demon king? Right now, he just changed his appearance?" The envoy said seriously, "That's him." As soon as he said that, the patrol envoys immediately believed him. Because although he did not talk much, he was good at observation and insight. As long as he confirmed it, there would be no mistakes. "Understood," the envoy said. "No wonder this guy could break through from the 1st level to the 8th level. Turns out that he is really strong. He hit it very well." The envoy said, "I almost thought that he was only at the lower level of the void-piercing realm." Everyone was amazed by Jun Changshao's disguise. Only the envoy fell into a short silence, then said with a serious look, "Why is he in the 9 levels of hell?" "He openly attacked in the city," the envoy said. Everyone had already investigated the case of Jun Changshao's imprisonment. The envoy clasped his hands together and rested his chin on the back of his hands. His wretched little eyes looked around and said, things are definitely not that simple. This person came to the Starry Fortress. He must have an ulterior motive. What ulterior motive? The envoy said jokingly. Don't tell me he wants to break out of prison with a prisoner? The other patrol envoys laughed. Even if they guessed that Jun Changshao came to the 9 levels of hell with an ulterior motive, they would never think that he would break out with a prisoner. Because the defense system of the Starry Fortress did not agree to it. Zichou in Mao Chen Si Wu Wei Shin Yu Su Hai did not agree to it. These 12 patrol envoys wearing the Code of Justice, just by standing in the 9 levels of hell, would exude a strong deterrent force. Confidence made them fearless. Third brother. As the leader of the patrol envoys, the envoy was more cautious. He said, "Go down and take a look." Okay. The envoy turned and left. Just as he reached the door of the hall, the envoy added, "If that guy defeats the main culprit of the 8 levels of hell, you can test his strength." Understood. The envoy's lips curled into a smile. He was one of the more combative ones among the 12 patrol envoys. Now that he had the chance to fight with the person who killed the Dark Demon King, it should be very interesting. Boy, don't let me down. In the 8 levels of hell, Jun Changshao stood proudly with the Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens sword in his hand. Dust, stones, and other debris gradually appeared around him, exuding an incomparably sharp sword aura. On the huge rock opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a 3-inch beard. He carried 9 ancient swords on his back. His eyes were filled with surprise. He said, "So you are also a sword cultivator?" Chapter 1258. Why could Jun Changshao, whose true strength was Wu Xing's great fulfillment, fight head-on with a lower void-piercing realm? Although it was due to equipment and other factors, the more important thing was that he was a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. The combination of the two added a huge bonus. Therefore, although Jun Changshao encountered strong enemies along the way, as long as they were not overwhelming, even if he might not win, he would not be defeated too badly. Moreover, when he fought with others, he either fought with his bare hands or with his saber and spear. He rarely used his sword, so it was easy to overlook that he was a sword cultivator who relied on the talent fluid to forcefully advance. There were not many unique sword Dao techniques in the sect of all times. The only ones that could be mentioned were the Heavenly Sword Technique and 10,000 Sword. Jun Changshao majored in these two. To be exact, he had managed to grasp it without much practice. It was hard to compare with spending money, and hard to compare with using cheat. Since transmigrating to another world, Go Xing, who had obtained the system, had a good time using cheat. He had been using cheats all the time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The second style of 10,000 swords was used. Jun Changshao exuded a majestic sword aura around him, enveloping all the usable stones, dirt, and other objects and then gathering them in the air to form a vortex. Oh my God! What sword move is this? Every blade of grass and tree can contain a sharp aura. The prisoners with bruises and swollen faces in the distance all stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. At that moment, Jun Changshao, who was in the center of the vortex, activated the special effects to the extreme, like a supreme master who could control all things in the world. Here came the problem. Why did Go Xing rarely use his sword? Because the more he did not need too much description to have an extremely cool scene, a slight pose would burn the budget crazily. If he played too much, the producers would not be able to bear it. However, Jun Changshao could not care so much this time, because the middle-aged man with 9 swords on his back was not only a sword cultivator, but also a mid-level void-piercing realm, so he had to use a large-scale sword technique. Not bad, not bad. That person's gaze was burning. As a top expert in sword Dao, he could tell from the sword aura that this young man from the 7th floor was not simple. Shwa. He pointed 2 of his fingers at the sky, and the 9 ancient swords behind him flew up into the air like a peacock spreading its tail. He exuded a powerful sword will and said proudly, "Come, let me have a taste of your sword moves." This person's name was Ephaeshua, the main culprit of the 8th level of hell. He had been obsessed with the sword since he was young, and in the end, he used the sword to prove his Tao. He was definitely a top-notch sword master in the mortal universe. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Fortress had to send out 4 patrol envoys before they were able to capture this person. The first 2 patrol envoys that were sent out were all defeated. The main culprits of the first few levels might be able to look down on each level of the prison due to their special abilities. Ephaeshua relied on her actual combat power, so her danger level was evaluated as a. The Shang clan ancestor was also very strong and was only a small step away from breaking through to the middle level, but he was only rated as B. Therefore, perhaps the first few floors were just a warm-up for Jun Changshao, but when faced with the main culprit of the 8th floor of hell, he had to treat it with utmost seriousness. Hoo! The sword intent continued to strengthen, and the area it spread out was even wider. Stones, sand, and dirt were all attracted and gathered in the whirlpool, forming an even more shocking feast of 10,000 swords. Senior. Jun Changshao floated in the air and said loudly, "Please enlighten me." Xiao. Raising the jade dragon asked the heaven sword in front of him. The countless spinning sword lights behind him pressed towards Ephaeshua like a tornado. The special effects were so high, the scene was so strong that it directly stirred up space. Although Jun Changshao had never focused on cultivating the way of the sword, as his realm continued to increase, his understanding of this aspect became deeper and deeper, especially the 10,000 swords returned to origin, which had reached the point of perfection. This sword strike. It was absolutely stunning. Even the patrol envoys who were watching through the light screen were deeply shocked by the sword force that was like a torrential storm. To be able to reach such a level in the way of the sword and sword skills, what kind of terrifying training did this child go through? The envoy frowned. Experts in the martial way were very common in the mortal universe, but experts in the way of the sword needed to comprehend it day after day. Those who were able to achieve great things all had unimaginable hardship. For example, Zhou Hong. Ever since he joined the Sect of all times, he had been cultivating and comprehending the way of the sword every day. It could be said that he was wholeheartedly devoted, which was something that many martial artists could not achieve. No one could succeed so easily. Behind the brilliance was countless trials and tribulations. Of course, Jun Changshao was an exception. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The second move, all things as swords, was like a tornado or a giant dragon with barbs all over its body. The sword intent that erupted also became unprecedentedly strong. Xiao. 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 Sword marks were drawn in the space, as if it could be cut apart at any time. Ephaeshua clasped his hands together, his beard fluttering in the wind. With a serious expression, he said, 9 swords in one, I, the unique and righteous. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The 9 ancient swords behind him in the shape of a peacock spreading its tail quickly gathered together, and then a huge sword shadow appeared, slashing down at the incoming swords with a strong sword intent. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. Another sword aura erupted, and the space could no longer withstand it and began to collapse. However, just as the 2 powerful sword intents were about to collide, the sword gleams that were formed by various miscellaneous items suddenly scattered and swept over from all directions. Xiao. 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 The sword gleams evaded the huge swords and swept past Ephaeshua like locusts passing by. Ding. 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 The sword gleams swept past and stabbed into the prison wall. Boom. At the same time, the power of the 9 swords smashed onto the ground like a mountain, shattering the sword gleams that did not attack. Xiao. 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 After the strong sword aura gradually dissipated, the The 9 extraordinary ancient swords flew over and entered the scabbard on Feishue's back. Jun Changshao was still floating in midair with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Huff! A gust of wind blew over, and a tuft of Feishue's beard fell off. He then cupped his hands and said, "Although you are not strong, your control of Sword Tao has reached the pinnacle. I have lost." "Thank you." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Is it over?" "It should be. Judging from the aura, Master Yi seems to be stronger. Why did he admit defeat?" "What do you know? In a real battle of Sword Tao experts, it is not about who is stronger, but who has a deeper understanding of Sword Tao. Could it be that this seemingly young guy has a better understanding of Sword Tao than Master Yi? Otherwise, why would he admit defeat?" The prisoners were discussing and did not hear the notification that sounded in Jun Changxiao's ears. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtained 20,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 3000100000. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained Lingyan Pavilion's exclusive divine weapon modification Stone X1. It has been transferred to the Infinite Space Ring. After entering the 8th level of Hell, Jun Changshao received a mission to subdue Feishue with his sword skills. Now, he had completed it. He floated down and kept the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. Jun Changshao turned to look at the teleportation formation in the distance, and then looked up at the camera that captured everything inside. He grinned and said, "Last level left." Chapter 1259. When Jun Changshao used his sword skills to subdue Feishue, he was only one level away from clearing the entire hell. Looking back at the process, he felt that it was very simple. The system was speechless. He is really cheap. To subdue Feishue, Jun Changshao did not forcefully ask for the soul origin, because he knew that a true Sword Tao expert was not allowed to trample on his dignity. If Qin Linran and the others knew about this, they would definitely cry until they fainted in the toilet. Feelings. Our dignity can be trampled on by you as you wish? Everyone. Jun Changshao looked at the prisoners and said, "Which one of you is from the Falling Star continent?" 3 men who stood in the crowd without any sense of existence walked out. They were the remaining 3 pitiful martial emperors. A certain reader had guessed correctly. The emperors were mainly surnames: Emperor Zhao, Emperor Qian, and Emperor Sunday F***ck. Could it be more professional and serious? When the 3 emperors learned that Jun Changshao came from the Falling Star continent to save them, they were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Although the 9 great martial emperors who were imprisoned in hell were pitiful and had no sense of existence, they were still very important to Jun Changshao because they were related to 2 epic missions. In fact, whether or not he could ascend to the throne depended on the 9 of them. "The 3 of you," Jun Changshao said seriously, "when I defeat the main culprit of the last level, I will save you." Because they had long discovered that there was a projection array that could capture them at any time, important conversations at any level were carried out through sound transmission. Jun Patriarch. Emperor Qian said, "The last level of hell is imprisoning a terrifying demon, don't be rash." Head? Jun Changshao said, "A vicious beast." Emperor Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of fear and said, "It is said that this is an ancient vicious beast with a lifespan of at least 50,000 years. Back then, it was only subdued by the joint efforts of the 12 patrol envoys." "It can't be?" Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Shang Yuhen had once said that the patrol envoys of the Starry Sky Fortress all had the strength of a middle void-piercing realm. The main culprit of the 9 levels of hell was too fierce. "Should we go down?" Jun Changshao was at a loss. He had the talisman of Cosmos and the great sage suit, so he wasn't afraid of his opponent. The problem was that if he were to fight, he would definitely have to use up his trump cards. Was there a need for that? The system said, the epic quest is only to rescue the 9 great martial emperors. It doesn't require the host to clear it. Therefore, it's better for the host to quickly think of a way to break out of prison and return to the falling star continent. Ding. Side quest activated. Again. Jun Changshao pulled open the data panel. After seeing the content of the mission, he cursed, "You are AF * King Toxic Healer." The system also collapsed. If it had a physical body, it would definitely give itself a few slaps. The side mission was, please defeat the main culprit of the last level of the 9 levels of Hell Elite mission. Jun Changshao had already cleared the 8th floor. Now that there was a mission that required him to defeat the culprit on the last floor, what was the difference between that and clearing all the levels mentioned by the system? AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, for the sake of the elite mission, I have to go. If it was still the same ordinary mission that rewarded 20,000 contribution points, he might consider giving up. But this time, as a real man, he couldn't be a coward. At that moment, the late sect leader Wang forcefully appeared and frantically buffed him with the Iron Bones buff. Ta! Jun Changshao strode forward. Jun Patriarch, when the 3 martial emperors saw him walking towards the teleportation array that led to the 9th level of Hell, their expressions gradually froze. Ifeishue, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, raised his head and said in surprise, "Your Excellency is going to the lowest level?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Ifeishue clasped his fists and said in admiration, "A real man." He knew that there was a terrifying demon imprisoned below. He had considered whether to challenge it many times, but in the end, he dismissed the idea because he wasn't too confident. Under everyone's gaze, Jun Changshao stepped into the array and then disappeared with a whoosh. He went down. He really went down. The main culprit imprisoned at the lowest level is a cruel, ancient, ferocious beast. That guy is going to be finished. The prisoners in the 9th level of Hell had never seen the last main culprit, but they had all heard that the other party was extremely powerful. There were even rumors that he had 1 foot in the upper-level void-piercing realm. Jun Patriarch. The 3 martial emperors prayed in their hearts, "I hope you can survive." In the patrol room, when Jun Changshao entered the teleportation array, the envoy who had been watching the screen frowned and said, "This guy is really brave. He actually dared to challenge the demon that we barely managed to subdue after joining forces." "I'm afraid he's going to die," the envoy said. The envoy thought for a moment and used a special method to send a voice transmission. "Third brother, stop him and test his strength." Ifeishue lost to Jun Changshao. He didn't think that it was because Go Xing was strong, but because he had a high understanding of the sword Dao and subdued the other party. So, if they really fought, if that guy wasn't willing to reveal more of his strength, it would be difficult to defeat the envoy. Roger. Swoosh. The scene in front of him was chaotic. Jun Changshao was in an environment full of flowing lights, so he said in surprise, "This is the last level? Why doesn't it feel like a prison, but some kind of illusion?" "That's right. This is an illusion." The burly envoy strode out from the boundary of flowing lights. The cape behind him fluttered without wind, and his whole body emitted the aura of a marine admiral. "You are?" Although Jun Changshao asked, he had already guessed his identity from his clothes. One of the 12 patrolling envoys of the Starry Sky Fortress. The envoy stopped, clasped his hands together, raised his head slightly, and said proudly, "Yin-Hu." "Yin-Hu?" Jun Changshao grinned and said, "The other 11 patrolling envoys, are they called Zishu, Chonyo, and Mao too?" "That's right," the envoy said. Jun Changshao joked, "You shouldn't be called patrolling envoys, but zodiac envoys." The envoy took advantage of the other party's teleportation and brought him into the illusion, not to chat, so he said lightly, "Fighting from the 1st level to the 8th level, you are quite capable." Luck, Jun Changshao said. The envoy asked, Is it luck that you killed the Dark Demon King? Jun Changxiao's expression changed slightly. How did he know about this? Kid. The envoy grinned and said, take off the human skin mask on your face, because we already know your identity. Jun Changxiao was a little embarrassed. Swoosh! Inscription emissary shrugged his shoulders and shook off his cloak, revealing his muscular arms. It was obvious that he was a strength-type player. Come, he said proudly, fight with me. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I still want to challenge the main culprit of the last level of hell. If you can't even beat me, you will be tortured in the 9th level of hell. The envoy said, come, if you beat me, I will give you 1,000,000 9th-grade spirit stones. Jun Changxiao really didn't want to fight with him. After all, he needed to save energy to complete the side mission, but he was tempting him with spirit stones. F***ck. Is he humiliating me? F***ck. Does he think that Jun is greedy for money? Swoosh. Jun Changxiao pulled off the mask on his face and returned to his super-handsome appearance. He shouted, bring it on! Boom! Suddenly, the space rumbled and shook, and violent psionic energy surged out like waves. When everything gradually weakened, Yin stood where Jun Changxiao was and moved forward. His right fist was in a bombardment shape and covered in layers of energy. The camera cut to the distance and saw Goxing, who had passed all 8 levels, embedded in the space barrier in a sexy V shape. His entire face was stuck to the barrier as if he was wearing a plastic wrap. Reader, nice. Give me the ticket. Chapter 1260. Jun Changxiao was able to subdue Yi Feishue, who required several patrol envoys to work together. He relied on 10,000 swords converging and his deep understanding of swordsmanship despite his low level. Therefore, it was not true strength. Then, could Goxing fight against a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator? Just now, he was sent flying by Yin's punch. There seemed to be a gap between them. The system roared, a gap my ass, there's obviously a big gap. What's the point of forcing Goxing to redeem himself? Damn it! Jun Changxiao fell from the space, then staggered to stabilize himself. He rubbed his chest and said angrily, what kind of hero is he to suddenly attack? Although he said so, he was a little shocked. The moment the other party attacked, he only felt a strong aura pressing down on him, and then he was sent flying before he could catch the movement. The gap between him and a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator was too big. It's normal, the system said. The host is only Wu Xing at the consummate level. Strictly speaking, there's a gap of 2 realms between you and a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator. The anger on Jun Changxiao's face was replaced by a smile. The battle with the Star Navigation King in the Soul Race continent made him realize the gap between realms. Facing the patrol envoys this time, the gap was even stronger. This, Jun Changxiao's spirit energy and blood boiled, and his eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. He said, this is interesting. Huff, huff. In an instant, the great saint's set on him flashed, especially the lotus silk cloud walking shoes, which seemed to be shrouded in clouds. Yin's eyes were filled with surprise. He saw Jun Changxiao's equipment from the screen, but did not take it to heart. It was not until today that he realized it was not ordinary. Good guy. A full set of top-grade equipment. Whoosh! At this moment Jun Changxiao took a step forward, and with the help of the lotus silk cloud walking shoes, he appeared in front of Yin at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He punched with absolute power. Boom! 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 Inside the colorful illusion, violent energy suddenly emerged, forming the momentum of mountains and tsunamis. However, the emissary stood where he was and allowed Jun Changxiao to attack him. He did not move an inch and even smiled. Among the 12 patrol envoys, his defense was second only to the ugly envoy. With the support of the great sage Set, Jun Changxiao's combat prowess had increased by quite a bit. However, it was still a little difficult to shake him with just fist. Boom. His fist was aimed at the crotch area of his lower body. Jun Changshao. Because he had been attacking for a long time without success, he was a little anxious, so he didn't pay attention and hit the wrong place. Since he had used it, he might as well use it. After all, no one saw it. Brat. The envoy frowned and said, "That's not very kind of you." Boom boom boom. Jun Changshao took the opportunity to throw a few more punches, but when he saw that the other party was only frowning without much change in expression, he roared in his heart, "Does he not feel pain?" Shwa. While he was thinking, Inshir's powerful and heavy arms swung over, bringing along a violent wave of air, blowing Go Xing so hard that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Boom. On the light screen in the patrol room, it could be clearly seen that in the illusion, Jun Changshao seemed to have been slapped away by Inshir and crashed into the space barrier, causing it to cave in. "Isn't he too weak?" the ugly emissary said in shock. The black emissary, who was in female form but had a male voice, flicked his hair and said, challenging the main offender of the 9th floor of hell, "Are you sure you're not courting death?" Seeing that Jun Changshao was sent flying by Yin Hu twice in a row, the patrol emissaries expressed their disappointment and even had some doubts about the information sent by Old Seven. It was this guy. Could he defeat the Dark Demon King? The envoy clasped his fingers and locked onto Jun Changshao on the light screen. He said, "This guy may be deliberately hiding his strength." As the boss of the patrol emissaries, he was always clear-headed, so he didn't think that the guy who could fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor would be too weak. But in fact, only Jun Changshao, who was at the consummate level of Wuxing, was really weak when facing a real middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator without activating the invincible mode. He didn't hide his strength either. In the illusion, Yin-Hu stood where he was and said speechlessly, "Kid, how did you deal with the Dark Demon King when you're so weak?" There was no disdain in his words. He was just unhappy that Yin-Hu had deliberately come to intercept him, hoping to have a good fight, but the opponent was weaker than expected. He was really disappointed. Jun Changshao fell from the space barrier again, then his shoulders and head drooped. He said, "Please don't doubt me. I don't want to doubt you either." Yin-Hu said truthfully, "But your strength is really terrible, so I have to doubt you. Is that so?" Jun Changshao, who had been keeping his head down, smiled and then gently raised his right hand, grabbing the green dragon crescent blade that appeared. His whole body was instantly enveloped by the loyal blue attribute. The envoy's eyes were filled with surprise. The envoy said solemnly, "This guy is going to be serious." The ugly emissary, the black emissary, and the others all stared at the light screen, curious about the blue attribute that suddenly emerged. Happiness doesn't need to wait until tomorrow. The next second feels so far away. If freedom can be uninterrupted, fine, I'll be an immortal forever. In the training field of the sect of all times, the disciples led by Lu Wanshur were doing their daily morning exercises to the accompaniment of Nez's theme song. The melody seemed to have pierced through the void and appeared in the illusion of the starry fortress. When the blue attribute weakened, Jun Changshao was already in the air, the green dragon crescent blade gathering power and ready to slash down. Behind him, there was the mighty and tall Guan Yu. This was the special effect of Wu Xing's soul. Although it appeared a lot in the early stages and rarely appeared in the later stages, when it was activated again, the aura that spread out was still intimidating. Many of the weapons in the shop could not keep up with the times. This was undeniable, but it did not mean that they were abandoned, because the strength of a weapon ultimately depended on the strength of the user. Me. Jun Changshao roared angrily, "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Whoosh. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, nascent soul constitution, and special effects, the blade of the green dragon crescent blade shone brightly, and the blade aura that came out of it seemed to turn into a raging green dragon. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The space in the illusion was instantly cut apart, and the system could not help but exclaim, "This operation of forcefully enhancing equipment in the early stages is really go-shing." Stomp! Inhu took a step forward, and a serious look appeared on his face. He then gathered power in his hands and grabbed at the blade aura that came pressing down. Boom! In an instant, the blue aura spread out in the illusion like a rising tide. Inhu was still standing in the same place, his hands holding the blade aura that seemed to have turned into a green dragon. He grinned and said, "Although this attack is not bad, it's still lacking." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao, who was suspended in the air, had a strange smile on his face. Huff 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 huff. Huff 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 huff. His body was once again shrouded in some special energy, and the soul of Wu Xing gathered behind him quickly dissipated, and was replaced by a hairy soul with a thunderous mouth. Special effects. The great sage had returned. Chapter 1261. In the background music, a Macket-like soul took over Guan Yu's place. It wore the same suit as Jun Changxiao's. It closed its eyes and crossed its arms as its red cape fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! An aura that refused to submit to heaven and earth erupted, covering the entire illusion in an instant. It made Jun Changxiao and Yin, who look extremely small in comparison. What was style? Even if it had just appeared, even if it closed its eyes and crossed its arms, it would still exude an invisible and deadly aura. This was the real style, the style that a top mighty should have. That was right. This was the monkey that jumped out of a rock and dared to go against the heavenly court. If Li Qingyang and the others were present, they would have knelt down because Go Xing had convinced them that this was the founder of the sect of all times, the true leader of the generation. The Sun Messenger and the Ugly Messenger widened their eyes. After the new soul appeared, the light screen that was responsible for capturing the image began to tremble. Impossible! The Sun Messenger was shocked. Impossible! The projection array that existed in the Nine Hells was very advanced, but now it was trembling under some kind of power. It was unbelievable! The Ugly Messenger and the others frowned. Although they were not in the illusion, they could tell that the soul that seemed real was very scary just from the image projected by the light screen. This was not the source of the power, because no one could be sure how strong it was before it made a move. Just the lazy posture of standing with his arms crossed had the effect of intimidating them. The camera returned to the illusion and Jun Changshao, who was hovering in the air. He stood under the burst of power of the soul, feeling as if he had ascended to heaven. The blood in his body burned instantly, and he could not help but say, "Great sage." Although the Monkey King that appeared was different from the TV series, it did not stop Go Xing from having a strong sense of worship in his heart. After all, this was a well-known superhero in Huaxia. Swoosh! Standing behind Jun Changshao like a god, the great sage, heaven's equal, suddenly opened his eyes. Two crimson lights flickered as he said, "Kid, are you sure you want to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife?" Whoosh! As he spoke, a gust of wind swept up. Inhu took several steps back, and his eyes were filled with shock. The soul had only spoken 2 sentences, but the pressure it contained was enough to make him tremble in fear. "This is what I call imposing." Jun Changshao thought to himself, "When will I be able to achieve that?" The system replied, "As long as the host is willing to invest contribution points, the day will come when the host becomes as strong as a great sage." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and raised his green dragon crescent blade, pointing it at Yin Hu and saying in an imposing manner, "Take care of him." AI. The great sage, heaven's equal soul, sighed and said, "Although I don't agree with you, since you've summoned me, then—" He tilted his head slightly to the side and placed his right hand on his ear. Then, as he separated his right hand, the shining Rui Jingu Bang gradually appeared. The action of summoning the weapon was super cool. The author's writing skills are limited, so please use your imagination to fill in the gaps. Hoo! The moment the Rui Jingu Bang appeared, the aura within the illusion reached its peak. Yin Hu's face gradually turned ferocious, and he was considering whether or not he should retreat. Retreat? It was too late, because after the great sage summoned his signature weapon, it flew out from behind Jun Changshao and came crashing down. He did not even bother to shout lines like, "Eat my staff," because the opponent was too weak. The Rui Jingu Bang came crashing down, but there was no strong shockwave. In fact, it was very slow. However, the formless pressure made it difficult for Yin Hu to move. "This is bad." He frowned. The seemingly simple and unadorned staff came crashing down, but it was definitely packed with shocking power. Arg! Yin Hu clenched his fists and broke through the restraints of the pressure. He raised his head and roared. The clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing his solid muscles. The tiger head tattoo on his chest shone brightly. Roar! A huge tiger beast that looked both real and illusory appeared out of nowhere. It raised its head and roared. Its violent eyes and ferocious appearance would definitely scare children to tears. Yin Hu had used his trump card. He had completely unleashed the power of the tiger stored in his body. The Rui Jingu Bang did not give the huge tiger beast a chance to roar a second time. It smashed down on its head, causing it to tear up. Boom! The power of the tiger shattered on the spot. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to come crashing down. Before Yin Hu could use his mystique to break and spit out blood, he caught it with his head. His eyelids rolled up and he fainted on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ha! The great sage, heaven's equal, put away his weapon and yawned. So, it's a tiger demon. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The patrol envoy was a mid-level void-piercing realm cultivator, and he fainted on the spot after being hit by the Monkey King. If he went all out, wouldn't he be able to kill everything? A staff that was worth 100,000 contribution points came crashing down. Even though Yin Hu had used his strongest trump card, he was still killed in an instant. What did that mean? It meant that once one had the ability to make money, there was nothing difficult in the world. Kid. The great sage, heaven's equal soul gradually dissipated. He said, "If you meet such an opponent again, don't summon me. It's a waste of time." Understood, great sage. Jun Changshao watched as his childhood idol turned into a cloud of mist and returned to the three-piece set. Then, he walked over to the unconscious Yin Hu and shook his head. I should have asked him to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones from the start. The patrol envoy didn't have a space ring, so Go Xing couldn't skillfully loot his body. It was indeed a pity. I'll owe it to you, Jun Changshao said to himself. If there's a chance, I'll ask for it with interest. Whoosh! At that moment the illusion suddenly collapsed. Go Xing was in endless darkness, and the words, "Ninth floor of hell," gradually appeared above him. The unconscious Yin Hu was teleported to the patrol room. The envoy Z and the others looked at the bump on their heads, and all fell silent. Just a moment ago, many of them were still questioning Jun Changshao and how he took care of the Dark Lord. Now they all understood. "Boss," the envoy Z said solemnly, "what kind of mystique did that kid use? How could he summon a soul that killed Yin Hu in an instant?" The envoy Z held his chin and said, "I don't know." The envoy Z pointed at the light screen and said, "That kid ran into the main culprit." The envoy Z and the envoy Z turned their eyes and saw Jun Changshao, who was in a magma-like area, looking up at a behemoth. It wasn't a human, nor was it a beast, because it didn't have any physical form. It only had a big open eye, and it was emitting a black aura. It was bound by dozens of chains with seal patterns engraved on them. The main culprit of the 9th floor of hell, the final boss of the checkpoint. "It looks so ugly," Jun Changshao said with a look of disdain. Bullsh *T. The big eye rushed out and tightened all the chains, roaring, "I'm the most perfect living form in the mortal universe." As soon as it spoke, Jun Changshao saw a mouth so small that it was almost invisible under the eye, so he held his head and said, "I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding about the perfect living form." Chapter 1262. The main culprit of the 9th floor of hell was a big eyeball monster. Its overall shape was very much like a large football. Its skin was sunken to varying degrees, just like the surface of the moon. It was so ugly that people could not look at it directly, not to mention why it was bound by so many chains. Just based on its appearance, Jun Changshao felt that it should be locked up. Otherwise, it would be a crime to go out and scare children and plants. However, speechless, this guy actually had the cheek to say that he had a perfect spiritual body. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. The system promptly complained. He is still lacking compared to the host. I can vouch for this with my dignity. Scram. Jun Changshao looked at the big eyeball again and resisted the urge to vomit. Evolving into such an ugly appearance, aren't you afraid of scaring yourself when you sleep at night? The side mission was to defeat it. Go Xing would definitely mock it mercilessly. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The big eyeball monster struggled. Unfortunately, under the chains it could not pounce over. It could only roar with anger. Brat, I'm going to eat you. Jun Changshao, who was originally a little worried, saw that the other party could not break free from the chains. He took a step forward, maintaining the closest distance, and laughed in an extremely annoying manner. Come, come! Xiao! At this moment, the patterns on the chains disappeared into thin air, and immediately, bang bang bang, all of them broke. The smile on Jun Changshao's face stiffened. Whoosh whoosh. The big eyeball monster, which was not suppressed by the chains, suddenly burst into its strongest state. One could only see the majestic evil aura pressing down on them like waves. This is troublesome. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the 9th floor of hell. Ripples spread out crazily, shaking the dozens of array barriers in the dark to gradually materialize. Boss. In the patrol room, the ugly emissary said with a solemn expression, "Without the master's permission, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to remove the seal of the eyes of the void." The black emissary said worriedly, "If it gets too big, it will shake the prison's defense system." "It won't." The black emissary clasped his fingers and said seriously, "The eyes of the void has been sealed for so long. Even if it temporarily regains its freedom, its strength will be greatly reduced. It will definitely not be able to bring the defense system." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, another powerful movement came from the light screen. The ceiling of the 9 hells was hit by the giant eyeball monster's powerful attack, and instantly, waves of energy rippled. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of array formations began to distort. The envoy smiled coldly and said, "You want to break out of prison as soon as the seal is broken? What do you think the Starry Sky Fortress is?" Boom! Boom! The large eyeball continued to crash into the defensive barrier. Although the explosion of power was strong, it only caused the barrier to tremble and showed no signs of being shaken. When the prisoners of the 8th floor of hell felt the quake-like shaking, they couldn't help but wonder if that fellow had already started fighting with the main culprit of the 9th floor of hell. Ifashur thought to herself, "This isn't caused by a fight, but more like a deliberate collision. Could it be that guy wants to break out of prison by force?" Boom! Boom! In the 9th floor of hell, the giant eyeball monster was still crashing into the defensive system of the Starry Sky Fortress. Although it caused a huge commotion, it was actually of no use. Ugly freak. Suddenly, a voice came from the dark area below. "Are you ignoring me?" The void eye, which was about to attack the defensive barrier, turned its eyeball and found that the human it had sent flying was walking out with a long spear. "You're still alive?" Pfft. Jun Changshao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was undeniable that the sudden attack of the giant eyeball was very strong, even stronger than Yin Hu, but how could he be killed in a second when he was wearing the great sage set? Jun Changshao looked up and said, "We're on the same side. Neither of us is resigned to our fate, and we're eager to break out of this cage and pursue freedom. Come." He pointed the spear and said boldly, Become my contract beast, and we'll work together to pierce through this sky. Huff huff huff. As soon as he said that, the dark aura suddenly appeared in mid-air and quickly condensed into a large hand, tightly grasping Jun Changshao, who had just entered the tricking mode. The Void Eye sneered. Kid, haven't you realized that I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant? Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The evil power of darkness erupted again, dancing around like a group of demons. You're underestimating me? Jun Changshao's lips curled into a smile. He was clearly being controlled and could die at any time, but he could still smile. This made the giant eyeball furious. Damn you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding dark power instantly pressed down on Jun Changshao. However, just as it was about to get close, Go Xing suddenly opened his mouth and took the initiative to suck the evil energy into his body. The Void Eye was stunned. The Z Messenger and the Cho Messenger were also dumbfounded. The Mao Messenger covered his mouth and said in shock, he actually ate it. Not only was Jun Changshao eating, but he was also eating very happily. His eyes narrowed into a line. Dad! In his energy center, little Xie said excitedly, I love you! Huff huff huff. The evil energy that was absorbed into his body was all transferred over, as if it was a super tonic being swallowed by the little guy, and then it was strengthening itself bit by bit. The Void Eye was an evil being. Little Xie, who was born in the mortal universe, was also an evil being. Therefore, when Jun Changshao came to the 9th level of hell and saw the giant eyeball covered in dark energy, he was immediately overjoyed. Little Xie has food. For example, when the seal was lifted, the terrifying energy wave that pressed down had not seeped into his body yet, but he took the initiative to absorb it and then let the evil spirit convert it into energy. The Void Eye was shocked. Its evil energy was an incurable poison to any living being, but this guy took the initiative to absorb so much of it and was completely fine. This was unbelievable. Huff huff. At this moment, Jun Changshao had already swallowed all the dark power that pressed down on him. He lowered his head and aimed his mouth at the big hand that was holding him tightly. Eat all of it, Dad! The evil spirit said loudly. Can I do it myself? Okay. Jun Changshao looked up and opened his mouth. Whoosh. Little Xie flew out of his dantian and attached herself to the big dark hand in the form of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, and then she began to gorge herself. This is, the giant eyeball exclaimed, an evil spirit. The voice was transmitted to the patrol room through the array. The Zizi and the others all stood up with shock in their eyes. In the mortal universe, a special consciousness would form, and then gradually form a spirit seed. Finally, it would evolve into a spirit body, a spirit infant, and finally a complete creature. To put it bluntly, it was the upgraded version of the heaven and earth element. However, because it was born in the endless universe, its power was far stronger than that of its kind, and it was even known as the king of the element. Spirit seeds were extremely rare, and top powerhouses dreamed of obtaining them. Now, the spirit body that represented the most evil, the infant spirit had appeared in the 9th level of hell, and the patrol envoys could not remain calm. It's over. The Void Eye's eyes were filled with despair. It was not a spirit body but an evil beast. In front of the infant spirit that was born from the essence of the universe, it was really delicious food. Because no matter how powerful the negative attack was, it was impossible to shake the king of evil. Calm down, calm down. The Void Eye was still calm, and it thought to itself, this infant spirit doesn't seem to be too strong. I should still have a chance. It stopped thinking, and its eyes widened to the extreme again. Because another red light flew out of Jun Changshao's mouth, and then floated in front of it. From the lotus shape, a 3-year-old child gradually unfolded. He patted his little belly band and said, Who gave you the courage to bully my father? Chapter 1263. Although the power of the eyes of the void had no effect on little Xie and might even be a tonic, the other party didn't seem to be strong. He should still be able to save it. However, when Xiaohua flew out of Jun Changxiao's mouth and opened its mouth arrogantly, the big-eyed monster suddenly froze. Fire! Fire, soul, spirit! The voice of the eyes of the void was already trembling, and it was obviously crying. After all, the evil spirit was of the same attribute as it, and the fire soul spirit was of the opposite attribute. Can I still be saved? When Xiaohua appeared, the shock in the eyes of Zizhu and the others was even more intense. It was already very amazing to have one spirit seed in the mortal universe, but that guy actually had two. This was simply shocking. What's more, one was evil and the other was fire. They should be mutually exclusive. Why could they coexist? Jun Changxiao himself couldn't explain this problem. If he had to give a reason, it would be the Sky Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Right. There was this thing too. In terms of strength, the big-eyed monster was almost the same as the dark demon who had previously harmed the world. The latter had been trained to call her grandaunt. If the former was taken in, the result could be imagined. No wonder Jun Changxiao almost couldn't help laughing on the spot when he saw that the last boss was an evil creature. Even if you gave me a human powerhouse, similar to the patrol envoy level, I might have to pay a price. This one didn't need to. Since he had the magically modified vacuum cleaner, Go Xing definitely had rich clinical experience in dealing with unclean evil creatures. In summary, the eyes of the void was hopeless. It was also about to cry because the fire soul spirit had frightened it. The evil spirit was eating the evil attribute crazily. At this speed, it would soon be eaten up. Every bit of power it released was condensed with painstaking efforts, but now it had become a wedding dress for others. Friend, the eyes of the void said in a serious tone, what you just said, we can seriously discuss it. What is it? Become my contract beast and work together to poke a hole in the sky. It was scared. In the face of two little goblins who ate people without putting salt, if it didn't cower, its 10,000 years of cultivation would be in vain. Sorry. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I don't want to discuss it with you. Little Xie had consumed a lot of evil attribute energy in a short period of time, and her strength had clearly increased, so he gave up on the idea of subduing her. The system said, it's mainly because it's too ugly. Father, Xiaohua asked, can I refine it? It couldn't consume the evil attribute, but it could use flames to purify and then enhance itself. For example, its current baby spirit form was also because it had defeated the Dark Demon King. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the two evil beings. If he could purify them to his heart's content, he would definitely benefit greatly. Sure. Jun Changxiao agreed. The big eyeball monster was now equivalent to a big cake. As a father, he would definitely share it equally with his sons and not be biased. Xiaohua turned its head, its eyes twinkling. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. The void eye panicked. In the end, it looked at Jun Changxiao and roared, Brat, don't push me too far. That was right. His situation was very dangerous. But even a clay figurine has a temper. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If the spirit of the fire spirit really dared to, huff. Xiaohua pouted and clenched its fists. Flames that could purify all evil in the world suddenly erupted, and it instantly turned into a small fireball. Seeing this, the void eye's anger and courage instantly withered. This little guy clearly didn't look very strong, so why did its flames make its mind tremble? If it knew that little Xie, who was eating elemental energy, was once a dark demon king and had been refined into an infant spirit, it would understand why. Hey! Xiaohua said proudly, you have to cooperate or it'll hurt. The void eye despaired. No, I have to eat faster. Seeing that the big brother that always bullied it wanted a share of the pie, little Xie devoured the evil attribute even faster. After a short while, the dark hand that bound Jun Changshao was completely devoured. Then, it looked at the void eye with a scorching gaze as if it was looking at a big cake. Ah! The big eyeball monster couldn't take it anymore. It roared angrily and then viciously slammed toward the ceiling. It wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. It wanted to break through the defenses and find a way to survive. Boom! Boom! The void eye completely went berserk and began to madly attack. The 9th floor of hell was instantly enveloped by a monstrous evil aura, which made Xiaohua and Little Xie even more excited. Go! Whoosh whoosh! The two little guys rushed over and stuck to each other like plasters. One opened its mouth and ate, while the other used fire to purify it. Children. They liked to snatch food and toys. Thus, neither of them was willing to fall behind. They wanted to take their share of the pie as quickly as possible. This made the void eye suffer. It could only desperately ram into the wall and resist. Boss. The ugly emissary frowned. Should we stop them? The two baby spirits that flew out of Jun Changxiao's body shocked them greatly. However, if they just watched from the sidelines, the main culprit of the 9th floor of hell would probably be completely wiped out. Master said so. The ugly emissary said, every floor of hell has a teleportation formation that allows others to go down. The purpose is that if someone defeats the main culprit of the same floor, they will be replaced. Boss, you mean if that guy defeats the void eye, he will become the new main culprit of the 9th floor of hell? The rabbit asked. That's right. The ugly emissary kept looking at the big eyeball monster that was being bullied by the two baby spirits. To be honest, deep in his heart, he wanted to see the void eye purified, because this ancient great evil was too dangerous, and his master insisted on keeping it locked up. If it really broke out one day, it would definitely be a disaster for the mortal universe. Although the word justice was not written on the cloaks of the 12 patrol emissaries, they all had a righteous heart. For this reason, they were willing to serve in the Starry Sky Fortress and not pursue a higher martial path. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions frequently came from the 9th floor of hell, which made the prisoners of the 8th floor of hell very anxious. However, after a few hours, the commotion became quieter and quieter. What's going on? That guy fought with the main culprit for so long. It should be over by now. Yes, it was over. However, it was not as the prisoners thought. Jun Changshao was being tortured to death because he was leisurely sitting in the distance and drinking tea. Plop! The huge void eye fell to the ground. Little Xie and the young man were still attached to it like two parasites. Judging from the current situation, the big eyeball's body was dark brown, which meant that the evil attribute in its body had either been absorbed or refined by the flames. His entire cultivation base had been wiped out. The most tragic thing was that it had become a wedding dress for the two baby spirit. Swish! Little Xie reluctantly landed, then lay on the ground, rubbed her protruding belly with both hands and said happily, "That was so satisfying." "Dad," Xiaohua said, "we can keep this ugly thing. When we condense enough evil attribute in the future, we can continue to improve our strength." Hearing that, the void eye fainted on the spot. Chapter 1264. Xiaohua and Little Xie only dealt with the energy in the big eyeball monster's body, causing it to fall into absolute weakness. But as long as the tank was still there, as long as it was placed outside, sooner or later it would be filled with water again after a rainy day. So, this was a carrier that could be recycled again and again. "Come." Jun Changshao walked over and said with a smile, "Now we can discuss it properly." For Xiaohua and Little Xie, he decided to endure the risk of vomiting and forcefully subdue this ugly monster. The system said, "A father's love is like a mountain." F***ck off. Jun Changshao cursed, then said with a cold expression, "I will only give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't compromise, then wait to be turned into ashes." Tears flowed out of the big eyeball monster's eyes. This must be deliberately sent by the Starry Sky Fortress to torture it. 1. Compromise. Compromise. As a great ferocious beast of the ancient era, it immediately admitted defeat after hearing Jun Changxiao's words. Of the two infant spirits, one could eat its attributes, and the other could purify its attribute. Facing them head-on was equivalent to courting death. Relax your mind, don't resist. As Jun Changxiao spoke, he released his soul force and then integrated it into the Void Eye's mind, beginning to sign an unfair contract. Xiaohua and Little Xie stood on both sides, crossing their arms and raising their heads, looking like they would beat it up if it didn't behave. Jun Changxiao had experienced signing contracts with beasts many times, so he could be said to be quite experienced. Coupled with the fact that the target was very cooperative, it only took half an hour to complete the contract. Master! The Void Eye respectfully shouted. At this point, the 9 main criminals of the 9 levels of hell were all dealt with by Jun Changxiao, and he also unlocked the completion achievement. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward: 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points: 8000100000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. Reward: Lingyan Pavilion Exclusive Divine Weapon Modification Stone X1 Opening Seal Talisman 3x1 has been transferred to the Spatial Ring. Because the Void Eye had become Jun Changxiao's contract beast, the side quest was completed. The exclusive Divine Weapon Modification Stone would be given to almost all missions, so it was not a rare item. Now that he was rewarded with an opening seal talisman, he would definitely feel great. Brat. Suddenly, a voice came from the projection array in the sky. According to the rules of the Starry Sky Fortress, since you have dealt with the Eye of the Void, from now on, you are the main culprit of this layer of hell. Swish. On Jun Changxiao's prison uniform, the word main culprit gradually appeared. Images of him were also transmitted to the other 8 hells, and all the prisoners witnessed it. Oh my God! Shang Yohen's eyes widened as he said, "The Patriarch has become the main culprit and the main culprit of the 9th floor." The Harkin exclaimed, "Master is truly ferocious." The other prisoners of hell, such as Huayenyao and Nebula Kid, also saw the words gathered in front of Jun Changxiao's chest through the light screen that suddenly appeared. They were shocked and said, "He actually cleared the level." The entire prison was in an uproar. However, a change in the Master of the 9 Hells was a very big matter. Therefore, after the announcement was made, images appeared in the Starry Sky Fortress as well as voices. For a moment, Go Xing seemed to have appeared on TV, becoming the focus of everyone's attention and causing an even more intense sensation. The 9th floor of hell actually changed its main culprit. I heard that the one who was previously imprisoned was an ancient great evil, whose strength was infinitely close to the upper level of the void-piercing realm. This guy can defeat it and replace it. His strength must be terrifying. Don't you think that this back view is a bit familiar? Damn. It seems to be the guy who openly attacked at the entrance of the inn. Jun Changxiao returned to his original appearance during the battle with the Yin envoy, but he was still recognized. After all, such an outstanding man, no matter where he was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and so outstanding. It's him. The grumpy brother lying on the hospital bed looked through the window at the light screen. His face and even every muscle on his body stiffened. That guy could actually defeat the main culprit of the 9th floor. His previous provocations were equivalent to frantically testing the boundaries of the underworld. Jun Changxiao replaced the Eye of the Void and became the final boss of the 9 hells, instantly causing a huge sensation. In fact, the martial artists in the city didn't know that this guy fought from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, otherwise the shock would only be greater. The main culprit? After looking at the two words printed on the prison uniform, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I don't want to be locked up here forever. The host can leave now, the system said. There were two reasons for coming to the Starry Sky Fortress. One was to buy the half-saint pill, and the other was to find the 9 great martial emperors. As for clearing the 9 hells, it was just out of interest. So now that it was done, it was time to return to the Starfall continent. The system said, How should the hosts get out? Yes. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged and thought, How do I get out? From the 1st floor to the 9th floor, why didn't the fortress care about it? They definitely allowed others to take the initiative to challenge, otherwise they wouldn't have built a teleportation array. To put it simply, as long as you were in hell, you could do whatever you wanted. However, if you wanted to escape, they would definitely not agree. If I take out the space-time worm to gnaw on the defensive array, unless I can break it instantly, they will immediately be alerted. Jun Changshao thought to himself. The system said seriously. The big eyeball monster attacked for so long just now, but it didn't shake the defensive system. It will be difficult for the host to escape with the space-time worm alone. Alone? Jun Changshao said. You mean one is not enough? Do I need to gnaw on both the jade flower and the pillar? The system collapsed. What I mean is that the space-time worm won't work. What the hell is he thinking? No rush, no rush. Jun Changshao thought to himself. I still have to think of a way to take the 9 great martial emperors away, so even if I escape, I have to go up and not directly escape to the outside world. Hey! He raised his head and shouted, I can come down, but can I still go up? No. Jun Changshao was depressed. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to secretly take the 9 great martial emperors into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. What if I insist on going up? You can't go up. The envoy sitting in the patrol room said through the formation, because this is the strongest defensive system in the mortal universe. Even upper-level void-piercing cultivators can't do anything about it. Jun Changshao said disdainfully, No matter what formation in the world, there will be flaws. As long as I want to, I can easily break it. TSK. A few of the patrol envoys snorted. It was undeniable that this guy was very capable to fight his way from the 1st floor to the 9th floor and even defeat the envoy. However, the fortress's formation system was of the highest level in the mortal universe. How could it be easily broken by others? Kid. The envoy said indifferently, Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Jun Changshao spread his hands and said, If you don't believe me, you can take a gamble. Gamble on what? Gamble that your gun doesn't have a... Bah, I said the wrong line. Gamble that if I break through each isolation formation, you will allow me to freely enter and leave inside. What if I can't do it? That big guy who blocked the way earlier, I don't want the 1,000,000 spirit stones he owes me. Chapter 1265. Jun Changshao was a person who treated money like dirt, but regarded spirit stones as treasures. Therefore, if he was willing to bet the 1,000,000 spirit stones that Ian Hu owed him, it meant that he was serious. The envoy fell silent. Could it be that this guy really had the confidence to break the array? Being cautious was an advantage, but being overly cautious would make one a little inflexible, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Go Xing was bragging. Boss! The envoy said, Bet with him. Jun Changshao's arrogant appearance really made people feel very uncomfortable. Humph! The envoy sneered, this kind of arrogant person will only realize his own insignificance when he experiences failure. The envoy thought about it again and said, You can try to break the array that isolates the upper level, but if you dare to escape, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry. Jun Chang smiled and said, Everyone here is talented, and their words are pleasant to hear. How could I escape from prison? The envoy did not say anything else and got up to leave. However, before he left, he ordered the people on duty to monitor Jun Changshao all day long. If he did anything illegal, they must inform him immediately and take corresponding countermeasures. If that was the case, why did he agree to let him break the array? From the 1st level to the 9th level, and with 2 spirit seeds in his body, he was definitely a talent. The envoy wanted to see if he had any attainments in arrays. Not to mention, for now, although Jun Changshao was the main culprit of the 9th level, he had not committed any major crimes. Being locked up in hell was nothing more than fighting in the city, and there was no need to evaluate the level of danger. The main culprits in the 9th level of hell all had a rating, but because Go Xing became the final existence in the challenge, he was definitely the first special existence in history that did not have a rating of danger. If the system knew, it would definitely complain again. If this guy really caused trouble, the level of danger could not be represented by. It had to be specially designed by the reader. How do I break the array? Jun Changshao sat down and began to think seriously. Because he was being watched, he could not take out the space-time worm and bite it, so if he wanted to break the array, he could only rely on his own wisdom. Elder Zhen once said that. Jun Changshao thought to himself, any formation formed by formations and lines, no matter how perfect it is, will have a flaw. As long as I can find it, I can easily break it. Schwa. Thinking of this, he floated to his feet. Everything that had happened during this period of time had left a deep impression on him. He was a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts, but he had neglected the fact that he also knew about formations. The main reason was that he was usually lazy and left the work to others. Jun Changshao stopped at the center of the 9 layers of hell. His powerful soul power immediately surged towards the spatial barrier created by the void eye. Whoosh! He touched it slightly and penetrated it. Jun Changshao asked in surprise, "Is it that simple?" The formation system had been bombarded countless times by the giant eyeball monster, but it hadn't cracked in the slightest. Yet, his soul had easily fused into it. It was simply too inconceivable. However, a mere second later, Jun Changshao's expression changed. At this moment, he had fused his soul body into the defensive formation system. The scene that appeared was that of endless lines. They crisscrossed or surrounded one formation after another. It was even more complicated than a chessboard. If the defensive system was compared to a world, Jun Changshao felt that he was like a grain of sand. No. It's too complicated. Even if we call Elder Zhen and Xin Yao over, they might not be able to break it. Jun Changshao was still bragging arrogantly just now, but after seeing the complicated prison defense system, he immediately withered. Sigh. The system said, "Let's use a cheat." "It's impossible to use a cheat," Jun Changshao said seriously. "I need to prove myself." Next, Jun Changshao used the time to thinking about how to break the formation, how to go up and take the 9 great martial emperors away. The system was speechless. Even if you break it and gather them all, without using the time and space worm, how are you going to leave the 9 layers of hell? Don't forget, this is only a prison, there are still city defenses outside. I've already thought about it, Jun Changshao said. Use the teleportation gate of the dimensional battlefield to first sneak into the dimensional battlefield. Then use the green flower to break through the barrier of the Soul Race's continent and return to the Falling Star continent through the space-time tunnel created by the pillar. Damn! The system blurted out. This kind of prison escape idea was simply too amazing. No wonder when the host came to the Starry Sky Fortress, you brought the teleportation gate in advance. So you already had a plan. The system said. No. Jun Changshao shook his head. I brought the teleportation gate out because I thought that if I encountered any trouble, I could hide in the dimensional battlefield in time. I didn't think about using it to break out of prison. The system was convinced. As long as the dimensional battlefield teleportation gate was set up, it could immediately form an entrance. The host could completely ignore the defense system. Stepping into it was equivalent to stepping into another world. It was the best way to break out of prison. However, the prerequisite using the teleportation gate will create a whirlpool entrance. The host will be discovered before he steps out. So you need to think of a way to cover it up and not be discovered for a long time. Host, you've changed. How have I changed? Given your character, if you were bullied and locked up in prison, you would definitely think of a way to make a scene. Now, your mind is filled with thoughts of how to escape. Damn! Jun Changshao roared. I also want to make a scene, but there are still 11 guys as strong as the big guy just now. Even if I use all my trump cards, I might not be able to win. Furthermore, there was still the fortress owner. So, the system said, the host has also grown. You are no longer rash in a passive situation. Instead, you are starting to use your brain to consider problems. I didn't use my brain to consider in the past? Did you? Jun Changshao had a plan to break out of prison. What was left was to think of a way to break the array that connected to the upper level. Therefore, after a few days of serious consideration, he made up his mind to open the high-level store. The system was speechless. Clearly, he had said that he would rely on himself. In the end, after thinking for a long time, he was thinking about whether to use his current contribution points to try his luck and find a way to break the array. If there is no other way, I will break out of prison first and change my identity to fight again. Then, I will take the 9 great martial emperors away, Jun Changshao said. The system said, the host's imagination is getting bigger and bigger. Sect of all times. In the main hall of the Iron Bone Peak. Just as Jun Changshao was thinking about how to break out of prison, Yuan Gongzi, Elder Wei, Ding Xingwang, and the other upper echelons of the sect gathered together. Elder Gu said worriedly, Elder Jiang has been going to the Southern Sea crossing state for a while, and there is still no news. Will there be any accidents? With Hall Master Z and the others following him, it shouldn't be, right? Elder Zhen said. After Jun Changshao left the Falling Star continent, in order to find his sister, Jiang Ye finally decided to go to the Southern Sea crossing state. Accompanying him were the Purple King, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and He Wudi. Now that a few months had passed and there was no news at all, it really worried everyone. Sigh. Yuan Gongzi shook his head and said, if I had known, I would have waited for the Patriarch to come back and let him look for her. Elder Wei said, if everything is settled by the Patriarch, what is the point of having us? Yuan Gongzi was silent. Elder Wei said, the strength of the sect does not depend on the Patriarch alone, but on the strength of the entire sect. When disciples go out to train, it is inevitable that they will encounter trouble, so the most important thing to do is to rely on oneself. Hall Master Wei is right. Ding Xingwang agreed. These 2 experienced old men were not saying that they would not help their disciples if they were in danger, but that they could not rely on the Patriarch for everything. There is news. At this moment Li Luoqiu strode over and said, there is news from the Southern Sea crossing state. Elder Jiang and the others have been besieged by the local sections. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence network has already spread to the Southern Sea crossing state. Yuan Gongzi was surprised. Li Luoqiu explained, the news was sent by Yi Xingchen's eagle. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Speaking of Anyo's blue sky jade carving, everyone was actually quite envious. After all, it was very difficult for ordinary people to own a flying beast. Li Luoqiu said, please report that Elder Zhang's sister may have been found, but because of a conflict with the local forces, she can't get out for the time being. She needs the sect's help as soon as possible. Everyone looked at each other. Although they all had positions and even had the right to support the Patriarch, but they did not have the right to mobilize the sect. Elder Wei said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send people. Although this experienced lover's realm was not the highest in the sect, he was definitely the most prestigious. Inform the eldest disciple, the second disciple, and the others. Inform Hall Master Shui of the War Cavalry Hall. Inform Vice Hall Master Elder Nyo of the Spirit Beast Hall to dispatch flying beasts that can cross the sea. Orders were sent out from the sect's main hall. That day, the high-level figures and core disciples of the sect began to move out. Even the 4 elite battle groups of War Cavalry Peak were dispatched. Senior Apprentice Sister Lu Yao Menjing excitedly said, "We are going to fight." At first, the high-level figures of the sect did not plan on letting her go, but they couldn't resist pestering her, so they could only agree. Yao Menjing had the innate demon body, and was not accepted by the world. But with the sect of all times' current strength, even if news of this spread throughout the continent, there would not be any righteous sects that dared to cause trouble. "Let's go. Poochie! Poochie!" Flying beasts flapped their wings, carrying the disciples of the sect of all times towards the South Sea. At the very front was Xiao Maxian in her true form, carrying little Long Long and Peppa on her back. They were Jun Changxiao's contract beasts and were also part of the sect of all times. Now that Jiang Ye and the others were in trouble, they would naturally go to help. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed through the skies. The rooster that was normally responsible for crowing and had the bloodline of the vermilion bird was waving its 2 large wings as it chased after them, its speed not inferior to Xiao Maxian's. As for what sort of trouble Jiang Ye and the others were in, it was still unknown. But, as soon as the sect of all times obtained news, they immediately sent out all of their elites. Who knew, would the local influences of the South Sea crossing state be able to withstand this? Big Idiot Black. Sitting at the highest point of Iron Bone Peak, White Rakshasa said, "The sect seems to be moving. Should we help?" Black Rakshasa shook his head. "We only need to protect the falling star continent. This sort of trivial matter can be left to them." "All right." White Rakshasa no longer spoke. If Jun Changxiao was in the sect, he definitely wouldn't have allowed them to go. After all, this rescue mission to the South Sea crossing state was a trial for the sect. Sending 2 fathers over was the same as announcing the death sentence of the other party. The sect of all times was the first and foremost principle. Never convince others with martial prowess, only with virtue. Chapter 1266. South Sea Dew State. The Purple King was wearing clothes that would never be worn out. He crossed his arms and hung above the mountains, exuding an aura of disdain. Although this Tao Hua Kun from the upper realm who dared to steal dragon eggs had not recovered to its peak, the aura of a king around him was getting stronger. On the mountain peak ahead, there were 7 old men dressed in the same uniform standing there. They were the 7 grand elders of the Qixing Palace, and their strength was at the level of Wu Xing. As for the Qixing Palace, it was the strongest sect in the South Sea Dew State, and its status was equivalent to the mainland's Taixien Xingzong. "Are you guys fighting one-on-one? Or a group fight?" the Purple King said proudly. His tone was as if he was saying that he was not afraid of one-on-one fights. The 7 grand elders' faces turned gloomy. They had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs. But some time ago, a few outsiders suddenly appeared in the Dew State. They were extremely flamboyant and made enemies with many sects, so they came out of seclusion. Sure enough, they were very arrogant. "Kid," a grand elder said coldly, "our Qixing Palace is mainly proficient in formations. When we fight, we always fight together." "TSK." The Purple King said, "Let's fight together. Don't find excuses." Anger appeared on the faces of the 7 elders. "Come, come." The Purple King waved his hand and said, "Come at me together." This guy was really not afraid of being beaten up by a group. Since he came to the Falling Star continent, he had always been fighting alone. Especially after joining the Sect of all times, the situation was getting worse. There was no choice. Who asked Hall Master Z to be so thick-skinned? For someone like him, if he did not fight alone, it would be meaningless to live. The 7 Grand Elders had not seen such an arrogant guy for a long time. Anger rose in their bodies. Then, they looked at each other and turned into streams of light and rushed over. From the order of their actions, it was obvious that there was some kind of formation mystery. Hall Master Z's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Some time ago, he sparred with the disciples who used the square heaven and earth formation every day. Although he could not hold on when there were too many people, he still had rich clinical experience. You want to play this trick with me? Unless your combined array formation is stronger than my sect of all times. Even though Hall Master Z had always emphasized that she had become a member of the sect because she and Jun Changshao were using each other, deep down, she had already approved of it. After all, she had completely fallen in love with Lu Wancher's food. He and Yi Xingchen in the Imagination Trio were both representatives of the Tsundra type. They were both stubborn types. Swish, swish. The 7 Grand Elders flew over and quickly surrounded the Purple King. Then, they operated the array and immediately formed layers of flowing light barriers. Hoo-hoo! A gust of wind rose between the sky and the earth, and dense spiritual energy spread out wantonly. The Purple King didn't move an inch from beginning to end. Only when he was trapped in the formation did he slowly take off his clothes and put on his exclusive divine weapon, Hellish Fury, on his fist. With his current strength, he would have no problem fighting 7 Wuxing. However, since the other party had formed a formation, he had to take it seriously. The 7 Grand Elders were on the verge of collapse. They could still tolerate this guy taking off his clothes when fighting, but when he wore red underwear and a pair of pink gloves, they really couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, the 7 Grand Elders, who were originally serious, said in unison with a ferocious expression, "You're a pervert." Boom. Suddenly, the Purple King punched out, causing the barrier to tremble violently. That's right. I'm a pervert. Hall Master Z wasn't human. He didn't care about what the world thought of him. Therefore, he didn't feel any psychological pressure while wearing pink gloves. If it was Goxing, perhaps, he would really do it. After all, everyone knew that he was shameless. The 7 Grand Elders' expressions changed. The other party's seemingly ordinary punch was able to shake the barrier of their formation. His strength was much stronger than they imagined. Everyone, one of the Grand Elders said in a deep voice, "Make your move. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo." In an instant, the spiritual energy inside the formation exploded, and then it condensed into illusions that ruthlessly pressed forward. Come. The Purple King roared furiously, "Fight to the end." Because of the incompetent roar a title, his roar directly shattered the dozens of illusions that were approaching him. The 7 Grand Elders were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack that contained such a powerful sound. Boom. 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 Within the combination formation, the Purple King fully unleashed his strength, and a wonderful battle unfolded. The camera also turned to the distance, toward an area with dust and craters everywhere. Boom. 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 The violent spiritual energy bombarded like cannonballs, and the ripples from the aftershocks rippled crazily, constantly destroying the surrounding space and environment. The ones attacking were dozens of Wu Huang and half-saint level experts. They stood in different positions, and all kinds of energy converged on one point to bombard it. After bombarding for a while, they finally stopped, panting. Hoo-hoo! A cold wind blew, blowing away the dust and spiritual energy in the bombardment area. The first thing that came into view was a golden shield that emitted a heavy aura, surrounded by a materialized barrier. The shield was Xiao Ziji's. At this moment, he was standing proudly next to it. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were also there. The two of them held their hands and floated in the air. One was cold and arrogant, and the other was calm and indifferent. The dozens of martial artists' expressions became interesting. They had attacked together for such a long time, but they still couldn't break the defensive barrier set up by the other side. This was really a blow to their self-esteem. "Junior brothers," Xiao Ziji said, "I'll hold them back. You two go and help Elder Jiang." "No need." Yi Xingqian stepped out of the defense area, took out the wine gourd at his waist, and said indifferently, "Leave this trash to me." "Okay, junior brother." When Xiao Ziji said this, he had already flown far away with He Wudi. As for the defensive barrier behind Anyo, it had disappeared. "Damn! Aren't you guys leaving too quickly? Go!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dozens of martial artists immediately launched the second round of attack. Dazzling energy came from all directions. "Death parting!" Jun Changshao threw the wine gourd up and shouted, "Sacrifice to the heavens!" Hoo-hoo! The white jade gourd in the air flashed and then expanded rapidly. The mouth of the gourd rotated and absorbed all the energy that came from all directions. The dozens of martial artists were instantly dumbfounded. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the huge wine gourd faced the place with the most people and suddenly spewed out all the energy that it had just absorbed. "Not good! Dodge quickly!" Boom! 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 Although the dozens of martial artists reacted quickly, they couldn't dodge in time. They were instantly hit by the energy that they released and fell down like kites with their strings cut. "Trash," Yi Xingqian said indifferently. His personal divine weapon, Death Parting, had the first form of a wine jar and was mainly used to behead people. The second form of the gourd could absorb all the energy and then control it to attack others. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the reinforcements from the various sects in due state flew over. There were close to 10,000 martial artists who couldn't fly on the road. Mo Wuji did not know what Demon King Zi Su and the others had done to cause them to be collectively targeted. "Go!" One of the upper echelons shouted angrily. Swish! 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 Wu Huang class experts from various sects in due state flew over and surrounded Yi Xingqian in 3 layers. This number of people and this lineup was a little daunting. Yi Xingqian might be proud and aloof, but he still felt a little guilty at this moment. After all, these people were too. "Junior brother!" Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "We are here!" Whoosh! 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 The core disciples of the sect of all times, led by Li Qingyang, flew over at an extremely fast speed. That kind of unyielding aura was like dark clouds pressing down. "Junior brother! We are here!" Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, 7 Fields, and the others shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to be able to shake the mountains and rivers. Yi Xingqian was startled. When he was in danger, there was a group of fellow disciples coming to help him. That kind of feeling was really good. Gradually, Night Emperor's lips curled up into a smile. Huff, huff. Boundless spiritual energy shrouded his entire body. With the scene of his fellow disciples coming to help him, he looked up at the sky and shouted, "I am no longer alone." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless 7 mystic rays burst out and blasted away all the enemies surrounding Yi Xingqian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others flew over one after another and stood behind Anyo in various hovering postures. At that moment, the explosive momentum seemed to be able to break through the 9 heavens. Chapter 1267. Jun Changshao had been to the East Sea Fishing State and the West Sea Spiritual State, but he hadn't been to the South Sea Dew State. However, today, the core disciples led by Li Qingyang carried the banner of the Patriarch and appeared in this mysterious and strange land. "Junior brother, we're here!" The shouts from the crowd seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, shaking the mountains and rivers. "Who are they?" Seeing the streaks of light flying toward them like arrows, the masters of the various sects were shocked. They had mobilized almost all the disciples of the Wu Huang sect to deal with these outsiders, but they only had a little over 100 people. Now, there were at least 300 people flying toward them from the sky. Streaks of light and afterimages were left behind in the sky, bringing an extremely powerful visual experience to the onlookers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang and the others flew to Yi Xingchen. The powerful aura around them made the masters of the South Sea Du State realize that these people were definitely the top of the Wu Huang sect. In the past, the sect of all times was very weak. Facing the invasion of the evil sects in Huaiyang County, they could only rely on Elder Wei, who had no cultivation base. But now, the sect of all times was very powerful, because all the core disciples were at the peak of the Wu Huang sect, and there were even many martial kings in the sect. The sects of the South Sea Du State? Sorry, even if you add the martial king Wu Huang sect, you still can't beat them. What was the foundation? Hundreds of Wu Huang sect disciples hovered in front of Night Emperor, looking at the masters of the South Sea Du State with arrogance, indifference, and disdain. This was the most powerful foundation of a sect. The ninth-rate sect, which was once despised by the world, gradually evolved from a dilapidated room to a magnificent one. At first, there was only one sect master, but now all kinds of disciples were gathered. They were all growing and becoming stronger. Although the process took a long time and it took 1,000 chapters. Sect Master Wang. If you can see me in heaven, please take a look. These disciples are inheriting your principle of being a man of steel and doing things of steel. They are fighting against all the sects of a large overseas state. When the disciples of the sect of all times flew over and gradually gathered in the sky, they emitted an unyielding aura. The experts of the Southern Sea Crossing State were scared silly. After all, this lineup was too terrifying. Retreat? Was it too late? Boom. Right at this moment, an earth-shaking explosion came from afar. The Purple King, who was wearing only red underwear, flew out from the billowing shockwave. His purple hair fluttered in the wind as hell rage gathered a powerful force. Puff! Pooh! The 7 grand elders of the Qixing Palace were scattered in different positions and could not suppress the boiling blood in their bodies from spurting out. Their combined formation was very powerful, but in the end, it was unable to resist the battle-hardened the Purple King, and was destroyed by his absolute strength. However, what shocked the 7 of them was that a young man shrouded in flames suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He raised his claws that were similar to those of a ferocious beast and coldly said, "Dry and clumsy, not round at all." Not good. Boom. One of the Grand Elders did not have time to dodge and was immediately bombarded by Little Longlong's extremely powerful punch. His entire body was blasted down and directly smashed into several mountain peaks. The other few people's faces changed greatly. Hee hee. All of a sudden, a light laughter rang in their ears. Only then did the few Grand Elders realize that a girl about 12 or 13 years old was floating behind them. She gently raised her small hand, and rays of light that resembled feathers appeared out of nowhere. "Let me do it for you guys." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sky was filled with flying feathers, and streams of light shot out like sharp arrows. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions came from the sky. Because the power was too strong, the space began to crack and collapse. Swoosh, swoosh. In the explosion area, the 7 Grand Elders flew out in a sorry state and then scurried around like headless flies. Obviously, they realized that Little Longlong and Xiao Maxian were very strong. Huff, huff. However, just as one of the Grand Elders flew out, a terrifying evil aura suddenly erupted from the sky. The 5 absolute palms ruthlessly pressed down. Boom. The ground suddenly caved in, and dust filled the sky. Ding Xingwang stood at the highest point with his hands behind his back and said with a cold gaze, "None of you can escape." Yes. The other Grand Elders couldn't escape. Because Little Longlong, Xiao Maxian, the Ning brothers, Old Gu, and the other higher-ups had already chased after them. Unless they used cheats, there was no way out. The Yin-Yang sect of the Southern Sea Crossing State would never have imagined that because of their call, it would eventually affect all the sects in the state and eventually lead to a sect of all times. Yin-Yang sect. A sect that cultivated the Yin-Yang sect. According to the continent's hierarchy, it could barely be considered a fifth-rate sect. This sect's cultivation method was very strange. It required a male and female combination. Therefore, every once in a while they would send people to the continent to find suitable women. Because it wasn't too extreme, the women would also benefit from it. Therefore, not only was it not labeled as an evil sect, but it had also existed in the crossing state for nearly 1,000 years. Some time ago, the Yin-Yang sect brought back dozens of good-looking women from the continent as usual. Before they could distribute them to the disciples, a few unfamiliar martial artists came to ask for them. After all, it was considered a fifth-rate sect. Who could tolerate it when others barged in without permission? Fight. They had to fight. However, they couldn't beat a few strangers at all. The sect was almost torn down. To be able to stay in the crossing state for so long, the Yin-Yang sect must have a good relationship with other sections. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a distress signal and invited many powerhouses to help. However, the strangers were very valiant and beat up all the helpers. This caused the people who were beaten up to continue calling for help. In the end, the matter spread to the entire crossing state. Even the Qixing Palace with a high status was involved. In summary, a small matter fermented into a big matter. As for the strangers who barged into the Yin-Yang sect, they were naturally the Purple King and the others. Their purpose was also Jiangyu relying on his essence spirit body to capture a familiar figure that he had been thinking about day and night. Although he had been separated from his sister for a long time, the image of her in his heart would never be erased. Therefore, when he came to the Yin-Yang sect and blasted open the cell wall, he saw the woman curled up in the corner and shivered. He was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, her eyes were lifeless, and her body was covered in wounds. Jiang Ye's head exploded and his mentality collapsed. He gathered violent strength in his right fist and smashed the rows of buildings in the Yin-Yang sect. Then, he walked out of the dust and walked toward the main hall. He said with killing intent, "How dare you hurt my sister? Unforgivable!" Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the others who followed him were silent. They could see that the poor woman who was locked up in the cell must have been beaten and abused. Her dull eyes indicated that she seemed to be delirious. The Purple King hovered in the air and said indifferently, "There's no need for the Yin-Yang sect to exist. As the Hall Master of the Spirit Beast Hall of the Sect of all times, I declare that it will be destroyed with immediate effect." Back to the present, back to the time when Xiao Ziji and He Wudi abandoned Yi Xingchen. In the Yin-Yang sect that had turned into ruins, Jiangyu walked out of the dust with a woman in his arms. "Who are you?" "Jiangyu. I don't think I know you. Where are you taking me?" "I'm taking you home." "Home? Why are you crying?" Jiangyu stopped. He could no longer control his emotions. He hugged his long-lost sister and cried, "God, why are you doing this to me? Brat." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. "You must die for destroying my sect in due state today." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A white-haired old man flew over from the sky. He raised his right hand and gathered a powerful palm print. Boom! The dilapidated Yin-Yang sect was damaged again. Many buildings were instantly turned into dust by the violent airwave. When everything dissipated, Xiao Ziji stood behind Jiangyu with a shield. His feet sank into the ground and he forced a smile on his face. The old man frowned. "This is a grudge between the sect of all times and the Yin-Yang sect. Do you really want to get involved?" He Wudi's voice came from behind. The two of them abandoned Yi Xingchen and came to the Yin-Yang sect to help Elder Jiang because they were worried that something would happen. As expected, it happened. "Sect of all times?" the old man said with a cold gaze. How dare a nameless sect come to Do State and behave atrociously? Although he had not been to the mainland for a long time, he knew about the famous sections. As for the Sect of all times, he had never heard of it. Nameless sect. Woody said, "You're really uninformed." He suddenly stopped talking because the spiritual thoughts he released had captured a large group of his fellow sect members flying over from afar and attacking the enemies surrounding Yixingchen. The white-haired old man also noticed it. His eyes gradually widened, especially when he saw the 7 grand elders of the Qixing Palace being chased and bullied. His heart was in turmoil. "Did you see that?" Woody said. "This is the nameless sect of all times in your eyes." The white-haired old man's mouth twitched violently. "It's only been a few decades since I went to the mainland. Since when did a sect like Wu Huang and Demi-Saint Wu Xing appear everywhere?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment the ground shook. Dust flew in the distance as if a storm was coming. The white-haired old man's eyes almost popped out, because in the dust, thousands of martial artists in fine armor rode on various ferocious beasts armed to the teeth. They were charging over with great momentum. "Ready the arrows!" Zhong Yi shouted. The members of the cavalry of wolves took out arrows from the quiver on their backs and put them on the dragon-tooth bows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Strictly trained hurricane wolves rushed over like the wind. From a bird's-eye view, they looked like a tide. The direction they were heading was the reinforcements of the various sects in Do State. F***CK. What's going on? Retreat, retreat, retreat. In an instant, the martial artists of the various sects turned around and fled in the direction they came from. They were not afraid of the powerful mounts of the Sect of all times, nor were they afraid of the excellent equipment. They were afraid that the other party was a martial king. They could accept 100 martial kings, but thousands of martial kings. Who could bear it? Who could bear it? A few of the Qixing Palace's supreme elders, who were staggering and fleeing, saw the cavalry of war coming over. They cried in their hearts, "Who the hell are they?" The appearance of the cavalry of war's members instantly pushed the Sect of all times' momentum to the peak. The martial artists of Do State could only cover their heads and flee. Everyone. Yuan Gongzi stood on the mountain peak. He picked up the loudspeaker given by the patriarch and shouted, "Pay up and we won't kill." 4 words. He had perfectly inherited Goshing's style. "Pay up and we won't kill. Pay up and we won't kill." The cavalry of war's members also shouted. Their voices were so loud that it seemed to pierce through the sky. With the Sect of all times' current strength, they could completely wipe out the sects of Do State in the South Sea. However, they were in the same line after all. There was no need to be so ruthless. In short, this trip across the sea could not be in vain. "Did you hear that?" Woody retracted his spiritual thoughts and said, "If you pay up now, there's still a chance for reconciliation. Otherwise, you and your sect will end up like the Yin-Yang sect." The white-haired old man's expression was ugly. He was extremely regretful. Why was he here? Why didn't he continue to cultivate in seclusion? Because of the Yin-Yang sect, all the sects of Do State in the South Sea had sent their disciples over. There were as many as 40 to 50,000 of them. At this moment, they were squatting in the open space with their hands on their heads. The fully armed cavalry of war's members rode on their spirit beasts and scattered around, surrounding them. On the mountain peak in the distance, the supreme elders of Qixing Palace and the other sects' higher-ups were panting as they stood on the rocks. Judging from the sweat on their foreheads, they seemed to be very tired. The Purple King, Ding Xingwang, and the others were hovering on the mountain peak, watching coldly. The current situation was that not only were the Do State's disciples surrounded, but the sect's higher-ups could not escape either. "Everyone." Yuan Gongzi raised his loudspeaker and said seriously, "The family of my sect's elder was kidnapped by your Do State's sections. They were tortured until they forgot everything. How do you want to settle this score?" Back then at the Demon Emperor's gate, Go Xing had settled scores with him. Now that it was his turn to settle scores with others, it felt really good. Friend, a sect leader said with an ugly expression, it's the Yin-Yang sect who bullied your sect's elders' family. It has nothing to do with us. We can't be responsible for this. Since it has nothing to do with us, Yuan Gongzi said, why did you send people over? Why did you besiege our sect of all time's disciples? That sect leader was speechless. They definitely did not do it for the Yin-Yang sect, but for the dignity of the Du State's sects. In the end, their dignity was not maintained, and they could not return. Yuan Gongzi said lightly, since you're involved, you have to be responsible. So please cooperate and hand over your spiritual stones, ores, herbs, and crystal cores. Of course. If you're not worried about the risk, you can choose to refuse. Although his words were polite, anyone could tell that it was a threat. Sure enough, the promoted patriarch of Fu was very similar to Go Xing's style. After a short silence, the Qixing Palace's grand elders and the sect's higher-ups could only choose to admit defeat and hand over various martial arts resources. Because there were many sects involved, and there were many high-level powerhouses, they obtained a lot of spiritual stones, herbs, and other things. If Jun Changshao, who was far away in the 9th level of hell, knew about this, he would definitely be happy. Everyone. After Yuan Gongzi checked them one by one, he cupped his hands and said, we'll meet again in the mountains and rivers. Let's meet again in the martial arts world. Let's go. Swoosh. 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 The members of the War Cavalry Hall left first. The Purple King and the others also left one after another. After watching them all leave, the Du State's higher-ups said in their hearts, goodbye, we'll never see each other again. After the East sees U State and the West sees Ling State, the South sees Du State was inevitably visited by the sect of all times. Although the local sects didn't suffer any casualties, they lost a lot of money. They should be glad that Jun Changshao wasn't in the sect. If he brought people here and saw Jiang Ye's family being tortured by the Yin-Yang sect and his disciples besieged, he would definitely bankrupt the sects in the entire state. Sister. On the way back to the mainland, Jiang Ye said to himself, the patriarch must have a way to restore your consciousness and memory. However, when he looked down at the woman who was smiling at him foolishly, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. 9 Transformations Spirit Cleansing Pill? Jun Changshao, who was far away in the Starry Sky Fortress, was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. His eyes were locked on the newly refreshed advanced shop items. He said to himself, this kind of medicine that recovers damaged souls doesn't seem to have any effect. P.S. 4,200 plus words, 2 in 1. Chapter 1268. It's impossible for me to cheat. I need to prove myself. This was what Jun Changshao had said earlier. Now, he had secretly pulled out a high-level store. There was no integrity at all. There was no other way. The defense system of the 9th floor of hell was too strong. Jun Changshao regretted giving the Holy Grade Formation potential liquid to Elder Jun. Otherwise, he might have been able to use it himself. Stop dreaming. The system said, even if the host takes the Holy Grade potential liquid, he's only an array saint in the Falling Star continent. The fortress defense system is at least at the Array Emperor level. It wasn't afraid of being slapped in the face, because it had a very strict scientific basis. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He browsed through the newly refreshed products and saw the pill called 9 Revolutions Spirit Cleansing Pill at first glance. According to the introduction, this pill could quickly restore one's mind and soul after taking it. It's useless, Jun Changshao said. Useless? The system said, are you serious? What I mean is, it's useless to me now, Jun Changshao said. A pill that could restore one's soul was definitely awesome. However, he needed something that could help him get out of trouble and find the 9 great martial emperors. Naturally, he wouldn't consider spending 10,000 contribution points to buy a pill. Continue looking. The system didn't recommend him to buy it. With the limited contribution points, it was indeed not worth it to buy the 9 Revolutions Spirit Cleansing Pill. Jun Changshao continued to watch, and in the end, he collapsed. There were many good things in the refreshed products, but there were none that provided immediate combat power. Just buy something and refresh again. As a qualified salesman, the system definitely had the basic qualities. Jun Changshao's heart ached. However, thinking that the first epic mission had a time limit and he had to return to the Falling Star continent as soon as possible, he decided to refresh again. Here came the problem. According to the rules, he had to spend money to trigger the refresh condition. What should I buy? Jun Changshao was in a dilemma. He could spend 10 contribution points to buy a product in the beginner's store and continue to refresh. For a high-level store to refresh twice, it would cost at least 20,000 contribution points. The system said, recommend the host to buy the 9 Revolutions Spirit Cleansing Pill. Reason? With the host's current level, the opponents you encounter are all at the Martial Emperor level or even stronger. Once you're injured, it won't just affect your body, it will also affect your soul. Therefore, this kind of elixir is a must-have when you go out and seek death. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, that makes sense. Furthermore, the system said, based on the host's personality, if he meets an extremely strong opponent that he can't defeat, he will definitely use the stone statue's power. If he consumes it in time before he loses his mind, he might be able to effectively avoid chi deviation. The first reason had tempted Jun Changshao, and the second reason had tempted him as well. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained 9 Revolutions Spirit Cleansing Pill X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 6000 010 0000. Who? Each refresh and purchase cost 20,000 contribution points. This made Jun Changshao take a deep breath and say, next time, you must get something good. Ding. Sect contribution points 5000 010 0000. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter rang out in the 9 hells, and through the light screen, it was transmitted to the ears of the patrolmen who were in charge of surveillance all day long. What's wrong with this guy? Did he drive himself crazy because he couldn't break through the array defense? It's possible. Jun Changshao had been sitting cross-legged for the past few days, like a monk in meditation. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, and it did indeed feel like he had gone crazy. In fact, every time this kind of unbridled laughter appeared, it meant that he had obtained something good from the store. It was so good that he couldn't control his emotions. Then, what did he get? Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Chi Men Duanjia's Array Breaking Chapter X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 4000 010 0000. Schwa. Jun Changshao's soul entered the spatial ring and held the ancient secret manual that had just appeared in his hands. His eyes were burning as he said, "This kind of thing that teaches others how to break through formations is more useful than the formation aptitude liquid." He found it troublesome and tiring to let this guy set up the array, so he would rather hand it over to Elderjun. However, if it was to break through the array, then he would be a little interested. The system said, "As long as the host is willing to invest, there will definitely be gains. Get out of my way." Jun Changshao opened the front page and his blood immediately boiled, because what was written on it? All the formations in the world can be traced, and all of them can be broken through. Therefore, at the end of his life, he created the Chi Men Duanjia's Array Breaking Chapter and passed it down to future generations. Signed by Chi Men Formation God. What the heck? To dare to use the name God, this creator was too awesome. Indeed, as written in the secret manual, There was no absolutely perfect formation in the world. As long as one followed the rules of the arrangement, there would eventually be flaws, but how to find them was a skill. The Chi Men Duanjia's array-breaking chapter was divided into 3 levels: beginner, expert, and master, corresponding to different levels of formation systems. Jun Changshao began to read, and when he finished reading the beginner level, he exclaimed, "What a godly person!" He had taken a lot of formation talent liquid, and had even asked Elder Jun for advice, so his understanding of formations was not weak. However, after reading the Chi Men Formation God's analysis of the structure and layout of formations, he suddenly felt that what he had learned before was bullsh*t. Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. Jun Changshao thought, if I can fully understand the array-breaking chapter, not only will I be able to break through the prison's defense system, but it will also be of great help in the future. Learn. I must learn. Even if it takes time and energy, it doesn't matter. There is a path to the mountain of books, and the sea of learning is boundless. It was rare that Jun Changshao didn't pursue the power of cheating, but instead, he devoted himself to learning, even forgetting about time and himself. Second brother. In the patrol room, the Mausher looked at the screen and said, "This guy has been sitting there for half a month. Could it be that he is still trying to connect to the next layer of formation?" The ugly emissary said indifferently, "Who in the mortal universe can break this level of formation system? In my opinion, he has already given up and is now sleeping." Pfft. The Mausher covered his mouth and laughed. The ugly emissary almost couldn't help but throw a punch. After all, the other party's laughter was very attractive, but his voice was very masculine. The 9th layer of hell. Jun Changshao was still sitting cross-legged. His soul had already merged with the formation system on the ceiling, as if his whole body was placed in an intricate chessboard. Flaws. Full of flaws. After seriously studying the entry level of the array-breaking chapter, those complicated formations and lines were all full of flaws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jun Changxiao's soul immediately scattered, turning into streams of light that merged with the various formations and lines, and even merged with the projection formation. Half an hour later, Jun Changxiao opened his eyes from his meditative state. Then, he got up and flew up. In the end, he easily blended in. Second brother. The Mausher kept staring at the motionless Jun Changxiao on the screen and said, "How long is this kid going to sleep for?" "As long as he stays still, who cares how long he sleeps?" the ugly emissary said. The two of them probably never dreamed that the scene on the screen would be fixed on Jun Changxiao sitting cross-legged, and even the images connecting to the other layers of the prison had been secretly tampered with. Chapter 1269. When he was breaking through the Shifang suicide tower, Shangguan Xinyao and Zhen Dejuan worked together from the inside and outside, spending a lot of brain cells and time to forcefully break through. The defense system of the 9th floor of Hell was definitely stronger, but it was broken by Jun Changxiao in just an hour. Did he dare to say that he did not use any cheats? This time, the system could testify that Go Xing did not use any cheats. It was completely done with his own effort. If he insisted on denying it, he could only blame the Chiman Duanjia's array-breaking chapter for being too awesome and too easy to learn. Moreover, he had only comprehended the entry level. This kind of easy-to-understand array-breaking secret manual is sold for 10,000 contribution points. High-level stores are really conscientious. After connecting to the defense system above, Jun Changxiao thought to himself. The system was speechless. I've always been very conscientious, okay? Bullshit. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. I spent twice to buy a 7 profound sunglow broken scroll, and you still have the nerve to use the word always? The system was silent for a moment, then said, "This is an accident. If there are a few more accidents, won't I go bankrupt?" Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. Although he was chatting with the system, in reality, His soul force had been spreading out, searching for the projection array that connected to the 8th floor. The formation system here was divided into defense and surveillance. The former was difficult to break, while the latter was easy to break. Jun Changshao now needed to forcefully steal the information, and then completely fix the transmission image, so as to not be noticed by the patrol envoy, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Of course, it couldn't be too long, because it would be exposed in the end. Time is tight. Jun Changshao threw away all distracting thoughts, his soul frantically spreading out, frantically searching for the projection array system of the 8th floor of Hell, and finding it before entering. Fortunately, the 9th floor of Hell was mainly set in darkness, and Go Xing's actions happened to be during sleeping time, so the image displayed in the patrol room was always fixed, and did not attract the attention of the ugly emissary and the others. Xiao! Jun Changshao crawled out from the defensive barrier on the ground of the 8th floor of Hell. Yifei, who was far away, noticed it immediately. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she asked, "How did you get up here?" The prison had always been a place where prisoners could only go down and not go up. This guy, who had just been labeled as the main culprit of the 9th level not long ago, was actually able to come up. This was really too surprising. Senior E. Jun Changshao didn't explain. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. "I have a way to leave the 9th floor of Hell. Are you coming with me or staying here?" Taking away the 9 great martial emperors was a must. However, it would be best if he could take away the main culprits who possessed valiant strength. "I'm not leaving," Yifei said. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. In this day and age, were there still people like Zhao Daodu who were unwilling to leave prison because of their feelings for each other? Yifei said, "I've been obsessed with the way of the sword my entire life. Anywhere is fine." Jun Changshao was speechless. This fellow was the same as Zhou Hong, cultivating the sword Dao to the point of almost becoming a lunatic. "Senior E. Jun Changshao said seriously, "although you can cultivate the way of the sword here, it's no different from building a cart behind closed doors. Only by discussing the way of the sword with more like-minded people and learning the strengths of hundreds of schools can you achieve greater success." "You're right, but..." Yifei shook his head and said, "How many people in this mortal universe are qualified to discuss the way of the sword with me?" Formless posturing was the most fatal. Jun Changshao said, "Senior E, I'm afraid you haven't been to the Falling Star continent or the Sect of all times. There's a powerhouse there called Yixingchen, known as the Supreme of the Sword Dao. His understanding of the way of the sword is far above mine." The system said, "He's starting to persecute Anyo again." Supreme of the Sword Dao? Yifei's eyes burned with passion. What a domineering name! Coincidentally, I'm also going to the Falling Star continent. If Senior E wants to meet Yixingchen, I can bring you along," Jun Changshao said. Time was tight and there was no time to explain. He could only get on the bus first. "Sure," Yifei said straightforwardly. This Yixingchen was stronger than Jun Changshao. He had to experience it. What he pursued was not victory or defeat, but the way of the sword. "Senior, please relax. I'll bring you to a place where it's convenient to escape from prison." Although Yifei was hesitant, he longed to meet a stronger swordsman. He followed the other party's instructions. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. He appeared in the Tianyuan prison pagoda, which corresponded to the 8th floor of the prison he was in. As for the 9th floor, the Eye of the Void was already in place. After being trained by area, it was shivering and crying in a corner. Done. Jun Changshao hurriedly found the 3 emperors, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, and kept them in the pagoda. Then, he sat down cross-legged and continued to communicate with the defense system of the 7th floor. He did not plan to take the other prisoners away for the time being. If he kept everyone on each floor, it would be easy for the fortress to discover. Swoosh. After a while, Jun Changshao merged into the 7th floor of hell. The words, "My fate is up to me, not the heavens," allowed the Shang clan ancestor to regain the passion of his youth. Thus, he agreed to escape without any hesitation. Then, he was placed in the 7th floor of the pagoda. The other 3 emperors were also taken away. At this time, another advantage of the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda appeared. It could be used as a vehicle to store living beings. On the 6th floor, Qin Linran's soul origin was controlled. On the 5th floor, the wine demon was placed in the 6th and 5th floor because he wanted to meet the supreme of wine Dao. Senior. In the 4th floor of hell, Jun Changshao said seriously, "In the sect of all times of the falling star continent, there's a guy called Yi Xingqian. He's known as the supreme of literature Dao. Not only is he proficient in poetry, but he's also proficient in the 4 arts. He can compose a poem in 7 steps and create 300 Tang poems." System. Under this guy's persuasion, Yi Xingqian became the king of all trades. Good. Nebula Kid said, "I'll meet him." Thus, the main culprit of the 4th floor was also placed in the heaven origin suppressing pagoda. Iron Marquis on the 3rd floor, Huiyan Yao on the 2nd floor, and Di Ting on the 1st floor were all placed in. Wow. Arya said happily, "So many criminals came. Oh my god." Zhao Daoda was shocked. "These people are all powerful. They're all top bosses. I'm responsible for looking after them. It must be because of my ancestors." "Remember," Jun Changshao said, "you can train the 9th and 6th floor as you wish. You can't train the rest." "Yes." Arya received the order. After the master left, she came to the 6th floor. She took out her whip, candle, and other tools and walked toward Qin Linran, who was neither male nor female. What are you doing?" "Pa pa pa." "Ah." Qin Linran had handed over his soul origin and was under Jun Changshao's control. Why was he still being tortured? Because he looked too feminine. Go Xing hoped that he could regain the masculinity of a man under Arya's training. Don't say. The effect was obvious. After a short period of whipping, Qin Linran's screams gradually turned from feminine to manly. He believed that with continuous modification, he would completely change. Chapter 1270. The 9 main culprits of the 9 layers of hell were all taken into the Tianyuan prison pagoda by Jun Changshao. Although it seems like they've been temporarily released, it seems like they've just been moved from one prison to another. It doesn't matter where they're locked up anyways, they don't mind a change of environment. Done. After taking Di Ting away, Jun Changshao sighed in relief, then looked up at the defensive barrier and muttered, "I'll be able to leave once I break through this barrier, right?" Xiao. His soul spread out and entered the defensive system. Damn. When Jun Changshao saw the lines and lines that were much more complicated than the previous few layers of defense he had broken, his expression became interesting. The system answered. The ones host dealt with before were just the gaps between the layers, so they weren't necessarily that strong. But this is the entire prison's defensive system, so of course it won't be that simple. Jun Changshao's expression became serious. If he wants to break through such a complicated defensive system, it'll take a very long time. If he's discovered during that time, he'll be in big trouble. Don't think about it, the system urged. Hurry up and break through it, Sha. Jun Changshao sat down cross-legged and focused on analyzing and calculating. If it were Shangguan Xinyao and Zhen Dishuai, they would have done a thorough analysis of the formation's structure and slowly looked for flaws. But Jun Changshao, who learned the formation-breaking chapter of Chimenduanjia, was different, because he directly threw away the unnecessary procedures and started from the most crucial point. 1 day. 2 days. The patrol room. The ugly emissary rubbed his chin. Why are the other layers of hell so quiet? Maybe because they were taught a lesson by that brat, so they've all become obedient, the ugly emissary said while chewing on a carrot. That's true, the ugly emissary nodded. The two of them continued to monitor the situation, completely unaware that Jun Changshao was hiding in a dark corner, madly trying to break through the formation system that connects to the outside world. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The atmosphere was so tense that it made people want to cry. Because the two Shang clan members who were so many generations apart finally met. Bam! Shang Yuhen kneeled on the ground and cried, "Esteemed ancestor, please accept the worship of this descendant." The Shang clan ancestor was also a little emotional, but after all, he had been through a lot, so he forcefully suppressed it. He waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to help him up, saying, "I already know about what happened in the Tianyuan continent. Child, I've made you suffer." "No," Shang Yuhen said sorrowfully. "I have failed to protect the continent, failed to protect my people. I have failed the ancestors, I have failed the Shang clan." Although the plane had been saved by the patriarch, he still blamed himself because his father and the direct descendants of the Shang clan had died in battle for their homeland. He was the only one who had survived. "Child," the Shang clan ancestor said, "you have worked very hard and even got to know Jun Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestors in heaven will definitely be happy." "Ancestor," the Shang clan ancestor interrupted, "let's talk about Jun Patriarch. I heard that you've joined his sect?" "Yes, ancestor," Shang Yuhen said. The Shang clan ancestor said with satisfaction, "Jun Patriarch is not simple. If you can follow him, you will definitely have great achievements in the future." As an emperor who had fought on the battlefield and expanded his territory, he was very good at reading people. Moreover, he had fought from the 1st level to the 9th level. This was a fact that no one could change. "Ancestor," Shang Yuhen said, "my entrance fee is 10 million spirit stones." "Ga." The Shang clan ancestor's expression froze. It was normal to pay an entrance fee to join a sect, but 10 million spirit stones, it was simply, he said in a deep voice, "Child, you are too little." "Yes," Shang Yuhen said with shame. "Patriarch saved ancestor, 10 million spirit stones is indeed too little. So, I want to add another 10 million. "You must," the Shang clan ancestor said. "Adding another 20 million is not too much." Some people might think that the old man's head had been kicked by a donkey. He actually took the initiative to ask his descendants to give him money. In fact, he knew better than anyone how much potential Jun Changshao had after dealing with the Dark Demon King and the Eye of the Void. My Shang clan descendant will become his disciple. This was definitely a great opportunity. No matter how much money was spent, it was worth it. "Child," the Shang clan ancestor said earnestly, "you must remember that money is a worldly possession. If you lose it, you can earn it again. A chance to change your fate is something that can only be encountered and not sought. Say it more directly." He raised his head and said, "In front of a chance, money is dog shit." If Jun Changshao, who was deciphering the array system, heard this, he would definitely go up and shake hands, saying, "Senior Shang is still the one who sees it clearly. It just so happens that I don't lack chances. I just lack some money. Why don't we complement each other?" On the 6th level of the prison, Qin Linran was still being tortured by Arya. His screams were already very manly and rough. A man should act like a man. A woman should act like a woman. Neither a man nor a woman. Jun Changshao could not accept this, so he had to forcibly change him. He could only occupy one side and not both. Big sister and great aunt, Qin Linran was being tortured while begging for mercy. From his tone, it could be heard that there was a change after every training. There was a manliness that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. "Do you still want to paint your nails?" "No." "Do you still want to use rouge and face powder?" "No." "Do you still want to put on eyeliner?" "No." Arya nodded in satisfaction and said, "I hope you can do what you say." "I can do it." Qin Linran raised his hand and said, "I can definitely do it. Under the soul whip, he got rid of his bad habits and completely changed his appearance. When he talked to others, he would spread his legs, and his tone and actions became casual. All of this, Jun Changshao did not know because he sat cross-legged in the prison for 5 days, still focusing on deciphering the array. Shwa. Another day passed. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the defense barrier with extremely high defense coefficient. He said proudly, "No one can trap me." Whoosh! He jumped up and merged into the barrier. Starry Sky Fortress, inside the city. A short white-haired old man was walking on the street with his hands behind his back. His turbid eyes flashed with a hint of clarity. A moment later, he came to the city gate and talked to the guard general. Then, he was allowed to leave the Starry Sky Fortress. The soldiers and passers-by did not notice that when the white-haired old man turned around and walked out of the city, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Buzz, buzz. However, he had just taken a few steps when a bell suddenly rang in the city. It was like some kind of alarm. First level alert. The guard general hurriedly shouted, "Quickly close the city gate. No one is allowed to go out." "Old man," he shouted, "you come back first." Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the white-haired old man who was walking slowly suddenly straightened his back. As if turning into a ray of light, he rushed toward the city gate that was about to close. The guard general's expression changed and shouted, "Stop him!" Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force sounded in the city. It shocked the martial artists. Then, they released their spiritual senses and found that the thick city gate was actually shattered. Damn! Who is so bold? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While the passers-by were shocked, void-piercing realm martial artists flew over from 4 directions in the city and then flew out of the broken city gate. Catch him! You must catch him! In the patrol room, the Z envoy saw the broken city gate through the light screen and shouted with a ferocious expression. The ugly envoy, the black envoy, and the others had already moved out. The main culprit of the 9 levels of hell was gone. He had escaped. In the endless dark universe, the ancient warship moved forward at a terrifying speed. The old man standing at the bow of the ship tore off his disguise, revealing Jun Changshao's face. He looked at the fortress that could no longer be seen with the naked eye and said, "When I finish my mission and break through to Martial Emperor, I will come to thank you for your hospitality." The plot of the Starry Sky Fortress had come to an end. It was not the end, just the beginning. Because only one of the 12 patrol envoys had been defeated and the fortress master had not been encountered yet. More importantly, the demolition teams were not in position and did not explode from the inside out. Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said with a cold gaze, "When I return as the king, I will dye the sky red with demon blood." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he finished his words, several battleships in the direction of the Starry Sky Fortress sped away, and the furious roar of the ugly envoy could be heard. "Brat, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will still bring you to justice." F***CK. Jun Changshao was shocked and said with a guilty conscience, "Let's go, let's go." Whoosh! In the drive device, the highest-grade spirit stone shone brightly, and the ancient battlefield seemed to jump, leaving the ugly envoy and the others in the dust. They said with despair, "It's actually so fast that we can't even see the tail lights." P.S. The network was cut off last night and it lasted until today. The maintenance staff checked for a long time and found that there was a problem with the network cable. They will reconnect the network cable tomorrow morning. Say, who sent the blade along the network cable and destroyed my network cable? Chapter 1271. The performance of the ancient warship was far superior to the warship of the cosmic fortress. Hence, when it sped up, it was so fast that the tail lights could not be seen and the exhaust fumes could not be smelled. Despicable bastard! The ugly emissary, Mao emissary, and the others were furious. If the master knew that all the main criminals of the 9 hells had escaped, he would definitely be enraged. They would definitely be scolded badly. Pfft. The first emissary, who was in the patrol room, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the latest news. After a short moment of suppression, he said angrily, "Inform the other patrol emissaries to return to the fortress immediately. Investigate thoroughly. The main culprits must be caught. Big brother." The first emissary, whose eyes were as cold as a snake, said, "The 9 hells formation system must have been tampered with. That's why the ugly emissary and the others did not notice." The first emissary was angry and blamed himself. So that bastard could really break it. I was too careless. Although he did not know how the main culprits escaped, he was sure that it had something to do with Jun Changshao. Jun Changshao had said that he wanted to break it, and he had agreed to it foolishly. The fortress defense system is extremely strong, but this person could break it so easily. His understanding of formations must be extraordinary. The first emissary frowned. "We have to be more careful when we capture him." "That's right." The first emissary agreed. If he could break formations, he could definitely set up formations. This kind of strong person who was proficient in formations was usually the most troublesome. Actually, he was overthinking. Jun Changshao had just learned how to break formations, and he was not as good as Elder Jun when it came to setting up formations. Whoosh! In the endless universe, the ancient warship was speeding towards the falling star continent. Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit, seriously thinking about a problem. The prison had broken through. However, the fortress would not let it go so easily. It would not be surprising if they came looking for him one day. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. "You can't hide forever." "That's why," the system said, "the host is still not strong enough. If you were as strong as them, you wouldn't have to worry about them coming looking for you." Jun Changshao could tell that the system was instigating him to spend money again. If there was an inexhaustible supply of contribution points, whoever didn't spend them till the end of the world was a coward. Of course. The system said, "Don't be too pessimistic. After all, the 9 great martial emperors have already been rescued. They only need to obtain the recognition of the various sects on the falling star continent to become a martial emperor." Isn't that obvious? Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "Otherwise, why would I waste so much effort? If it wasn't for Shirshirsi's mission, he would have gone to the Starry Sky Fortress to buy some herbs to refine the half-saint elixir. Then, he would have inquired about the overall strength of the Starry Sky Fortress before returning. He would never have deliberately gone to jail. The main reason was that they had met a patrol envoy on the way. The lowest was the middle level of the void-piercing tier, and there were still 12 of them. With Jun Changshao's current strength, which was not even at the lower level, he definitely would not dare to face them head-on, because if he did, he would have to waste his trump card, and even if he used it, he would definitely win. Right. At the mention of the 9 great martial emperors, Jun Changshao was puzzled. The people have already been rescued. Why hasn't Shirshirsi's mission been completed yet? The system said, "Perhaps the host needs to bring them to the falling star continent to fulfill the conditions." I hope so. Jun Changshao's heart moved, and he summoned all 9 great martial emperors. The few experts who had been imprisoned for thousands of years had already bathed and changed their clothes in the pagoda of confinement. Their miserable appearance had weakened a lot, and they had regained a little of their kingly demeanor. Seeing that they were on the battleship, surrounded by the endless universe, the 9 great martial emperors immediately realized that they had been rescued, so they all cupped their hands and "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for saving us. We are all from the falling star continent, so it's only right that we help each other," Jun Changshao said. With his current strength, he could completely ignore the 9 great martial emperors, but they were still his seniors, so he naturally had to give them enough respect. Moreover, Shirshirsi's mission was related to them. Jun Chongshao chatted with the 9 great martial emperors for a while, then put his mind on sailing. Because he had left the sect for a few months, he missed his disciples and Lu Wancher's food very much. At the beginning of his transmigration, Go Sheng was unfamiliar with the iron bone and the entire world, and even felt out of place. But as he grew and developed along the way, he had already regarded himself as a citizen of the falling star continent, and the sect of all times as his home that he would never leave. If it weren't for the bombs, Jun Chongshao had to work hard. He was willing to spend every day with his disciples in a simple and unadorned way, until they grew old and passed away. Babies! I miss you so much. In the universe, Jun Chongshao's roar came from the starry sky. The faces of his disciples also flashed across his mind, one by one. There was Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, Lu Qianqian, and Lu Wancher. Of course, Jun Chongshao didn't only care about the upper echelons and disciples of the sect, but also his friends from the falling star continent, such as Ai Shangyao, Xie Guangquan, City Lord Han, and Shi Jingxian from Miaohua Palace. Don't forget about your wife. Get lost. Falling star continent. The martial artists in the various provinces and cities were either cultivating or busy as usual. Their days were peaceful as usual. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down from the sky, and heaven and earth trembled violently. Everyone was dumbfounded. The experts of the various sects walked out of their rooms and looked up at the trembling space. This is, in Taixien Xingzong, Yu Linyun, who had just become the patriarch, walked out of the main hall. Seeing the changes in heaven and earth, he said with a trembling voice, "They're here. They're here. They're back." Who? Back? All the disciples were confused. Swish. At this moment, a red stream of light tore through space and flew out. When the light gradually dissipated, a middle-aged man with a majestic figure was floating in midair with his hands behind his back. He was surrounded by an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Huff, 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 huff. The attributes of heaven and earth were affected and started to become excited. Soul Dharch! A Taixien Xingzong elder exclaimed. As soon as he said that, the entire sect fell silent. All the disciples widened their eyes and almost stopped breathing. This middle-aged man who made them want to worship him with just one look was one of the legendary 9 great thearchs. Soul Dharch! It's Soul Dharch! The entire continent was in an uproar. Grandpa Ding, do you know this person? At the entrance of the sect of all times cafeteria, Lu Wancher shook her spoon and asked. Ding Xingwang said solemnly, "He's one of the 9 great thearchs, Soul Dharch." Lu Wancher was stunned in the next second. Then, she screamed, 9 great thearchs? Oh my God! Soul Dharch! He's Soul Dharch! Everyone, come out and take a look! When the disciples of the sect heard this, they all raised their heads and looked at the powerhouse with admiration in their eyes. Yi Xingchen, who had just walked to the training tower, stopped and saw the guy who was posing. He said in disdain, "I thought he was dead." Swish, swish. At that moment, Emperor Li, Emperor Tong, and the rest of the 8 great thearchs appeared in everyone's vision. They floated in the air in an irregular pattern. Their majestic and noble aura spread wildly. It was impossible to tell that they had been imprisoned or tortured. Under the vast aura of the thearchs, ordinary people subconsciously knelt down. Every dimension had its strongest representative. The falling star continent's representatives were the 10 great thearchs. Although one of them had died and there were only 9 left, they were still the people's faith. Today they had returned. Wait a minute. Just as everyone was extremely excited, a discordant stream of light flew over and stopped above the 9 great thearchs. When the light gradually dissipated, a very despicable handsome face appeared. He posed in a very despicable pose and said in a very despicable voice, "I've brought the 9 great thearchs back safely. May I ask where the flowers are? Where is the applause?" Chapter 1272. The return of the 9 Thearchs shocked the world. However, when Jun Changshao made his grand entrance and said something coquettishly, the solemn atmosphere was instantly disrupted, and the whole world became silent. The martial emperors were unfamiliar to the martial artists of the falling star continent because they had seen them before. However, the patriarch of the sect of all times, who had madly advertised during the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers, had left a deep impression on them. He was the devil. This was a shameless bastard. What did he say? He brought the martial emperors back? Bah! He too. After a short silence, the martial artists of the entire continent despised him. If Jun Changshao was not so far away, rotten eggs and cabbages would have flown up to him. Despicable guy! He's actually standing higher than the 9 Thearchs. Is he rebelling? The fans of the 9 Thearchs glared angrily. After all, in their hearts, the 9 Thearchs were supreme and could not be disrespected. Get down! Get down! Everyone shouted in unison, and their voices echoed in the sky. Not only did he not receive flowers and applause, but he was also cursed by the crowd. This made Jun Changshao break down. You can't blame them, the system said. It's mainly because the host is too coquettish. I can't help but want to curse. Jun Changshao's mood became even worse. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor cupped his hands and said, "Thanks to your help, the 9 of us can see the light again. I will always remember this great kindness." His voice contained the power of the Emperor, and it spread across the sky. The fans who were clamoring for Jun Changshao to get off the stage had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their absolute idol, the Spirit Emperor, one of the 9 Thearchs, was actually speaking to that guy in a polite tone? They only heard the politeness and did not see the respectful expression on their faces. Jun Patriarch. The other 8 Thearchs cupped their hands and said, "Thank you so much." One martial emperor thanking him was nothing, but 9 martial emperors all turned around and thanked him politely and respectfully. The scene in front of the world was quite shocking. Pah! In the sect of all times, Li Tiantian raised the magically modified camera, found the right angle, and pressed the shutter, capturing the scene of the 9 Thearchs thanking the Patriarch. Henceforth, the sect's image pavilion would have a picture that could be used to show off and brag about for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, World Shaking. The reward is 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 90,000/100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the most shocking series of hidden missions in the Falling Star continent. You have received the supreme reward, Sect Function Upgrade X1, Keep Your Word X1. It has been transferred to the Space Ring. The 9 great martial emperors all expressed their gratitude before the eyes of the crowd. Just as everyone was shocked, a series of notifications rang out. Jun Changshao understood the upgrade of the Sect's function. But what did he mean by doing what he said? Swish! After fusing with the spatial ring, he realized that the so-called true promise was actually a conch. What the hell? Jun Changshao raised his hand to grab it. However, as soon as he touched it, unfamiliar memories instantly flooded into his mind. He couldn't help but blurt out, F***ck. The memories that came out of nowhere explained in detail how to use the true promise. As long as he picked it up, put it near his mouth, and shouted the name and reason of the person related to him, the other party would be upgraded by a large realm. The upper limit was Wu Sheng. Jun Changshao was uncultured. He said again, F***ck. Although the Martial Master Pill and Martial King Pill were a little mysterious, they still had some medicinal principles. This kind of treasure that could directly upgrade a person's realm with just a sentence was simply against science and the laws of nature. There's nothing strange about it. The system said indifferently, the strongest sect system has already transcended the laws of nature. As long as the host becomes stronger, as long as the system becomes more advanced, the rewards and goods that can be purchased will always be unimaginable. TSK. Jun Changshao said, "That's not the time when I failed to buy the remnant scroll." "Big brother," the system roared, "can you not mention the past? I just can't stand your smugness. Come on, beat me up, let's hurt each other. F***CK. Do you really think I don't dare?" Therefore, Jun Changshao's hands were on his neck. His face and ears were red, and his breathing was about to stop. The 9 great martial emperors, the martial artists of the falling star continent, this scene of oneself fighting with oneself was simply too coquettish. The 9 great martial emperors made a grand return, but the one in the limelight was definitely Jun Changshao. After all, the former was seen as the idol of everyone, but he thanked him in public. Without a doubt, in the following period of time, the 9 great martial emperors thanking Go Xing in the sky would become the hottest topic of the day. Of course, many people were very puzzled. What kind of trouble had the 9 great martial emperors, who had disappeared for a long time, encountered? Why were they saved by Jun Changshao? These mysteries were destined to never be solved. Because it was too embarrassing to be locked up in the Starry Sky Fortress prison, the Spirit Emperor and the others would definitely not take the initiative to say it. Moreover, the 9 great martial emperors had more or less suffered some internal injuries after being locked up for so long. Therefore, they chose to go into seclusion after thanking Jun Changshao. Even if people mustered up the courage to ask, it was too late. Sect of all times, martial arts practice field. Thud. Jun Changshao floated down as the disciples raised their heads in anticipation. Lu Wanshi, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer control her emotions. She excitedly rushed over and said happily, "Patriarch, you're finally back alive." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned his body to the side. Swoosh. Plop. Ayaya. Because the patriarch dodged very beautifully, Lu Wanshi, who had missed, directly landed on her face. If it was in the past, Jun Changshao might have stood still. After all, this girl was only 11 or 12 years old then. Now that she had turned from a little girl to a girl, he naturally had to deliberately keep his distance. The system said, other than the Rose Queen, no other woman in this world can take advantage of Go Xing. Patriarch. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also surrounded him with bright smiles on their faces. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao glanced at them and nodded. You guys didn't slack off while I was away. Your auras are stronger than before. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, Elder Jiang found his sister. Jun Changshao was rather surprised. That's a joyous occasion. But, Li Qingyang said bitterly, Elder Jiang's sister was forced to take medicine that caused her to lose her rationality and memory. She has already forgotten that she has a long-lost brother. When Jun Changshao heard that, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by coldness. He said in a low voice, Who did it? He knew how much Jiang Ye cared about his sister. After all, the two of them were almost struck by lightning back then. Now that they had found her, but she had lost her rationality and memory. This was definitely a heavy blow. Su Xiaoma said, The Yin-Yang sect of the Southern Sea Crossing State. Motherf * Ker. Jun Changshao shouted angrily. Take your weapons and follow me to the Southern Sea Crossing State. We'll flatten this Yin-Yang sect. Chapter 1273. Jun Changshao sat on the patriarch's seat in the main hall with the plaque unyielding iron bones. He was so angry that his gums were about to bleed. He roared, Yuan Feng! Yes, Yuan Gongzi stood up in a panic. Why was the patriarch so angry all of a sudden? Was it because he took the initiative to bring people to the Southern Sea Crossing State? But this was Elder Wei's suggestion. Shouldn't he be the one to blame? Am I going to take the blame? Forget it, forget it. I'll take the blame then. After all, I've taken the blame many times in the Demon Emperor's Gate. You. Jun Changshao pointed at Su Yangyi. It wasn't until he forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart that he completely roared. This time's command was very appropriate. I am very satisfied. The higher-ups of the sect almost fell over. I'm afraid that only my sect master is capable of praising someone with such a tone of admonishment. Yuan Gongzi was stunned. Was the patriarch praising him? Or was he blaming him? Of course, Jun Changshao was praising him. He was roaring with emotion because that yin-yang gate had already been flattened before he had arrived. Jiang Ye's sister was his sister. She was bullied to the point of losing her mind and memory. He couldn't take it anymore. The culprit had been dealt with, and he didn't participate in the whole process. No. I have to go to the Southern Sea Crossing State. Jun Changshao made up his mind. Of course, it wasn't to extort the Southern Sea Crossing State again. It was to complete Shirsan's mission. What was this mission? Within 3 years, promote the sect of all times to a first-rate sect and obtain the recognition of all the major sects and top powerhouses in the Starfall continent. It wasn't difficult to promote a first-rate sect. The key was to obtain the recognition of the sects and powerhouses. Although the 3 overseas states and the main continent had been separated for thousands of years, they were still part of the same plane. Therefore, Jun Changshao didn't want to screw up at this crucial moment. He had to go there personally to arrange everything. The system said, with the host's current mood, you'll definitely have to harvest another wave of leaks when you go to the Southern Sea Crossing State. Am I that kind of person? You are. Dragon's Pine Peak. In a beautiful courtyard, light singing could be heard. The singer was Jiang Ye's sister. Her voice was gentle and melodious. Compared to Jun Changshao's, it was like heaven and earth. Jiang Ye, who was in the pavilion, was already in tears. The song that his sister sang was a folk song that had been circulating in Jiangjia town for a long time. When he was young, he loved to listen to it. Every night, he would pester her to sing it until he fell asleep. Her voice was still as beautiful as before, but her sister had forgotten about her and was sitting under the eaves, humming a little tune. That scene. It was very much like when he was a child, lying on her lap, listening to the song and slowly falling asleep. Sis, Jiang Ye said sorrowfully, I'm useless, I couldn't find you in time. Just as Jun Changshao thought, the loss of his only family member's thoughts and memories was too great a blow to him, so much so that he was constantly blaming himself after his return. Heavens! Jiang Ye stood up and shouted, I'm willing to use my cultivation and life in exchange for my sister's sanity. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly came from behind. Jun Changshao was sitting on a rock at some point in time. He crossed his legs and clapped. The relationship between siblings is very touching. Patriarch, Jiang Ye asked in surprise, when did you come back? Jun Changshao was speechless. The 9 emperors returned and bowed to me in public. He actually didn't see such a big commotion. It seemed that his sister's matter was too big a blow to him, so much so that he ignored everything. Elder Jiang. Jun Changshao jumped down from the rock and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said, a real man will not sink into self-blame. Instead, he will think of a way to change an unfair fate. This is the principle that Li Jing taught me. Li Jing, when did I say that? Patriarch, I've heard about your sister's matter. Jun Changshao opened his hand and a round pill appeared in his palm. He said, this pill can restore consciousness and recover damage. Give it to your sister. Jiang Ye was dumbfounded. After learning that Jiang Ye's sister's mind was damaged because of the pill, her behavior was sluggish and she lost her memory. Jun Changshao immediately thought of the 9 Revolutions spirit-cleansing pill, so he immediately decided to take it out. However, it was still worth 10,000 contribution points. It was really, hurry up! He turned his head, closed his eyes and shouted, don't let me see this pill again. I hate it. Whoosh! Jiang Ye hurriedly took the pill. He didn't have time to thank him. He strode to his sister's side, controlled it with spiritual energy, and threw it into his mouth. A miracle happened. The woman with sluggish eyes had just taken the 9 Revolutions spirit-cleansing pill. Her clear eyes gradually regained their luster. It seemed that her stiff face gradually had expression. The disappeared memories flooded into her mind like a flood. Even her haggard face seemed to be reborn. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. Little Xie? Are you little Xie? The big sister sitting next to him suddenly raised her head to look at him before asking in a trembling and skeptical voice. Jiang Ye instantly lost control of his emotions. Large tears rolled down his face. In the end, he hugged the person closest to him and sobbed, "Sister, it's me. I'm little Xie." Amidst this happy and heartwarming scene of siblings reuniting with each other, Jun Changshao, who was ruining everything, had appeared. At this moment, the expression on his face was quite interesting because his evil spirit's name was Little Xie. This brat seemed to share the same name. The host can change the Xie of evil to the Yi of Mo Xie, the system suggested. Under the powerful effects of the 9 Revolutions spirit-cleansing pill, Jiang Ye's sister, Jiang Ling, regained her consciousness and regained her memory. The two of them were finally reunited after several decades. To be honest, it was a bit of an overkill. However, Jun Changshao didn't care at all. The family of his disciples were his family. What did it matter if he spent 10,000 contribution points on them? I can't. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, "It hurts, Li Fei." There were a lot of things that needed to be said between the two of them, so Go Xing didn't want to disturb them. He turned around and left the courtyard. "Wait!" Jiang Ling hurriedly yelled. Jun Changshao stopped. "What's the matter, sister? You're the patriarch of the sect of all times?" Jiang Ling asked in a weak voice. Jiang Ye was stunned. His sister knew the patriarch. "That's right," Jun Changshao said in a carefree manner. "I am the patriarch of the sect of all times." Jiang Ling suddenly pushed her brother away and sprinted over. She shrieked and waved her hands. "It's really Master Jun. I finally see you in person today. You look much more handsome than you do on the light screen." Jun Changshao's expression became more and more interesting. Could it be that Jiang Ye's sister was a fan of his? This matter had started when Jun Changshao had brought his disciples to participate in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. At that time, he had frequently appeared on the screens of various cities, madly advertising. Although he had attracted the disdain of many people, he had also gained many fans. Jiang Ling was one of them. She was even the #1 female fan. She was also the leader of a fan club in a certain city. Her slogan was, "Fan of you, crazy for you, love you for life." Ah! She was still screaming. She was so excited that she seemed to pass out at any time. Jun Changshao touched his head helplessly. Then, he looked at the camera and said, "The author doesn't have any female fans." His expression gradually changed. He smiled and said, "I do." Jun Patriarch. Why are you bald at such a young age? Chapter 1274. Jiang Ling was captured by the Yin-Yang sect and brought to the South Sea Fairy State recently. A few years ago, she was on the mainland and saw Jun Changshao's advertisement on the light screen. At that time, she was an ordinary maid in a big family in a county. Because she changed her identity and name, the Drizzle Hall searched for her but failed to find any clues. Later, Jiang Ye gradually comprehended the essence soul and began to look for his sister. She was found and kidnapped by the Yin-Yang sect when she went out to buy groceries. She traveled across the sea for several years before arriving at the South Sea Fairy State. In other words, during the years when Jiang Ye searched frantically, his sister was actually on the way across the sea. The Yin-Yang sect was not an evil sect in the traditional sense. Although their cultivation method emphasized the balance of yin and yang, it would also benefit both sides. However, to ensure that the beneficiaries would not betray or leak the secret, the captured women had to take soul-destroying drugs and forget themselves and their memories. To put it bluntly, she was completely controlled and turned into a puppet. This was the rule set by the Yin-Yang sect when they chose their cauldrons. All the captured women had to go through it. Jiang Ling was beaten several times because she did not compromise and resisted. Of course, the drugs needed some time to take effect. Therefore, when Jiang Ye arrived, she had not been assigned to a disciple and had not been sullied. However, because of the drugs, her soul and mind were damaged, and she almost became demented. For others, the damage to the soul might be irreversible, but it could be reversed easily in front of a cheat. Therefore, a 9 transformations spirit-refreshing pill immediately recovered Jiang Ling's soul and mind. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao's head was about to explode. Although Elder Jiang's sister had recovered, she would always squat on the path he had to pass and scream, crazy for you, forever in love with you." At first, Goxing enjoyed it. After all, he finally met a female fan. However, as time passed, he could not stand it anymore. It was mainly because she was too passionate. The most depressed one was Jiang Ye. It was not easy to find his long-lost sister. They should have chatted happily and increased their affection for each other. However, as soon as they talked about the patriarch. They admired him to the extreme. "Little Xie, does Jun Patriarch have a girlfriend?" "Little Xie, what hobbies does Jun Patriarch have?" "Little Xie, Jun Patriarch, sis." Jiang Ye hugged his head and broke down. "The Patriarch not only has a girlfriend, but he also has a wife. You're already in your 50s or 60s. Can you not be as childish as a little girl?" Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao was passing by. When he heard what he said, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. In a world where the average lifespan was 200 years, 50 to 60 years old was very young. However, in Goxing's previous world, she was already an auntie who had begun to dance in the public square. "That's right," the system sharply ridiculed. "Even if the host has fans, they're only at the level of a mother, because young girls all like cool and handsome men like Yi Xingchen. Who would like a shameless person like him?" Because the words were too true and cruel, they seemed to have turned into a dagger, ruthlessly stabbing Jun Changxiao in the heart, causing him to ferociously clutch his chest. "Elder Jiang." In the study, Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Are you sure you want our sister to live in the Iron Bone Town and not become a member of the sect?" Jiang Ye said, "Patriarch, my sister's aptitude is ordinary. That's not a problem." Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said, "I can make her have the aptitude of the holy level immediately." After all, Jiang Ye was the first appointed elder. His sister was his sister. If she was willing to become a member of the sect, it would not be a problem to give her the aptitude package. The contribution points did not allow him to upgrade all the disciples' aptitudes to the holy level, but he could upgrade one person. This, Jiang Ye thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask my sister." After learning the situation, Jiang Ling shook her head and said, "Little Xie, I'm not cut out for martial arts. You'd better settle me down in the town at the foot of the mountain." After learning that Jun Changxiao had a wife, she gradually calmed down from her fanaticism and began to think about her future life. Jiang Ling was actually the same as Sister Qiao. They were the most ordinary people. They preferred to live an ordinary life rather than pursue martial arts. "Sister," Jiang Ye said, "I understand." The next day, accompanied by her brother, Jiang Ling left the sect of all times and settled down in the Iron Bone Town. She was hired by Aunt Wang to take care of the increasingly popular Yunlai. Because second young Master Tang had built the Tang's elixir workshop here and was responsible for selling healing elixirs and other elixirs, he would attract countless customers every day. Therefore, Yunlai's business was also very good. Aunt Wang was inspired by a chat with Jun Changxiao. Under the name of Wang's Chain Inn, she developed in Qingyang Town and even Qingyang City. Today there were more than 10 chain stores of various sizes. Moreover, there were signs of expansion in Liang City, Huyang City, and other places. Aunt Wang, Jun Changshao joked, "You're going to be an tycoon in the future." Aunt Wang walked out of the kitchen and placed a bowl of noodles in front of him. She said grumpily, "Why do you, the leader of a sect, always come to my place to eat and drink? It's delicious." Jun Changshao picked up his chopsticks and smiled. "Aunt Wang, give me a scallion." Although Go Xing did not have any blood relatives in this world, the villagers of Qingyang village were all his family. Therefore, every time he came to Iron Bone Town, he felt very warm. Plop. In Jun Changshao's study, Jiangye bent his knees and knelt firmly on the ground, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch." Bang! In the next second, the window shattered and he flew out. Then, he slid on the ground for dozens of feet before coming to a stop. Jun Changshao stood in the study and said calmly, "A man has gold under his knees. If you dare to kneel again, no matter if you're an elder or a disciple, you'll be sent to the discipline hall for punishment." Understood, Jiang Yi said with difficulty. The return of the patriarch was a joyous occasion. Therefore, in these few days, the entire sect was filled with a joyous atmosphere. But the only one who was not happy was Shang Yuhen. Because at this moment, he was trembling in front of the goal. In front of him stood Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others. "Junior brother." Su Xiaoma smiled. "Guarding the goal is a compulsory course for all disciples. It's also the culture of the sect of all times. Just relax and don't be too nervous." Shang Yuhen was about to cry. During this period, he had seen his senior brother play football. It was simply too cruel. Bang! Just as Shang Yuhen was thinking, the happy football hit his face. After leaving a mark on the ball, it bounced back and landed at Li Fei's feet. Swoosh! He shoveled with his foot and the ball rose. Whoosh whoosh! His whole body rose into the air and hung upside down. Boundless spiritual energy poured into his feet. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. On the screen, a few shocking crimson words appeared. "Super kill! Little Li Fei's feet." No, rumble! A violent gust of wind burst out and the goal disappeared. Not long after, there was a new patient in Medical Peak's medical hall. June Patriarch. In the main hall, Ifeishua, Nebula Kid and the others sat down. Finally, they could not help but ask, "Where is the Yi Xingqian that was mentioned before?" Chapter 1275. Boom! Boom! Inside the life and death secret realm, a powerful spirit power exploded, shaking the space. Spirit beasts were killed by the fist shadows one after another until they all disappeared. Yi Xingqian stopped, sweating profusely. He had reached the peak of Wu Huang long ago, and the training in the life and death secret realm had almost no effect. However, in order to improve even a little bit, he still tortured himself. Since his rebirth, Yi Xingqian had been strict with his training, shaping his body, soul, and attribute. Although he had yet to reach the level of cultivation he had in his previous life, his current strength had already far surpassed those of the same realm back then. In fact, he could even be described as being miles ahead. Anyo explained that success was not only about innate talent, but also about hard work. However, Go Xing explained that success was that it did not matter if he did not work hard, because he could still cheat. Of course, it was not that Jun Changshao did not want to work hard, but as the leader of a martial school, he was destined not to live for himself. He was destined to sacrifice for the whole martial school. Go Xing felt bitter, but Go Xing did not say anything. Phew! After a short rest, Yi Xingqian walked out of the life and death secret realm. Just as he was about to enter the Nine Heavens secret realm, Jun Changshao's voice came into his ears. "Anyo, come to the palace." Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. The patriarch's call, as a disciple, he had to go. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he went to the palace. However, as soon as he walked in, he felt a few pairs of eyes on him. The powerful aura could be described as shocking. Expert. Yi Xingqian suppressed his shock and looked over. He found 3 powerful warriors sitting in the front seat. One had 9 swords on the table, one was full of alcohol, and the last one was holding a pen. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, this is Yi Xingqian, the disciple I value the most. If it were Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, they would definitely feel comfortable when they heard the words, most important, but the uneasiness in Night Emperor's heart grew stronger. Yi Feishue, Wine Demon, and Nebula Kid carefully sized up this disciple of the sect of all times. The more they looked at him, the more they felt that he wasn't very powerful. Could he really be worthy of the title Supreme? Xingqian, Jun Changshao said, these 3 would like to consult with you. Sure. Yi Xingqian said proudly. Although he felt uneasy and knew that the 3 of them were not simple, Night Emperor's pride and dignity were still there. He would not be afraid. In the cafeteria, Yi Xingqian, who had been incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, now had a very interesting expression on his face. This was because this guy who reeked of alcohol was actually asking for advice on a drinking contest. No way. How could this be? Anyo was instantly terrified. He sent a telepathic message, Patriarch, I said that you are the supreme of the path of wine. You have to back up this boast. Jun Changshao sent a telepathic message in all seriousness. Jie. Yi Xingqian's facial muscles instantly stiffened. Don't you know how much alcohol I can hold? How dare you say that you are the supreme of the path of wine? Are you bragging or are you purposely tricking me? Friend. Wine Demon placed one leg on the chair and said boldly, shall we brag to the jar or drink from the bowl? Yi Xingqian had no choice but to brace himself. However, it was definitely not realistic to brag to the jar, and his strength did not allow him to do so. Hence, he said, bowl. 1 black, 2 black. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, serve the bowls. Yes. 1 black, 2 black walked up and placed 2 bowls on the table. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened. This was because the size of the bowl was the same as the washbasin. Patriarch, he said frantically, when did the cafeteria have such big bowls? Why haven't I seen them before? I just asked someone to go down the mountain and buy them, Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian's mouth suddenly twitched. Tricked me. Definitely tricked me. Swoosh. 1 black and 2 black were responsible for filling the wine. Wine Demon salivated when he smelled the fragrance of the wine. Then, he raised the bowl and said, I'll drink first as a toast. Gulp, gulp. After saying that, he raised his head and drank freely. Damn! Su Xiaoma and the others who were standing outside the cafeteria said in disbelief, so fierce. Yi Xingqian's expression changed again and again. Pa. Wine Demon put down the empty bowl and said with a fist and palm salute, please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, his head hit the ground and he passed out drunk. Ha ha. I thought that guy was very powerful. So he passed out after 1 bowl. Su Xiaoma and the others roared with laughter. Jun Changshao was puzzled. When they were drinking in hell, this guy drank a jar. Although the bowl was bigger this time, he shouldn't have passed out directly. Patriarch, Lan Kong said. He drank the improved version of drunken and dreamy 2nd generation. The effect of absorbing spiritual energy is stronger and the alcohol is stronger. Jun Changshao said in realization, I see. Both of you. He looked at Yi Feishue and Nebula Kid, who were acting as the judges, and said loudly, this is the special brew of our sect of all times. The disciples usually drink it like water. Wine Demon drank 1 bowl and passed out. The winner should be decided, right? It is. Yi Feishue cupped his fist and said, your disciple won. Yi Xingqian almost fell over. He won without drinking the wine. What kind of competition is this? Can you be more professional? Can you respect me? Knight Emperor's anger suddenly surged up. He lifted the basin-sized bowl and gulped it down. His face was flushed red as he stood up shakily and roared, I can still drink. Jun Changshao opened his mouth in surprise. After drinking so much wine, Yi Xingchen was still able to stand up and didn't collapse. Yi Xingchen's alcohol tolerance had obviously improved while Jiang Yi wasn't around. Plop! Suddenly, Yi Xingchen fell to the ground, drunk to the point of unconsciousness. He was still talking nonsense. I am not going to the livestock pen. I am not going to the spirit beast peak. I will go to my bed, sigh. Su Xiaoma and the others shook their heads. Such a situation had been seen many times after the patriarch left. Yi Xingchen really couldn't handle alcohol, but Lan Kang's modified drunken and dreamy could greatly increase the speed of attribute absorption. After a difficult decision, he started to train his alcohol tolerance every day. When the wine gourd was filled to the brim with wine, he would drink a mouthful every morning, noon, and night. Just like that, during the few months that Jun Changshao left, Anyo got drunk again and again. His alcohol tolerance had slowly increased. Yes, Yi Xingchen was still drunk. But if he could stand up after drinking the same bowl of wine, endure a little longer than the alcohol demon, and even speak one more word, it meant that he had won. The reason behind this man's success was because he was carried back from the livestock pen by Li Qingyang from the spirit beast peak. Please remember, Knight Emperor must not be humiliated. Go against the wind and sail against the current. Watching Anyo being carried away by Li Qingyang and the others, Jun Changshao stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with pride. This is the disciple that this great one values the most. This is the indelible spirit of the sect of all times. Night arrived. Layers of arrays appeared in the livestock pen as hundreds of disciples were on guard. In the spirit beast hall of the spirit beast peak, every room was locked up. Elder Nyo and the other spirit beasts were on guard as though they were facing a formidable enemy. He is here. He is here. He is here again. Under the bright moon, a shadow walked over unhurriedly. Chapter 1276. My head hurts. Yi Xingchen held his head and said a line that he often said before slowly opening his eyes. Sigh. I'm drunk again. Knight Emperor tried hard to recall what happened yesterday, but his memory was still stuck at the time when he stood up and picked up the basin-sized bowl. After practicing his alcohol tolerance for a few months, he was already used to drinking until he blacked out and was used to being unconscious. Therefore, his emotional fluctuations were not as strong as before. To be exact, he had already given up his face and dignity, as long as Yi Xingchen forced a smile when he sensed that he had become more sensitive to the elements of heaven and earth. Anyo. He really changed. This change was no longer important to Yi Xingchen. What was important was that he could become stronger and ascend to the higher domain as soon as possible so that he could take revenge on that woman. Creak. After washing up, Anyo walked out. Junior brother Yi, you were too powerful yesterday. Not only did you win against drinking, but you also won against using a sword and a pen. Su Xiaoma walked over from afar and gave a thumbs up. Yi Xingchen was stunned. Didn't I compete with that guy in drinking yesterday? Since when did I compete with a pen and a sword? In the main hall, Yi Feisher cupped his hands and said, Jun Patriarch, your disciple's understanding of swordsmanship has left me in awe. I've competed with people in writing countless times, but this is the first time I've seen someone so drunk that he can use a sword to write bold and unconstrained calligraphy. Nebula Kid said with admiration. You flatter me, you flatter me. Jun Changshao said this, but he muttered in his heart, I didn't expect Anyo to be so strong when he's drunk. Yesterday, on the Spirit Beast Peak, Yi Xingchen walked over unhurriedly and insisted on finding a bed to sleep on. However, he was stopped by the members of the Spirit Beast Hall and the battle started. The drunk Anyo's combat strength increased tremendously and he even drew out his sword. His drunken behavior was so bad that it was unbearable to look at. Yi Xingqian was already drunk, so he didn't have any pattern when he used his sword moves. Ifeishue, who was watching from afar, was amazed. Nebula Kid also saw the charm of calligraphy. Thus, the two of them were deeply impressed. Reader, can you be any more perfunctory? This, on the Spirit Beast Peak, Yi Xingqian stood on the martial arts stage that still had traces of battle. He looked at the crisscrossing sword scars and asked with a dull expression, "Was it really done by me?" Junior brother. Su Xiaoma pointed at the sword scars all over the ground and said, "Yesterday, that expert who was writing looked at it for a full 2 hours. In the end, he looked up to the sky and sighed. This is the true realm of calligraphy, this is the true sovereign of the literary path." Yi Xingqian fell silent. How could he tell the level of calligraphy from the sword marks I made when I was drunk? Is that guy crazy? I can't say it like that. Maybe the master's vision is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Maybe An Nyo really wrote a soul-stirring song by waving his sword without any pattern. I can't make it up anymore. 3. In the main hall, Jun Changshao said seriously, "Since you've seen the strength of a disciple of the sect of all times, are you interested in staying here and sparring with him every day?" This guy finally revealed his fangs. He didn't intentionally make Yi Xingqian into the omnipotent king to trick him, but he wanted to trick these experts. No matter if they won or lost, he wanted to keep them for his own use. June Patriarch. Alcohol Demon said, "I am willing to stay." He, who was obsessed with wine, had been subdued by drunken life. As long as there was enough wine and food, staying in the sect of all times wasn't a problem. "What about the two of you?" Jun Changshao asked. Ifeishue remained silent for a moment and said, "Jun Patriarch's sect is rich in spirit energy and has a beautiful environment. It is suitable for long-term sword comprehension." "That's right," Nebula Kid said. "To comprehend the literary path in such a picturesque environment is my lifelong pursuit." He wasn't being polite. In fact, the sect of all time's environment and spirit energy were excellent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the best place in the Falling Star continent. The three experts agreed to stay. Of course, it wasn't because of Yi Xingqian's multiple supreme titles. It was mainly because Jun Changshao had saved them from prison, which was a great favor. As for Di Ting, Huoyenyao, and the other main culprits, they either became contract beasts or had their soul origin controlled. Therefore, there was no need to persuade them. They were set to join the sect of all times. Other than the unlucky Eye of the Void, who was locked in the 9th level of prison as a reservoir, the others could enter and leave freely. "Senior Shang," Jun Changshao said, "are you returning to the Tianyuan continent or staying in the sect of all times?" Sigh. The Shang ancestor shook his head and said, "I have long seen through everything in the world. I only hope to break through to the void-piercing realm in my lifetime. If Jun Patriarch doesn't mind, I am willing to stay here for the rest of my life." Of course. The other reason was to accompany Shang Yuhen. Jun Changshao took out the entry form and started the entry process. But the Patriarch's seal fell. A powerhouse who was about to enter the void-piercing realm became a member of the sect of all times. And for the sake of Shang Yuhen's ancestor, Go Xing did not accept the entry fee. Ifeishue, Nebula Kid, Wine Demon, Iron Marquis, Qin Linran, and Huoyenyao went through the procedures to become members of the sect of all times. Di Ting was a contract beast, so it did not enter the sect. At this point, the sect of all times had 8 more lower void-piercing realm and 1 more middle void-piercing realm. Their strength could be described as crazy. Not counting Eye of the Void and Di Ting, there were only 7 in total. Why were there 2 more? It was Guan Jiu and He Qi. As spies planted by Jun Changshao, they were locked in hell by the fortress master and were beaten crazily by Huoyenyao. The brothers finally had a good time. Without a doubt. In terms of the overall strength of the sect of all times, no force in the falling star continent could compete with it. Even in the stronger planes of the mortal universe, it was daddy level. Not yet. We still have to upgrade the sect to first class. They had the strength, but they did not have the required number of disciples and could not meet the requirements of the epic mission. So Jun Changshao specifically told the Ning brothers to be more open in recruitment and try to recruit 100,000 disciples as soon as possible. In the study, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples stood neatly, each holding a pill that the patriarch just gave them. This is the half-step wuxing pill. Jun Changshao put his legs on the table and said casually, after taking it, you can break through to half-saint. The sect master had given them a lot of potions and pills, so when Li Qingyang and the others received the half-saint pill, they could more or less guess what it was. However, when they knew the effects, they were still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Gulp! While everyone was in a daze, Yi Xingchen had already swallowed the pill. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, 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 huff. After a while, a heavy aura exploded in the study and rushed out unscrupulously, eventually covering the entire sect of all times. Yi Xingchen. He broke through to half-step wuxing. Huff. Huff, huff. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others gradually calmed down and swallowed the pills. Then, a spectacular scene of more than 10 disciples breaking through to half-step wuxing was played out. What is that? In the Qingyang city, the busy martial artists looked up and saw thick clouds in the direction of the Iron Bone Mountain. Huff! In the ice layer sky of the Nine-Heaven Mystery Realm, Jun Changshao stood in the snowy environment and looked up. There is a pill here that can help you break through to half-saint. Lu Qianqian, who was sitting on the mountain peak cultivating, opened her eyes and said, "When did the patriarch come back?" "He has been back for a few days." Jun Changshao threw the pill and said in a commanding tone, "Hurry up and take it." Lu Qianqian swallowed the half-saint pill and broke through to half-saint from peak Wu Huang. Just as she looked surprised, Jun Changshao took out something that looked like a conch and put it near his mouth. Improve Lu Qianqian. Reason. My first disciple. She meets the requirements. Whoosh. The treasure called Keep Your Word suddenly disintegrated and turned into powder that flew toward Lu Qianqian. When the powder touched her body, she broke through to wuxing from half-saint. Chapter 1277. Jun Changshao had been thinking about who to give it to after obtaining the promised true deed. First of all, this thing had a limit. The highest level was wuxing, so the higher-ups of the sect could almost be ruled out because Ding Xingwang, Jiang Ye, and the others had either reached wuxing or had been fighting for a long time in the semi-sage realm. Obviously, disciples were suitable. Disciples who had just broken through a realm were more cost-effective. The promised true deed could forcibly raise one's realm. To put it bluntly, it was cheating. If it was given to a martial disciple or martial master, it would definitely not be as good as a semi-sage, so it could only be given to a core disciple. After careful consideration, Jun Changshao chose Lu Qianqian. Reason. His eldest disciple. In fact, Jun Changshao thought the same as the divine-grade aptitude liquid. According to the order, the disciples would benefit sooner or later, but after using it, it was gone. One-time use. The system said, otherwise. From the conch shape, Jun Changshao thought it could be used repeatedly, but at most, there would be some conditions to use it next time. Host, you're thinking too much. The system said, this kind of heaven-defying thing that can forcibly raise one's cultivation level, if it's not a one-time use, wouldn't it create a group of 100,000 wuxing in minutes? Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. He was too idealistic at the beginning. The reality was actually very cruel. The system was speechless. This was a good thing that allowed his disciple to advance a level for no reason. What else could he complain about? Could it be that he had really floated to the horizon? Humans. The system sighed. They're too greedy. When Jun Changshao was sighing in his heart, Lu Qianqian was still in a daze. Before she could calm down her state of mind after breaking through to semi-sage, she broke through to Wu Xing in the next second. This rhythm was a bit too fast, and she couldn't keep up. After a while, she suppressed the strong shock in her heart and the huge change in her body. She still couldn't believe it and said, "I broke through to Wu Xing?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Although Lu Qianqian did not know why she had broken through, she knew that it had something to do with him. She stood up and said, "Thank you, Patriarch. As the eldest disciple, you should take on the responsibility of being the eldest disciple. You should take care of your fellow disciples. Don't stay in the frozen heavens all day to cultivate alone," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian, who had the least sense of belonging, had already moved into the Lingyan pavilion, but this woman was still lacking. Go Xing was a little anxious. Lu Qianqian said, "Understood." Although he said so, he still continued to cultivate in Bingzhongtian. It wasn't that he didn't care about his fellow disciples, but that he had just broken through and needed to stabilize his realm. To avoid being accused of being biased, Jun Changshao left the secret realm and returned to his study. He began to seriously consider how to complete the epic quest. "Master." Little Long Long rubbed his eyes and walked over. Then, he laid down in his little nest and said, "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep." Yes. 9 heavens. After Lu Qianqian stabilized his realm, he slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, "Grand Elder, I have already broken through to Wu Xing. Can I go to that place and search for the second half of Taishuan's icy heart art?" A rare look of confusion appeared in her clear eyes because a sentence kept echoing in her ears. "Child, before you have absolute confidence, you must not go there easily, because you will most likely die." "Grand Elder." Lu Qianqian was depressed and said, "This disciple is still unable to truly achieve a heart as calm as water. This might be related to the fact that I have not cultivated the second half, so—" His gaze became firm. "Even if there is no chance of survival, I have to go." When she was in the Taishan sect, she began to cultivate the first half of the Taishuan's icy heart art. It was the Grand Elder who taught her privately. Although her cultivation was crippled later on, she relied on a mysterious mental cultivation method to start all over again. The first half had a total of 4 levels. After inheriting the Ice Emperor's inheritance, Lu Qianqian had already comprehended it. If he wanted to achieve higher results, he could only cultivate the second half. Moreover, the mental cultivation method left behind by the old man in Taishan had always emphasized on one realm, and that was the heart as still as water. Only by truly comprehending it could one master it. Lu Qianqian had always been exploring, and every time he felt that he was just a small step away, it was as if he was separated by a huge mountain. Especially after becoming a disciple of the sect of all times, his state of mind would always fluctuate. Was his Tao heart unstable? Or was it that he had to cultivate the second half in order to achieve a heart as calm as water? Lu Qianqian had been confused and confused before, but in the end, he concluded that the reason why he was unable to reach this realm was because his mental cultivation method was incomplete. Now that he had broken through to Wu Xing, he had the idea to search for it. In the study room, Jun Changshao opened the system panel and clicked on the function. The listed functions of the Forging Pavilion and the Spirit Beast Pavilion all had a plus sign, indicating that they could be upgraded. Ding! The Forging Pavilion has been successfully upgraded to an enhanced version of the Forging Pavilion. After the Pill Pavilion was strengthened, it saved materials and increased the speed of refining pills. It brought endless benefits to the sect, so Jun Changshao prioritized upgrading the Forging Pavilion. After all, in terms of usage, weapons and equipment were only limited to pills. As expected, after reading through many weapon and equipment refinement formulas, the amount of materials needed was greatly reduced, and the speed of refining a weapon was also much faster. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. The complete True Yang set is no longer a distant dream. 100,000 disciples were trained in all sorts of martial arts facilities and mystic realms. Their strength was much greater than other martial artists of the same boundary. In addition, if they were to wear the mighty True Yang set and stand in the skies, forming the four corners heaven and earth array, the scene would be extremely shocking. Goshing grinned, looking forward to that day. The system complained. You can't afford it, so don't daydream. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, and the joy on his face gradually disappeared. He thought to himself, it's been almost half a month since the 9 great martial emperors were rescued. Why hasn't Shirsi's mission been completed yet? Maybe the host, ding. Epic mission completed. Beginning calculation. Ding. The host has successfully rescued the 9 great martial emperors from the Starry Sky Fortress safely. The conditions have been met. Epic mission completed. Completion rate, 100%. The host has received 100,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 1,900,010,0000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Right now, the system even had the heart to die. The host has been in the falling star continent for so long and has yet to settle. I just open my mouth and it can't wait to slap my face. Jun Changshao was happy. Shirsi's mission completion actually gave him 100,000 contribution points. He instantly felt that he had money and could be willful. Don't be agitated, don't be cocky. Goshing calmed down and thought to himself, there's still Shirsan to complete. To be honest, Jun Changshao was a little anxious now. After all, the main culprit was taken away from hell. The Starry Sky Fortress would definitely not let it go. Once their identity was exposed, they would definitely send patrol envoys over. The overall strength of the sect had become much stronger after Ifashua and the others joined. However, facing 12 void-piercing realm experts was a little difficult, not to mention, and this was only the patrol envoys. Who knew if there were other departments in the Starry Sky Fortress, or if there were stronger existences? Especially the fortress master who had not appeared. What kind of strength was this? There were too many unknowns, making Jun Changshao extra cautious. Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked into the study and said, "Your disciple requests to go out for a period of time." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Isn't the frozen heavens the best place for ice element cultivators to train? Is there a place stronger than it in the falling star continent? Your disciple is not going out for training. What are you going to do? Can your disciple not say? No." Chapter 1278. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and fell silent. He wanted to know the reason why Lu Qianqian went out. The former directly told him about finding the second half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique. This news shocked Goshing. Because in the Starry Sky Fortress, the 9 great martial emperors had mentioned that the second half might be hiding a great formation that could seize the heavens and earth. It could ignore cultivation and forcefully ascend to the higher realm. The formation left behind by the Taishan elder was very terrifying. Even if he didn't have the intention to ascend now, he still planned to find it. After all, it might come in handy in the future. Jun Changshao said, "You've cultivated the first half?" "Yes." Lu Qianqian said. Jun Changshao said in realization, "No wonder Xia Shuiyan's coldness is so different from yours, even though they're both disciples of the Taishan Xingzong. You can go." He paused and said, "But I'll follow you." Lu Qianqian said, "According to the records of the first half, the second half is hidden in the cave where the Taishan elder went into seclusion. It's very dangerous inside. If we go in, I won't ask and you won't say. Are you going to take the risk alone?" Jun Changshao interrupted. Lu Qianqian fell silent. Jun Changshao said, "You still don't think of yourself as a disciple of the sect of all times. You don't think of this place as your home. I just don't want to implicate the patriarch, Lu Qianqian said. Jun Changshao looked at her and said, the cave where the Taishan elder went into seclusion, is it a mountain of blades and a sea of flames? Can't I deal with it with my strength? After saving the 9 great martial emperors, Go Xing was a little arrogant. In his opinion, he could do whatever he wanted in the falling star continent. On the surface, it seemed to be true. Lu Qianqian said, I know that the patriarch is very strong now, but the Taishan elder, no buts. Jun Changshao interrupted again. I can come and go freely in any forbidden area on the falling star continent. There is no danger. He was very arrogant and domineering. The system complained, how come I didn't see the host being this aggressive in the fortress? All right. Lu Qianqian said, since the patriarch is going, this disciple cannot stop him. Wait until I've settled the sect's internal affairs, Jun Changshao said, then we'll go to Taishuan's Immortal's cave. Lu Qianqian said, then this disciple will take her leave. Yes. With Jun Changshao's character, he would never take the initiative to ask his disciples about their secret. But today he still asked. With Lu Qianqian's personality, she wouldn't say anything even if she had a secret in her heart. However, she still said it today. The system couldn't help but lament, did they take the wrong medicine? One never asked but suddenly asked. The other never spoke but suddenly spoke. There was indeed something unusual about this. There wasn't much to arrange for the sect's affairs. After all, everything was as it was before Jun Changshao came, and everything was as it was after he came. Host, the system said, I think it's better not to be careless. After all, Taishuan's Immortal is a legend of the falling star continent. The Immortal's cave where Taishuan's ice heart technique is hidden may have many traps and forbidden formations. You're a toxic healer, so I have to go, Jun Changshao said. I'm serious. Am I not serious at all? Of course. Jun Changshao said seriously. I also want to go and see if the legendary Taishuan's Immortal's cave left any good treasures behind. I see. The system was enlightened. It turned out that this guy not only had his eyes on the great formation of seizing heaven and earth, but also had other ideas. He was really like Go Xing. Actually, Jun Changshao was full of respect for the Taishuan's Immortal. After all, to be able to create 2 divine martial arts, he was definitely a top expert in the mortal world. Now that he knew there was a Immortal's cave, even if it wasn't for the sake of finding the Taishuan's ice heart technique, he still had to go and pay his respects. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. When can I become a legend of the falling star continent? The paper I leave behind to wipe my ass will become a treasure that the younger generation will fight over years later. Do the younger generation have a grudge against you? The system asked. A few days later, the ancient warship hovered above the main peak. Jun Changshao stood at the bow, while Lu Qianqian stood at the stern. Patriarch Li Fei, who was standing on the training ground, raised his head and said, this disciple can follow. Before he could finish, Su Xiaoma covered his mouth. This time I'm going out. All of you have to cultivate diligently. Yes. Whoosh! The ancient warship turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the main peak. Li Fei was puzzled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Su Xiaoma rolled his eyes at him and said, the patriarch and senior sister rarely go out alone. Why are you following them? As expected of someone personally taught by Elder Wei, his eyesight was very sharp. Yes. Li Fei slapped his forehead and said, why didn't I think of that? Luckily, senior brother stopped me. I almost made a mistake. No. Yi Xingqian, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from his dream. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was gradually becoming more and more ferocious. He was dreaming again. He was dreaming of the difficulties he went through when he obtained the Taishuan Sutra. Anyo was not afraid of anything except for the process of obtaining the sutra in his previous life. It could even be described as a nightmare. Whoosh! Yi Xingchen calmed down and looked toward the north. He thought to himself, Taishan Elder, since you left behind such a fortuitous opportunity for the younger generation, why did you leave behind such a terrifying trap? He looked in the direction of the ancient warship. It was flying to the end of Lu Province in the northeast and merging into the Endless Sea. The Starfall continent had the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea. Naturally, there was the North Sea. Jun Changshao and Lu Qianqian were currently in the North Sea. The place they were heading toward was the abode left behind by the Taishan Elder. Unlike the other three seas, which each had a province, the North Sea did not have a complete continent. After the War of Emperors, the stars were densely covered with small islands. Are you sure the abode of the Taishan Elder is in the North Sea? Jun Changshao asked. Lu Qianqian silently took out a yellowed manual with the words, Taishan Iceheart Arts, and placed it on the table. She said, the last few pages have detailed records. This is the original? Correct. Jun Changshao said in surprise. This should be the ultimate treasure of the Taishan Xingzong. How did it end up in your hands? The Grand Elder gave it to me. Lu Qianqian said. She said that only I can perfectly comprehend the manual. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and said, I'm very curious now. Was it because of Fang Lingyu that you were expelled, or was there some other hidden reason? Because she didn't have any hidden reasons. Really? Really? Jun Changshao took the manual and flipped to the last few pages without looking at the incantations. He said, Is it because I said earlier that I don't consider myself a disciple of the Sect of all times that you took out the manual? Lu Qianqian was silent. After reading the detailed records of the abode's location, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, You've cultivated this kind of mental cultivation method and turned your brain into a block of ice. Some of the things you do are easily misunderstood by others. I don't care about being misunderstood, Lu Qianqian said. What else could Jun Changshao say? The system complained, the first disciple has always held the bottom line for the sect. Otherwise, under the host's guidance, the sect of all times would have become the true sand sculpture sect of all times. Chapter 1279. Interstellar Fortress. The Z envoy and the ugly envoy stood with their heads lowered because the fortress master had just come out of seclusion. Trash! A bunch of trash. After brewing his emotions for half a day, this big shot whose face couldn't be seen finally exploded. He had gone into seclusion to recuperate because of the backlash, but when he came out, the 9 main culprits of the 9 levels of hell had all escaped. Master, the Z envoy said, I'll take all the responsibility. As the boss of the 9 levels of hell, he couldn't escape the blame. The fortress master said coldly, We must capture all the main culprits as soon as possible. I've already sent people to investigate. The Z envoy said with a serious expression, We'll have news soon. The escape of the main culprits was a big deal. He directly mobilized almost all the elites of the interstellar fortress to search the mortal universe. Unless the culprits ascended, they would find them sooner or later. There's also the falling star continent. The fortress master said, We can use this chance to investigate. Because he was injured, he had to put this matter on hold. Now, he could use the elites to investigate who killed the Enforcer General. Yes, the Z envoy ordered. The fortress master left. After he left, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Everyone. The Z envoy said seriously, Master is very angry. We must capture the culprits as soon as possible. As for the falling star continent, let's put it aside for now. There was a priority to everything. In his opinion, capturing the main culprits was more important than finding the Enforcer General's murderer. Swish, swish. Interstellar warships flew out of the fortress. The cultivators in the city were all very surprised. Just what had happened that would cause the fortress to repeatedly dispatch such a large number of people? Falling Star Continent, North Sea. The ancient warship floated in the sky. The sea below was covered with many islands. At first glance, it looked like a constellation in the sky. It should be here. Standing on the deck, Jun Changshao took out the Taishan Ice Heart Secret Manual and compared it with the introduction. His eyes were filled with certainty. So, the system complained, "You don't plan to return the first half to me?" Whoosh whoosh. The ancient warship slowly descended and landed on the beach of a small island. Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense covered the island and said, "No one has been here for a long time." Lu Qianshan said cautiously, "There are many powerful spirit beasts here." "Yes." Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. "They're all martial arts resources." Roar. In the forest of the island. Jun Changxiao stood in place, still happily tasting the wild fruit he had just picked. With a flash of cold light, the beast's head flew off. Lu Qianqian withdrew her sword and landed in front of the sect leader. After breaking through to the martial sage realm, her strength had increased significantly. She had encountered many spirit beasts earlier, but they were all killed by her sword on the spot. Lu Qianqian walked to the beast's corpse and skillfully took out the crystal core with her sword. Then, she threw it to Jun Changxiao and said, "Patriarch, there doesn't seem to be a cave here. We have to find them one by one." The islands in this sea area had existed since ancient times, and there were hundreds of them. It would take some time to find the cave where the Taishan elder was in seclusion. However, in the past few days, the two of them had searched dozens of places, and even dug 3 feet into the ground, but there were still no clues. Jun Changxiao sat on a rock and carefully flipped through the last few pages of the secret manual. He held his chin and said, "Could it be that there is an isolation array?" Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Qianqian pointed to the sea and said, "Look." Jun Changxiao looked up and found that in the distant sea area, a wave gushed out like a spring and rushed into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several waves appeared in other directions. They were separated by a certain distance and seemed to contain some kind of mystery. "Let's go up and take a look." Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianqian flew up. The two of them looked down and found that there were a total of 9 water pillars near the sea area, and a lone island was shrouded in them. "Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them cut through the sky and flew past the 2 water pillars. But just as they were about to approach the island, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes suddenly stirred and then converged into 2 palm prints. Boom! Boom! Jun Changxiao drew his left and right hands at the same time, breaking the pressure of the energy. He looked at the cold woman in front of him and said speechlessly, "Am I so weak that I need a disciple to block the blade?" Lu Qianqian moved aside. The 2 palm prints appeared too suddenly. She didn't think much and stood in front of the patriarch, preparing to freeze and then shatter, but she was not as fast as the other party. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao was the first to fly over, but he ended up crashing into the invisible barrier with a bang. His entire handsome face caved in. Damn! How could there be an array? Go Xing had been releasing his spiritual senses the whole time, but he didn't catch any aura of the array at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth attributes became more restless and then converged into palm prints that pressed down from all directions. Yi Xingchen sat cross-legged in the room. He remembered that he had bombarded the barrier for several hours before he broke the barrier that enveloped the island in the soaring 9 springs. What a scam! Knight Emperor shook his head bitterly. As one of the 10 great martial emperors, he had almost exhausted all his strength to break the outer barrier defense. If this spread out, luckily, it's me. Yi Xingchen comforted himself. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to break it. Boom! Jun Changxiao, who was in the soaring 9 springs, used his powerful ability to break the barrier on the spot. It took him 1 minute to break the barrier. As for the various palm prints pressing down on him, They were all dealt with in the time he took to break the barrier. As a result, Lu Qianqian, who was responsible for protecting him, was in a passive state the whole time. Yi Xingqian was still thinking about the past. He remembered that after breaking the barrier, he landed on the island shrouded by the 9 springs and was besieged by hundreds of huge creatures made of sand. It took him a Herculean effort to deal with them. Those creatures are extremely powerful. Only I could destroy them after expending a lot of energy. If it were the Spirit Emperor and the others, they would have died long ago. Night Emperor's eyes were filled with pride. However, he didn't know that Jun Changshao had landed on the island and was leading Lu Qianqian deeper into the island. The hundreds of huge creatures that appeared had already been beaten back into sand. It still took him 1 minute. That door. Yi Xingqian's expression suddenly turned serious. He clearly remembered that when he entered the inner area from the beach and walked to the central area, he saw an ancient stone door covered in vines. There were strange words engraved on it, and it exuded an unfathomable aura. The first 2 dangers were dealt with by force. However, Night Emperor was worried about how to open this door. He paced back and forth for a few days before it suddenly opened by itself. So, Night Emperor thought to himself, I went early back then. In fact, I could have waited a few more days for the soaring 9 springs phenomenon to weaken. Then, I could have easily entered the inner area. If someone didn't know this law, they would have died in vain. Boom. At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was also in front of the stone door, raised the glowing Taishan Ice Heart secret manual. The seemingly indestructible door gradually opened. He said with a surprised look, "It's that simple?" Yi Xingqian touched his face subconsciously and said in confusion, "Why does it hurt a little?" Chapter 1280. Night Emperor had been to the North Sea in his previous life and entered the cave of the Taishan Old Man. After experiencing all kinds of hardships, he obtained the Taishan Bible. That was definitely a difficult past to look back on, and it even brought about a psychological shadow. However, today, thousands of years later, Jun Changshao brought Lu Qianqian to the place he had been to before. Facing the same crisis, it was easily resolved. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian did not follow, otherwise, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Although he did not want to admit it, the fact was that only Jun Changshao, who was Wu Xing's great perfection realm, was stronger than Yi Xingqian. The various restrictions left by the Taishan Old Man could hardly bring him trouble. Even the closed door of the cave, because of the Taishan Ice Heart technique, did not need to be forcefully cracked, and did not need to wait for time to enter. The system roared, "He's just here to play." Jun Changshao not only slapped Anyo's face, but also its face. After all, it had previously asked the other party to take it seriously. Lu Qianqian, who was walking in the dark tunnel, did not speak, but looking at the back of the person walking in front, she could not help but think, how strong is the patriarch? If it were her, she would not be able to contend with the 2 groups of obstacles outside, but in front of Jun Changshao, it was not worth mentioning. Boom! Snake-like spirit beasts in the tunnel rushed in, but they were directly obliterated by a punch. Jun Changshao took the crystal core and smiled. "This place is dangerous for you, but it is not dangerous for me." Lu Qianqian was silent. Ho ho! Ho ho! At this moment, more snake beasts rushed in from the inside, and the number was so large that it felt like entering a snake's nest. Ta! Jun Changshao took a step forward, opened his hands to both sides, stretched his head forward, and spat out billowing flames. Ho ho! The hot flames rushed along the tunnel, and the attacking snake beasts were all burned into nothingness. Lu Qianqian's eyes were filled with shock. The patriarch's flames were much stronger and purer than before. Was this considered very strong? One had to know that Go Xing did not even use the fire spirit. "Don't just stand there," Jun Changshao said. "Hurry up and pick up the cores." Lu Qianqian came back to her senses and collected the crystal nuclei that were scattered all over the ground. She was still thinking about the fire-spitting scene just now. Ice elementalists were more sensitive to fire elementalists because each of them countered the other. In the past, Jun Changxiao's flames had completely suppressed Lu Qianqian's flames. Now, they were still suppressing her, and the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. After the snake beasts were dealt with, there were no other dangers. The two of them walked for a few minutes until they reached the end of the tunnel. They stopped in front of a cliff, and there was only a suspension bridge connecting them to the other side. Roar! The angry roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from below, and extremely violent waves of air blew over. Patriarch! Lu Qianqian frowned and said, "This bridge may be dangerous, we come over quickly." Jun Changxiao stood at the other end of the bridge and shouted. Although Lu Qianqian was expressionless, her heart had already collapsed. Swoosh! She tiptoed and walked along the suspension bridge. The hair-raising aura below was even more intense. Roar! Suddenly, 3 huge snake beasts rushed out from the bottom of the cliff that was like a dark hell. Their faces were ferocious and they were roaring. Yi Xingqian, who was in the Sect of all times, recalled the scene when he came to the cliff and fought with the 3-headed snake beast. He said with lingering fear, "Who would have thought that the extinct ancient 3-headed snake would be in the abode of the old man from Taixien? Although I didn't win. But they can't do anything to me." From Night Emperor's words, it wasn't hard to tell that the trip to the old man's abode of Taixien was always a win. After all, he had to save face. After all, he was beaten to a pulp and only barely managed to cross the suspension bridge. He couldn't tell anyone about this. When Lu Qianqian crossed the bridge again, she was already rooted to the spot. Jun Changxiao had appeared below at some point, and evil energy even more powerful than evil energy appeared on his right hand. He placed it on the head of one of the snake beasts and said, "Be obedient." The 3-headed snake beasts were terrified. The aura emanating from this human's palm carried an evil aura that caused their minds to tremble. They were extremely fearful. Whoosh! At this moment, a 3-year-old child appeared from the evil energy and said with a burning gaze, "Dad, can I eat them?" "Yes." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Xie released a majestic evil energy that instantly enveloped the 3-headed snake. Roar! A miserable cry sounded. Whoosh! After a while, the evil energy returned to little Xie's body. The originally huge and ferocious 3-headed snake had been reduced to a bag of bones. The evil energy in its body and the energy in its core had all been absorbed. The ancient snake beast that had caused so much trouble for Night Emperor had become a tonic just like that. Because of its ugly appearance, Jun Changxiao wasn't interested in making it a contract beast. Lu Qianqian was stunned. She wasn't stunned because the vicious beast had been taken care of. She was stunned because a child had suddenly appeared and called the patriarch Dad. "There's no danger. Let's go," Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qianqian walked along the suspension bridge to the other end and thought to herself, "So the patriarch has a child with her." Although she was shocked, she was still able to maintain absolute calm. If it were Su Xiaoma, he would have jumped up already. "Dad!" After digesting the evil energy, little Xie patted her little belly and looked at Lu Qianqian with a smile. "Is this my mother?" Boom! The cliff wall shook and the little guy's head caved in. There was a tunnel at the other end of the cliff. Because of the eerie evil energy that occasionally blew out from within, Jun Changxiao brought little Xie with him. The little guy became obedient. He would occasionally glance at Lu Qianqian and think to himself, "If she's not my mother, then who is?" After a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the end of the tunnel. They found themselves in a stone cave that was several dozen square meters in size. There were stone chairs, stone tables, and stone cabinets for storing items. "Dad." Little Xie pointed at the wall in front of them. "There are words." Jun Changxiao looked over and saw the words, "Night Emperor was here, carved into the smooth stone wall. Since the late Night Emperor was here, it means that this is really the cave abode of the Taishan Elder. Jun Changshao learned from the 9 Taishan emperors that the Night Emperor obtained the Taishan Bible before his death. This and the Taishan Ice Heart Art were both created by the Taishan Elder. Now that the guy with the grass on his grave left his handwriting here, it was enough to prove that he had found the right place. Judging from the slightly messy handwriting, Lu Qianqian analyzed. This person, who was once one of the 10 great martial emperors, must have paid an extremely high price to get here. Yeah, Jun Changshao said, just the defensive barrier outside and the sandmen that we encountered. If it were the Spirit Emperor and the others, they would have been defeated long ago. The fact that the Night Emperor was able to get here shows that he is quite capable. What a pity! He shook his head and said, such a powerful person was defeated by a woman and even helped her ascend to the upper realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ground in the empty area in front of them suddenly cracked. Then, 3 stone platforms slowly appeared. 3 exquisite boxes were placed on each platform. 2 of them were open, and the last one was tightly shut. I have left 3 types of opportunities in the cave abode. Those who enter can choose one of them. An old voice that seemed to be able to pierce through the void sounded. Chapter 1281. Jun Changxiao's expression turned solemn. The voice that suddenly sounded could penetrate the soul and shake the soul. Very strong. Jun Changxiao said to himself, very strong. Whether it was the patrol envoy or the Dark Demon King, they did not give him much pressure. Now, just the voice alone made him feel pressured. Could it be the Taishan Elder? The system said, the martial emperors who fought against the soul race in ancient times were very strong, right? But they were only respected as top powerhouses by later generations. Only the Taishan Elder was called a legend. This is enough to show how big the gap between them is. Swoosh! Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said respectfully, it is one of the biggest regrets of my life to not be able to live in your era and see your face. Kid. The deep voice that penetrated the soul sounded again, if you ascend to the upper realm, we will meet again. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. He knew that there was a formation in the cave, and the voice was left in advance. It would be triggered when someone came in, but it actually replied to him. I left a trace of spiritual thought in the cave. Although I have transcended the mortal world, I can still maintain contact with this place. The deep voice said. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Even the usually calm Lu Qianqian was dumbfounded. Leaving a trace of spiritual thought in the cave, and being able to communicate with the person who came in, what did it mean? It meant that he could speak to a legend. F***ck. F***ck. Jun Changshao showed his uncultured characteristics incisively and hurriedly cupped his hands. Senior, do you have some treasure that you need to tell me personally? He had watched many TV dramas. As long as there was a powerful person who appeared in the form of voice or video, he would definitely teach the male lead a peerless secret technique. The old voice said, no. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. If there was nothing left, what was the use of a voice call? The Taishan Elder said, you are the most powerful and talented among the 3 fated people who entered the cave, so I have high hopes for you. I also hope to meet you in the upper realm in the future. Senior, you flatter me. Jun Changshao said humbly. Of course. The Taishan old man continued, if one day you ascend to the upper realm, you can come to Fengqi Celestial Mountain to look for me. Senior, are you going to protect me? Jun Changshao asked. The Taishan old man said, this old man has ascended to the upper realm for a long time. I've barely made a name for myself. It shouldn't be a problem to protect someone like you who has just ascended. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, if I ascend to the upper realm in the future, I will definitely look for you. Although he could tell that the legendary Battle Pet Warrior was bragging, he was still grateful that the legendary Battle Pet Warrior had protected him because they were both from the Falling Star continent. Baby. The Taishan old man said, I hope you won't make this old man wait too long. The last few words gradually faded, indicating that the other party had turned off the voice call. After all, there was a data limit between the upper realm and the lower realm. He left? Jun Changshao looked disappointed. Lu Qianshan said, if the Taishan seniors knew about the patriarch's death-seeking personality, they definitely wouldn't want you to look for him. Why? I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Jun Changshao was speechless. Qianshan, you think too much of me. Lu Qianshan didn't say anything. It's not a thought, it's a fact. If the patriarch ascends to the upper realm, I can already imagine how the Taishan seniors would cry and beg you not to look for him. Jun Changshao looked at the only unopened box and said, could it be that the second half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique is hidden? It should be. Lu Qianshan said. Jun Changshao said, the first two fated people were the founder of the Taishan Shengzong and the late Night Emperor. The former obtained the first half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique, while the latter obtained the Taishan Sutra. Lu Qianshan had already walked over. Don't move. Jun Changshao stopped her and said, be careful of traps. Lu Qianshan stopped in front of the stone table and said, Patriarch, I heard from the Grand Elder that only those with the Taishan Ice Heart physique can open the box of the Taishan Ice Heart technique. Jun Changshao had also walked over. His spiritual sense permeated the exquisite box, and he immediately felt an extremely cold aura, so he said, then give it a try. Lu Qianshan raised her hand and placed it on the box. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura emerged, and then extended from her finger to her palm, and quickly froze it. Jun Changshao said in shock, stop. It was too late. The cold aura had already spread from her finger. Not only could Lu Qianshan not withdraw her hand, but her right palm was also completely frozen. The cold aura even entered her body first, causing her to frown. As a professional ice cultivator, she was unexpectedly disturbed by an external ice element. It was enough to show how terrifying the cold aura in the box was. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The freezing aura spread all the way, and half of Lu Qianshan's arm was frozen. She couldn't stop the cold aura from spreading, and she couldn't break free. She could only endure the pain of the cold and raise her left hand to push the patriarch away, so that he wouldn't be affected. But Jun Changshao grabbed her wrist first and said, this pure ice energy, can you absorb it for your own use? Lu Qianshan was stunned. But at this moment, Jun Changshao grabbed her frozen right wrist with his other hand and said, I'll help you suppress the cold aura, you refine them all. Lu Qianshan was speechless. The cold aura emerging from the box was too terrifying. She, a Wusheng-level ice cultivator, couldn't even withstand it, so how could she refine it? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a scorching flame erupted, dispelling the cold aura that permeated the cave, and Lu Qianshan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Because the flame released by the patriarch this time was even stronger than before. Drip, drip. The ice on her wrist melted, and then turned into water droplets that splashed down. Refine. Jun Changshao said. Lu Qianshan hurriedly suppressed her shock and took the initiative to absorb the cold aura suppressed by the patriarch's domineering flame. It was strange. The spirit of the fire spirit could obviously suppress the cold aura, but the other party still surged up along her fingers, completely unafraid of death. If it was the original strength, not only would Lu Qianshan be unable to absorb it, but she would also be frozen long ago. Now, under the tempering of the flame, the attribute changed from ice to freshness mode, and it was the best time to consume and refine it. Therefore, the scene that appeared was Jun Changshao holding the eldest disciple's wrist and using the scorching flame to help offset part of the cold aura. Standing in the distance, little Xie covered her eyes and muttered, "Not suitable for children, not suitable for children." 2 hours later, all the cold aura that gushed out was absorbed, and Lu Qianshan sat down cross-legged. At this moment, she was controlling the cold aura gathered in her dantian, and gradually condensing it into an ice core with the Tai-Shen Ice Heart technique. Obviously, the cold aura in the box was some kind of high-level ice attribute. As long as it was completely integrated, there would be another kind of ice seed. Lu Qianqian divided her attention to look at Jun Changshao, and a trace of melancholy flashed in her clear eyes. "Grand Elder," she secretly said, "I'm afraid I can't be as calm as still water in this life." Pa! Creak! Standing in front of the stone platform, Jun Changxiao's fingers gently moved, and the box slowly opened. Inside was a yellowed manual with the words, Tai-Shen Ice Heart Technique Second Half, written on the leather surface. "You found it?" Taking it out, he shook his head and said, "It's not difficult at all.